Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes. We invite you to listen to part 17 of the series. Chapter 1280 White Moon. 1280 White Moon. Your battle suits are probably broken. You guys can pick one. Lin Xiu looked at these uniforms and said aloud. The materials of these battle suits were much better than the ones from Shacheng City and Changqing City. But compared to the battle suits given by the system that Lin Xiu was wearing now, these were still not comparable. I want to take a look. At this time, Bailey Haoling has already started to choose. You should also see if there is anything suitable. I've reimbursed you all. Lin Xiu said to Lei Tong with a smile. Thank you. City Lord. Lei Tong was not pretentious, and at this time he also started to choose a battle suit happily. A good battle suit can block a lot of damage in battle. Lin Xiu looked around. This shopping mall, which occupies a huge area, has all kinds of battle suits on the first floor alone. There was everything from very high quality to mediocre ones. And there were so many styles. You'll go and have a look first. We'll gather later. Lin Xiu searched around and saw the sign on the other side that said the second floor, which was dedicated to selling weapons. Sure. Bailey Haoling and Lei Tong nodded when they heard Lin Xiu's words. After Lin Xiu took the elevator to the second floor, he suddenly felt that the surroundings were shining brightly. It was almost blinding. Weapons. There were weapons everywhere, under the reflection of the surrounding lights. These weapons emitted various lights. There were a lot of weapons and they were all classified according to different types. Lin Xiu didn't think much and walked directly to the long spears. Now that the dark edge spear cannot be used, then he shall use other spears instead. The quality of these spears was very good, but after taking them down and dancing them around, Lin Xiu frowned. Light. Still too light. Still not good enough for Lin Xiu. Sir, what kind of weapon do you need here? I can recommend one for you. Just as Lin Xiu kept trying weapons, a staff member came over and spoke to Lin Xiu. Is there any heavier one? Lin Xiu said directly. Heavier When the staff member heard Lin Xiu's words and was about to introduce heavier weapons to Lin Xiu, he saw that the weapon Lin Xiu was holding was already the heaviest on display here. This is still light. This weapon is too light. Lin Xiu waved the long spear in his hand, then said aloud, there are also heavy ones, but the staff member quickly recovered from the surprise just now and showed a characteristic smile. Bring it here, Lin Xiu said lightly. The staff member looked at Lin Xiu, thought for a while, then nodded. Please wait a moment. She saw that Lin Xiu was dressed in extraordinary clothes and that if he could wield such a heavy weapon, his strength must also be extraordinary. At this time, she went directly to the warehouse to find a heavier weapon for Lin Xiu. Soon, with this staff member leading the way, two warriors were walking towards him, one behind the other, carrying the weapon with difficulty. And these warriors were god warriors. At this time, the two of them were holding the weapons and they were both a little out of breath. They seemed very tired. It was a black weapon box. The two carried it and quickly placed it on the ground in front of Lin Xiu. Boom! Soon, as the weapon box was placed on the ground, there was a dull sound. Lin Xiu even felt that the ground shook slightly. This is the heaviest spear in our store and it's called White Moon. The staff member spoke to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu had brandished such a heavy spear before and said it was too light, so now she directly asked someone to take out the heaviest spear. Let me see. Lin Xiu nodded slightly, then squatted down and slowly opened the wooden box. Squeak. With a squeaky sound, the heavy wooden box was opened. A dazzling light went into Lin Xiu's eyes, causing Lin Xiu to narrow his eyes slightly. Looking carefully, a silver spear lay on the soft brocade inside the wooden box. Lin Xiu stretched out his hand and touched it. The spear body has many patterns. It felt a little strange to the touch. This long spear was excellent. Almost comparable to the dark edge spear. Lin Xiu took a deep breath and at the next moment, with a movement of his right hand, he directly grasped the spear and lifted it up. The two god warriors who just came out carrying the spear looked surprised when they saw Lin Xiu pick up the spear with one hand. Just now, the two warriors of the god warrior level were struggling to lift it. Now Lin Xiu lifted it up with one hand. Lin Xiu frowned at this time, holding the spear in one hand. He clearly felt that it was heavier than the previous dark-edged spear. After vigorously dancing for a while, there were crackling sounds in the surrounding air. How heavy is this weapon? Lin Xiu looked at the staff member and said, 11. Although the staff member was shocked by how easily Lin Xiu wielded the weapon, she reacted quickly when she heard Lin Xiu's words. Good. Lin Xiu nodded slightly. Although it was a bit heavy, it was only with such a heavy weapon that he could display his strength. I want this weapon. After Lin Xiu danced a few times, he suddenly said, this weapon is made of silver moonstone. It is the only one now. It needs 100 million energy stones. The staff member hesitated for a moment and said aloud, although Lin Xiu seems a bit imposing, the price of this weapon is indeed extremely expensive. 100 million. Lin Xiu was stunned for a moment, then nodded. I want it. Okay. Do you need anything else? When the staff member heard that Lin Xiu directly agreed, she was surprised. Being able to sell such a high-priced weapon is also an excellent performance for her. Oh right. I still need boxing gloves. Also, I would like to look at the skill cards. Lin Xiu said at this time. Okay. I'll have someone take the weapon down first. This way please. The staff member's tone became even nicer at this time and she spoke in an incomparably respectful voice. After looking at the warrior store for almost one night, Lin Xiu has already bought all the things that need to be bought. Although there were many holo-level and god-level skill cards here, Lin Xiu still didn't see any suitable ones. Ultimately, he bought the white moon spear and a pair of silver moon gloves. Chapter 1281 Collecting Protection Fees. 1281 Collecting Protection Fees. You guys don't want anything else. Arriving at the payment area on the first floor, Lin Xiu couldn't help saying aloud after watching Bailey Haoling and Lei Tong just choose a set of battle suits. Although the payment method in the God Warrior realm was energy stones, Lin Xiu really has no shortage of energy stones. Not to mention that he had an ore vein in Lingxian City. He didn't even know how much he raked in Shacheng City and Changqing City. No need. Both Lei Tong and Bailey Haoling shook their heads. As far as weapons are concerned, there was no need to change them and the skill cards didn't seem suitable for Bailey Haoling. There were plenty of skills that were quite suitable for him, but he was not strong enough now. Good weapons were extremely heavy, and good skill cards were useless if he was not of a certain strength. Then I'll settle the bill. How much is it? Lin Xiu walked directly to the cashier and said, a total of 153 million. The cashier said with a smile after looking at it. So much. Lei Tong was surprised when he heard the cashier's words. Not much. Bailey Haoling shook her head. Generally speaking, this represents the number of ordinary power stones. But among the energy stones, there were also high-level energy stones or super energy stones. A high-level energy stone was equivalent to 100 ordinary energy stones, while the super energy stone was equivalent to 10,000 ordinary energy stones. And the white moon spear that Lin Xiu bought. Bailey Haoling also looked at it, and it was indeed not an ordinary weapon. If it was too heavy, it would have been bought long ago. Cards from major banks can be swiped and online payments can also be made. The cashier said aloud at this moment. I can pass you the energy stones itself. Right. At this time, Lin Xiu said a little embarrassedly. Energy stones were difficult to carry. Generally speaking, energy stones were deposited in major banks, then paid by credit card. Hearing Lin Xiu's words at this time, the cashier was startled, as if she was deceived. More than 100 million energy stones. Who can take out so many energy stones directly? This is simply a joke. Some staff almost thought that Lin Xiu had come to make trouble. These should be enough. Lin Xiu triggered his mind and his right hand waved. Then a large number of energy stones appeared on the ground in front of him. Looking at the super energy stones all over the floor, the cashier was instantly dumbfounded. looking at the quality of these energy stones. They were all super energy stones. Counting carefully, there were more than 10,000. Let's calculate now. The surrounding staff couldn't help but gasped when they saw this scene. This person carried so many super energy stones with him. But how could he carry so many? Lei Tong and Bailey Haoling were no strangers to it. Lin Xiu stored some items before, but they just didn't know where. Now they all think that Lin Xiu has a special space storage device. Soon, with those staff counting, there were enough energy stones, and some were even returned to Lin Xiu. Let's go. After shopping, it was already late at night. At this time, although the streets still had a lot of light like daytime, the number of warriors on the road was obviously much less. It looked a little deserted. Plop, plop. At this moment, the three of them were walking on the street when they heard strange noises. Who is it? Lin Xiu also stopped at this moment and said immediately. At this time, Bailey Haoling put both hands on the long sword on her waist, and Lei Tong also looked around warily. Just now, they also clearly heard the sounds coming from around them, and he also felt the feeling of being watched. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Jai Jai. At this moment, strange laughter came from not far behind. This laughter sounded very weird, making one's scalp tingle. Lin Xiu turned around and looked back, and he could clearly see two black figures walking out from behind a big tree. The two were wearing black cloaks, with strange expressions on their faces. Their eyes stared at Lin Xiu and the others, making Lin Xiu and the others feel very uncomfortable. First time you've come to the city of God, huh? One of the warriors, who looks taller, stared at Lin Xiu and the others and said, I saw it just now. You guys bought a lot of things. Another warrior also showed a sinister smile at this time. Come to rob. Seeing this scene, Bailey Haoling said subconsciously. Lin Xiu also found it a little funny. This city of gods is a city with god kings. In this city, people want to rob in broad daylight. It's just funny. Borrow. We want to borrow some energy stones. The taller black-clothed warrior said with a smile. This smile is a bit weird and makes people feel uncomfortable. Don't worry. My name is Xiao Ren, and he is my brother Xiao Jian. We are all well known in this area. If you lend it to us, we will return it to you. The tall warrior continued to laugh and said. Bailey Haoling looked at these two people as if she was looking at two mentally handicapped people. Borrow energy stone, this is simply funny. And I know that you guys are being watched. Xiao Ren said suddenly at this moment. Being watched. Hearing his words, the expressions of Lin Xiu and the others changed slightly, because when they were at the Warrior Hotel, they were obviously impacted by a strange force, and Bailey Haoling and Lei Tong felt that someone was knocking on the door. I'm telling you, warriors like you come to the city of God and you won't even know how you die. At this time, Xiao Jian also spoke in a negative way. If you lend us hundreds of millions of energy stones, we can protect you for a while. A protection fee. Lin Xiu was really happy now. Unexpectedly, in this city of God, someone came to collect protection money, and they were still two teasers who were mentally retarded. No, this is a loan. We can write an IOU. Xiao Ren said with a very serious face. That's right, we brothers will never renege on debts. Zhou Jian also echoed. Stop talking nonsense. Get the hell out of here. Bailey Haoling said impatiently at this time. Brother, she actually told us to get out. Xiao Jian's eyes widened at this time, and he pointed at Bailey Haoling and said, looking extremely excited, HMPH, if that's the case, don't blame us for being rude. Xiao Ren snorted coldly. The two looked at each other and rushed towards Lin Xiu and the others. Although these two people look a bit alike, it is undeniable that at this time, the speed displayed by these two people is breakneck. Chapter 1282 1282 Idiots that come in pairs. 1282 Idiots that come in pairs. Lei Chong's eyes shuddered when he saw what was happening. He was a saint warrior. Both of them disappeared before his eyes and he couldn't even catch up with them. Bailey Haoling held onto her daggers on both hands and instantly chopped those men into pieces. I'll do it. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes. Then, he placed the wooden box on the ground. As Lin Zi's body shifted, he instantly disappeared into thin air. Boom boom. Then, right at that moment, Lei Chong heard a soft groan. There were two black figures that fell onto the ground. Oof! It hurts. Xiao Jian and Xiao Ren soon appeared before them, both laid on the ground with their bodies curled up like a cooked prawn. That's it. Bailey Haoling's eyes were wide open. She didn't think that it would all be settled so quickly. Are you still going to borrow our energy stone? Lin Ziyu looked at the rest of them and asked in a calm manner. No. Xiao Jian and Xiao Ren were groaning and quickly answered without any hesitation. After hearing what they said, Lin Ziyu was a little surprised. He didn't think that these two would give up so easily. Were these two idiots? Let's go. Lin Ziyu was feeling a little speechless. Initially, he thought that they might have encountered some evil spawns, but he didn't think that it was merely two idiots. Lei Chong and Bailey Haoling nodded their heads in agreement. Especially for Bailey Haoling, as she looked a little disappointed. She had just pulled out her daggers and now she had to return them into the scabbard. Wait, don't go. Before Lin Ziyu and the rest could leave, Xiao Jian suddenly jumped on his feet and screamed. Lin Ziyu raised his eyebrows and turned around to face the men. Seeing how Lin Ziyu was sizing him up, the man shivered subconsciously. Lin Ziyu had shown powerful skills earlier and he knew that he wouldn't be able to defeat Lin Ziyu. I have information on who is coming after you. Xiao Jian suddenly spoke up. That's right, we know who has their eyes on you. Xiao Ren clenched his jaw as well due to the pain that he felt as he got on his feet. Oh, then, Lin Ziyu turned and laughed. Wait, listen to us. Don't you want to know who they are? Xiao Jian and Xiao Ren asked in unison. Their eyes were open wide, and this was the first time that they have seen such a stubborn man. No, I don't. Lin Ziyu gave a short reply. Both of them were shocked to hear what Lin Ziyu had said. You have been marked by those from the black demons. Xiao Ren couldn't help but slip the information. Shut up. Xiao Jian glared at Xiao Ren. If you told them about the black demon now, wouldn't you be doing it for free? They would have to give us at least 1,000,000 energy stones before telling them who it is. Xiao Ren quickly nodded his head when he heard what Xiao Jian said. That's right, you have to give us 1,000,000 energy stones in order for us to tell you more. Both of them seemed to have forgotten about the pain that they were feeling as they spoke to Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu was sure that these two were definitely idiots. What's black demons? Bailey Haoling was now feeling a little curious. You knew those from the black demons were watching you. Xiao Jian was a little stunned. Idiot, you're the one who told them about it. Xiao Ren gave a hard slap onto Xiao Jian's head. You guys are really warrior gods. Lei Chong couldn't help but ask. He was now a saint warrior now, but he could feel that these two were much more powerful than he was, even when both of them were taught a hard lesson by Lin Ziyu. Of course. Xiao Jian and Xiao Ren instantly felt prideful after hearing Lei Chong's question. That's right. They were warrior gods. What's black demons? Lin Ziyu was starting to get a little curious with what they were saying. Would you like to know more about it? Xiao Jian smiled at Lin Ziyu. You only have to give us 1,000,000 energy stones in exchange for it. Xiao Ren was still thinking about the energy stones. Lin Ziyu turned speechless. These two were warrior gods and it wouldn't be too difficult for them to get 1,000,000 energy stones. However, Lin Ziyu didn't give too much thought about it. He narrowed his eyes and then swiftly appeared before Lin Ziyu. Xiao Jian was a little stunned as he didn't know what to say when Lin Ziyu suddenly grabbed him by the collar. He was instantly lifted from the ground. Do you still want it now? Lin Ziyu asked him again in a cold tone. Then, he instantly released the energy that was inside his body. The horrifying energy traveled across Xiao Jian's body, and there was a cold feeling that ran through his body. His entire body shook and there was fear in his eyes. No, I don't want them anymore. Xiao Jian instantly gave up on it. What rubbish. Xiao Ren started getting a little agitated. Would you like to try it then? Lin Ziyu looked at Xiao Ren before asking. With his analytic eye, Lin Ziyu could easily figure out the strength of these two men. Although they were warrior gods, their abilities were far from Lin Ziyu. They wouldn't be a threat to him. I don't want to. Xiao Ren, who initially looked like a barbarian, took a few steps backwards when he noticed that Lin Xiu was looking at him. Well, tell me more about the black demons. Lin Xiu quickly told Xiao Jian. It's an organization. Xiao Jian quickly answered, although Xiao Jian did not suffer any injuries when Lin Xiu caught his collar. Looking into Lin Xiu's eyes was enough to show him the deadly look in it. Xiao Jian didn't dare to play any more tricks and quickly answered him. Why are they coming after us? Lin Xiu continued asking. Newbies, you are new to town and aren't that powerful. They loved going after people like you. Xiao Jian glanced at Lin Xiu as he spoke. They thought that Lin Xiu was a weak man, which was why they thought of bullying him. But they didn't think that Lin Xiu would be able to defeat them in seconds. Is that so? Lin Xiu recalled what had happened earlier in the hotel. Perhaps those people were the black demons that they were referring to. Chapter 1283 1283 Trouble. 1283 Trouble. How did you know that we are being targeted by the black demons? Lin Xiu stared at Xiao Jian and continued asking. They have a mark on their neck. Xiao Jian, who was still being lifted by Lin Xiu, started feeling nervous. He was scared that Lin Xiu might attack him again. A mark. Lin Xiu was stunned. Bailey Haoling and Lei Chong overheard the conversation and they were both shocked as well. They quickly pulled out the phone and took a photo of their neck. Then, they noticed that there was a faint black mark on their neck. If they didn't look closely enough, they wouldn't have noticed it as well. When did this appear? Bailey Haoling's pupils narrowed subconsciously. She didn't even realize that there was a mark on her neck. Bailey Haoling rubbed her neck and noticed that it was impossible for her to remove it. Lei Chong noticed the same mark as well. He desperately wanted to get rid of it and noticed that there was no way of rubbing it off. What is this? There was a mark that suddenly appeared on his neck and it could not be removed even if it was anyone else. They would be frightened as well. Don't worry. It shouldn't affect any of you. Lin Xiu shook his head. This was because Lin Xiu noticed that these peculiar marks on their neck wouldn't do any harm to them. If it did cause harm to them, they would have been injured much earlier. Am I right? Lin Xiu turned and asked Xiao Jian once again. Yes. You're right. Xiao Jian quickly nodded his head. He was frightened by just Lin Xiu looking at him. Xiao Ren was still looking around as if he was looking for an opportunity to run away. However, if he did so, wouldn't that be betraying his own brother? Xiao Ren thought about it and started feeling hesitant. He remained on the same spot and totally forgot that he wanted to escape. Right. Do you know what this mark is for? Lin Xiu continued asking. It's by the black demons. Those from the black demons must have attacked you earlier and planted these marks on your necks. They will then be able to locate you with these marks. Why is it that there isn't one on him? Bailey Haoling's eyes were wide as well as she pointed at Lin Xiu. If she had guessed correctly, when they were at the hotel, they were attacked by a huge wave of energy and this must have been done by those from the black demons. However, Lin Xiu encountered the same thing as them. Why was there no mark on him? Those who are stronger would not be affected. Xiao Jian gulped as he made the explanation. There was a smile on his face, but he looked incredibly hideous. He didn't think that they would meet with someone as powerful as him. They must have missed it. Xiao Jian was feeling remorseful toward his actions. The marks will only last for more than 24 hours. You don't have to worry too much. Xiao Jian looked at Lin Xiu as he continued saying. Lin Xiu was someone who looked unfriendly, and Xiao Jian was really afraid that Lin Xiu might kill him. Therefore, he was telling them everything that he knew. If that's the case, it would be nothing. Lin Xiu nodded his head. Let's go. Lin Xiu looked at Bailey Haoling and Lei Chong before speaking. Then, Lin Xiu threw Xiao Jian into the air. As Xiao Jian fell to the ground, he let out an exaggerated cry. The pain that he was feeling almost killed him. Lin Xiu looked at the sight and his mouth twitched. Warrior gods have sturdy bodies. Forget about being thrown onto the ground. Even if he was thrown against a wall, it wouldn't cause him much pain. This man was indeed a joke. Brother, please don't die on me. Xiao Ren was still wondering if he should be running away. He stared at the scene ahead and ran towards Xiao Jian. Then, he started crying as if his father had died. Lei Chong was in awe when he saw the show that they had put up. Warrior gods were usually arrogant. Why would they act like idiots? It was just. That would be an insult to their intelligence. Let's go. Bailey Haoling was speechless as well. She wasn't interested in beating them up on her own. As the three of them headed back to their rooms, Bailey Haoling would still subconsciously touch the mark that was on her neck. Although these wouldn't do much damage to them, she still felt that it was a little uncomfortable for something to be found behind her neck. It felt uncomfortable. Lei Chong felt the same as well. If I guessed it correctly, these people would be coming for us tonight. Lin Ziyu narrowed his eyes as he said softly, "They will be coming for us tonight." Lei Chong was shocked. Although they didn't really need sleep since they were already at such a level, they would still be exhausted if they had to stay up the entire night. Should be, Lin Ziyu casually answered. It'll be great if they appeared. Bailey Haoling wet her lips. It would be best if they came so that she would have the opportunity to kill them. Plus, while she was resting in the afternoon, there was someone who knocked on her door. However, when she tried to find out who it was, Bailey Haoling was filled with rage. By the time they returned to the hotel, Lin Ziyu noticed that there was a large number of warriors headed to the highest ground. There's a huge training ground upstairs. There are lots of warriors cultivating there. Lei Chong whispered next to Lin Ziyu. This was what he overheard in the afternoon. He didn't think that most warriors would still head upstairs when it was already late at night. I heard that the entire floor is a training ground. Lin Ziyu nodded his head. Why don't we check it out? Bailey Haoling looked interested as well. You guys can take a look at it. I'll head back to my room first. Lin Ziyu nodded his head. When the floor hit the 100th floor, Lin Ziyu walked out of the elevator and bidded goodbye. Boom boom boom. However, as soon as he stepped out, Lin Ziyu heard a peculiar noise. It wasn't loud, but for Lin Ziyu, it was obvious enough for him to realize what it was. Plus, the sound seems to be coming from the corner up front. It sounds like Rolly and Little Bai. Lin Ziyu's pupil narrowed and he quickly ran into his room. Ziyu. Lin Ziyu moved at an incredible speed and immediately appeared before her room. This was because he left Rolly and Little Bai inside the room before he left, and now it was obvious that something had happened. Chapter Waben 284 Waben 284 The highest floor. Waben 284 The highest floor. Lin Ziyu also noticed that the lock on his door had been broken. Boom! When Lin Ziyu kicked open the door, there was a soft groan from inside. Coo! Rolly's voice came from inside as well. Although the light was not turned on and the room was dark, Lin Ziyu was still able to carefully see what was happening inside. Rolly and Little Bai were both safe and on the ground. There were a few men dressed in black who were rolling on the ground. They seemed to be struggling on the ground. Boom! Lin Ziyu clicked on the switch and turned on the lights. This! Lei Chong and Bailey Haoling walked over and stared at the men who were on the ground. They were both equally shocked. All of them were wailing and groaning as if they were in lots of pain. When they took a closer look, they noticed that there were multiple injuries found on these men. Some of their faces and arms were showing blood and flesh. Some of them were done by Little Bai where it bit their flesh off, while some of them were directly hit by Rolly. All of them are warrior gods? Lei Chong asked with his eyes widened. Lin Ziyu didn't think that these warrior gods would dare look for trouble with him, but in the end, Rolly and Little Bai were the ones who defeated them. Lin Ziyu was surprised. Both of them were merely saint beasts and none of them were beast gods yet. To be able to do such things was indeed shocking. Plus, at the same time, the staff of the hotel arrived as well. We're sorry, Mr. Lin. We didn't think that these people would. According to what they said, these warriors of the Black Demons were the local gangsters who were up to no good. Although they were warrior gods, they were the weakest ones around. They didn't have much strength and loved bullying those who were new in town, robbing these warriors who didn't have much. That's it. Lei Chong's eyes widened due to how surprised he was. When he first heard of their name Black Demons, it seemed as if they were some powerful organization, but he didn't think that they were just like gangsters on the street. As these people were taken away, Lei Chong let out a breath of relief. I have a feeling that the person who released the energy wasn't them. Seeing how these people were being taken away, Lin Ziyu commented on it. Not them. Lei Chong just got a break from being afraid, but now he was feeling nervous once again. He didn't even get to see who it was that released that surge of energy, and he had already spat out a mouthful of blood. Those who were groaning on the ground earlier didn't seem to be such powerful men. Don't think too much about it. Let's head upstairs. Lin Xiu quickly changed the topic. Bailey Haoling nodded her head and she was looking excited. There were so many warriors here and she was hoping that there would be someone powerful who could fight. Although she may not be able to be involved in the battles, it would still be nice to fight with some of the more powerful ones for experience. After getting on the elevator, the three of them headed towards the highest floor. The hotel that they said was the biggest one in town, and it was built on a huge piece of land. The highest floor was a training ground. During each multi-city contest, there would be lots of city lords present. All of them would be staying in the same hotel, and when they had nothing much to do at night, they would gather here at the training ground. As they entered the floor, they could clearly feel the heavy, oppressive aura in the air. Lei Chong was feeling a little light-headed as he arrived. There were too many powerful warriors here which changed the air in the room. Those who weren't strong enough may not be able to stand the oppressive aura in the room. Lei Chong, are you alright? Lin Xiu checked up on Lei Chong. Yeah, I'm fine. Lei Chong clenched his jaw and started gathering his source energy. His complexion is slowly getting better. As he looked at it, Lin Xiu did not reach out to help Lei Chong. The ones earlier were released to suppress strength warriors like Lei Chong, and it might kill him. The ones that they were feeling now were because there were warriors training and both were different types of oppression. A certain amount of it would be good for Lei Chong. Lin Xiu thought that there may be lots of warriors here and decided to leave Rolly and Little Bai in his room. This floor was covered with glass walls, and by looking through it, they could see that there were lots of warriors cultivating inside. Greetings. Please show your room card. As Lin Xiu was about to enter, one of the staff reminded him. Here. After showing their room card, the staff finally allowed them inside. Lin Xiu was the first to enter. As he felt his surroundings, Lin Xiu's pupils narrowed subconsciously. Be careful. The gravity here is different from outside. Lin Xiu reminded them. The gravity here was intense. It was at least 50 times more than what they felt outside. The gravity in the warrior god realm was also much higher than other planets, but once he entered the floor, even Lin Xiu felt that he was being pressed onto the ground. This was not a closed space, but there was still a difference felt which shocked Lin Xiu. Bailey Haoling did not put too much thought into it and walked into the room. As soon as she was inside, the look on her face changed. She could no longer keep her balance. Seeing how Lin Xiu and Bailey Haoling had such reactions, Lei Chong knew how horrible the forces were inside. He took a deep breath and started gathering his force energy before stepping into the room. As soon as he was inside, his body started shaking. The terrifying force was about to pin his body onto the ground. There was also blood coming out of the corner of his mouth. Tisk, not everyone would be able to enter this place. There were a few warriors who were watching Lin Xiu and his gang, and they started mocking them. It's better if you leave before getting killed. Ha 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 ha. There were also other warriors who started laughing at them. From their perspective, these people couldn't even stand. How are they going to cultivate here? It was just a joke. Seems alright. Lin Xiu didn't lose his balance. It was only Bailey Haoling and Lei Chong. He took the chance to look around, and after analyzing the strength of the warriors around him, Lin Xiu mumbled to himself. Chapter 1285 Suntan. 1285 Suntan. Most of them were warrior gods. There were also some who were quite powerful. His analytic eye also showed him that there were a few who were stronger than him. This was something that excited him. Only powerful and strong warriors were worth fighting. Let's head over there. After looking around, the place was huge and there were still ample empty spaces that weren't occupied. Bailey Haoling and Lei Chong nodded their heads in agreement. Lei Chong was still having difficulty walking earlier, but now, he was already able to slowly move. However, he couldn't do it quickly and could only move one step at a time. The additional gravity that they were feeling did have an impact on them. Bailey Haoling also took a deep breath and followed behind Lin Xiu. Boom! Lin Xiu then placed the special wooden box that felt the Hao Yu spear on the ground. They had just bought this spear and he didn't have the time to use it before this. This training ground gave an opportunity for Lin Xiu to do so. Lei Chan, start practicing on the cultivation technique and get used to the gravity here. Lin Xiu gave his instructions to Lei Chan. Lei Chan nodded his head. He noticed that there was a screen before them that states 50, which would have meant the gravity is still in this floor. Plus, they were able to freely control it as they pleased. Bailey Haoling then pulled out her dagger and started moving them swiftly in the air. It must definitely be beneficial to be able to train under such pressure. Plus, the training ground was different from the others. The density of the air in here was thick, as if there was some energy coming from the ventilation. They were able to gather the energy in the air to help with their cultivation. Lin Xiu couldn't help but think that this hotel must have spent a bomb to be able to do so. As he held the spear in his hands, Lin Xiu could feel that the spear was now much heavier due to the additional gravity around them. Lin Xiu felt that it was a little difficult for him to even hold it in his hands. But it feels good. Although it was heavy, Lin Xiu was still happy with it. The weapon has to be heavy enough for him to comfortably use it. With the help of rage, he could no longer feel the weight of the spear. Xiu xiu xiu. Lin Xiu started spinning the spear that was in the air. There were also multiple explosions that happened at the same time. It has been a long time since he got to use a spear, and Lin Xiu was getting more comfortable with it. When the rest of the room heard the explosions, all of them turned and looked at Lin Xiu, especially for those who mocked him earlier. Seeing how he was able to move the spear so swiftly, all of them were stunned. They had mocked him, thinking that they were weak warriors. Now, as they got to see him move with the spear, they knew that Lin Xiu definitely wasn't someone weak. Zhao Lin, that man has got skills. The man with an unfriendly look in his eyes stared at Lin Xiu while he told this to another warrior next to him. He's alright, but from the looks of it, he's not our match. The man, who was slightly muscular, spoke instead, and he sounded confident. From what they could see, Lin Xiu had good spear techniques, but they didn't feel any strength coming from him. The loud explosions that they heard were mainly just for show. I would like to know where he came from. The man spoke in a cold tone. When he was mocking them earlier, Lin Xiu glared at him as warning and had completely ignored them when Lin Xiu walked past. This was in fact a call for a challenge. Sun Tian, just let it go. Zhao Lin thought about it and tried to warn Sun Tian. They were here to make preparations for the contest tomorrow. There was indeed no need for them to do such things tonight. It's obvious that they've come from a small town. I would like to know how powerful they could get. Sun Tian completely disregarded what Zhao Lin was saying and couldn't wait to teach Lin Xiu a lesson. Lin Xiu was still swinging his spear around, trying to be familiar with it. It hadn't found anything that was suitable earlier and had been using his fist technique. He was a little rusty in his spear technique. However, the moment he picked up the spear, he immediately got into the zone. Boom! However, when Lin Xiu thrusted his spear forward, there was a figure that suddenly stood in front of him. The other party seemed to have got hold of his spear as well. Lin Xiu frowned when he saw that the other man had caught the other end of his spear. Due to how Lin Xiu was only practicing on his own, he did not put in much strength, and it was normal for others to be able to hold on to it. However, this was the man who mocked them previously. Bailey Haoling paused as well and looked at what these people were up to. Lei Chong had his eyes closed while cultivating, and it was normal that he didn't see this happening. What do you want? Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes as he stared at Sun Tian. Young man, you're good but you're weak. Sun Tian sneered as he spoke to Lin Xiu. Which little town are you from? His tone was filled with arrogance, as if he wouldn't accept anyone rejecting to answer his question. Move! Lin Xiu had a cold smile on his face. Sun Tian, on the other hand, was shocked. Did this brat just ask him to move? You! Which little town did you come from? How did you get qualified? How dare you act so boldly? Sun Tian turned furious and grabbed onto Lin Xiu's arms. He wanted to take the spear away from him. However, as he tried to fug onto it, he realized that they couldn't move the spear. Boom! Then, there was a dark blue flame that covered the entire spear. When the flame appeared, it caught everyone's attention. Hellfire was something of a high temperature. Those who were cultivating inside the room could feel it as well. Ah! Sun Tian was still holding on to it when he felt the intense pain and let out a loud cry. He instantly let go of the spear. When he took a few steps back and stared at his palm, he noticed that they had turned black. He was a warrior god. He had a tough body. How did such a flame harm him to such an extent? You asked for it. Sun Tian stared at Lin Xiu with an evil look in his eyes. Chapter 1286 Paper Tiger. 1286 Paper Tiger. As Sun Tian roared in rage, he quickly moved and disappeared. Boom! Then, his fist appeared right in front of Lin Xiu. It was aimed toward Lin Xiu's head. When he saw what happened, Lin Xiu did not seem frightened at all. He instantly returned a punch as well. Boom! As both fists collided, there was an incredibly loud sound that came from it. Lin Xiu took a few steps backwards, and when Sun Tian's figure appeared once again, he was already far away from Lin Xiu. Zhao Lin had quick reflexes as well and quickly rushed forward to catch Sun Tian. PFFD. Sun Tian instantly spat out a mouthful of blood as soon as he was caught. His eyes were opened wide. As he stared at his fist that was now covered in blood, his eyes were filled with disbelief. How was this possible? How was it that this brat had such a powerful fist? Sun Tian was someone who had expertise in fist technique. From his point of view, Lin Xiu was someone who only knew the spear technique. Why was it possible for Lin Xiu to give out such a powerful punch? This is interesting. At this point, Lin Xiu looked at Sun Tian as an interested smile appeared on his face. Although Lin Xiu was also affected by the impact, he didn't suffer any damage. As for how Sun Tian had been provoking him, Lin Xiu finally felt that this was getting interesting. Previously, while Lin Xiu had been practicing with his fist, he never got to fight with any warrior gods. Now, he was given the chance to do so. Lin Xiu, do you want me to kill him? Bailey Haling held onto her daggers and started feeling excited as well. It's alright. You can practice aside. I feel like using him to get warmed up. Seeing how Bailey Haling would jump at any opportunity to fight others, the corner of his lips twitched before rolling his eyes. Damn it. Sun Tian overheard the conversation between Lin Xiu and Bailey Haling, and he looked ever more pissed. This fellow was using him as warm-up. That was unacceptable. Sun Tian, forget it. Seeing how angry he was, Zhao Lin tried to stop him. From the short collision earlier, he could feel that Lin Xiu was someone who was incredibly powerful. He definitely wasn't as weak as how he looked. Instead, he was incredibly powerful. It's none of your business. Sun Tian was now infuriated as he spoke to Zhao Lin, and his eyes were fixed on Lin Xiu. You brat, come over here so that I can spank your ass. Sun Tian roared angrily and started releasing one of his skills before attacking Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu left the Hao Yu spear on the ground and waited for Sun Tian. Meteorite fist. Sun Tian saw how Lin Xiu was ready for a fight, and it pissed him even more. He no longer cared about the injuries on his fist and raised both of them into the air. Both were aimed at Lin Xiu. This was a Saint Warrior skills card, and as both his fists were raised above his head, there were 1,000 fists that instantly appeared in the air. It was so quick that Lin Xiu had no other choice but to defend himself first. He placed both arms across his chest and he managed to stop all of Sun Tian's attacks. Boom boom boom. As the punches landed on Lin Xiu's arms, there were loud, blasting sounds. Sun Tian's face turned pale. This was because he was using a Saint Warrior skill and each of them were filled with energy. However, how was it that Lin Xiu's arms were able to stop his attacks? Strictly speaking, even if Lin Xiu's hands were covered in energy, they must have been severely injured by now. However, Sun Tian had no time to think. After his turn, Lin Xiu would be attacking next. Sizzling, Lin Xiu's punches were filled with horrifying currents. There was a toasted smell that appeared in the air. This was the modified Silver Thunderbolt Rupturing Fist. Lin Xiu had been experimenting on fist technique. The ones that he was using now were much more powerful than the ones that he had before. Lin Xiu immediately used Flashing Souls and his body disappeared into thin air. Where did he go? Sun Tian narrowed his eyes. Before he could react, he saw a huge fist covered with current that appeared before his eyes. You. Sun Tian's pupil constricted uncontrollably. He wanted to hide, but his body couldn't keep up with it. Boom! The punch landed straight on Sun Tian's face. The horrifying force along with the frightening currents it almost blasted Sun Tian's head. Sun Tian's body flew into the distance from the impact and his skin turned black from being burnt. There was also a large amount of blood that came flowing out of his mouth. This time, Sun Tio was indeed frightened, if it wasn't because he gathered enough source energy over his head to protect himself. That punch itself was enough to break his head. However, Lin Xiu did not stop and was about to attack Sun Tian again. Sun Tian. Seeing how Sun Tian was in such bad shape, Zhao Lin wanted to step forward to help. How dare you? However, there was a sharp cold gaze that shot from the side. Zhan Lin subconsciously took a few steps backwards. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain coming from his neck. He subconsciously touched it and noticed that there was blood. At that instant, he almost lost his head. Seeing how there was a young girl standing right in front of him, he suddenly felt frightened. His face had turned completely pale. Don't move or I'll chop your head off. Bailey Hale glared at Zhao Lin as she let out a cold smile. Boom boom boom. As for Lin Xiu, he was still fighting Sun Tian with his fist. Sun Tian's condition was beyond words. After suffering a few more punches from Lin Xiu, not only did he feel as if all the bones in his body have been crushed into pieces, the horrible currents have burned his skin so badly that they have all turned black. All of his hair stood on their ends and he looked horrible. PFFD. Then, at the end, Sun Tian took the last punch from Lin Xiu and he spat a mouthful of blood before falling onto the ground. That's all you've got. Lin Xiu stared at him as he was a little disappointed. He was thinking that there may be a chance for him to have a good fight, but he didn't think that Sun Tian was nothing but a paper tiger. This made Lin Xiu feel a little helpless. I surrender. Sun Tian spoke these words with the energy that he had left. He had regretted everything. Lin Xiu's abilities were different from how he looked. Chapter 1287 Bailey Haoling became powerful. 1287 Bailey Haoling became powerful. Useless FCK. Bailey Haoling stepped out and sneered at Sun Tian, who was lying on the ground. Sun Tian was the one who provoked them. She thought that he would at least be a powerful warrior, but he turned out to be a piece of trash. You. Sun Tian stared at Bailey Haoling, who was standing in front of her, and he was looking even angrier. Due to the rage that he was feeling, he spat out a mouthful of blood. It went everywhere. He rolled his eyes and he almost turned unconscious. Rubbish. Bailey Haoling added on. Sun Tian was already extremely pissed, and upon hearing that, he passed out. Sun Tian. Zhao Lin quickly ran over to check on him. Forget it. Lin Xiu shook his head. This warrior was too weak and Lin Xiu was no longer in the mood to fight. The warrior gods here are so weak. Bailey Haoling returned her dagger into the scabbard and pursed her lips. The warriors here are so bad. She completely lost interest in them. Tisk tisk. Young one. It's just that this dude is too weak. Bailey Haoling's words instantly pissed off most of the warriors who were in the training room. There were already some of them that stood out and mocked Bailey Haoling. You're the same as well. Bailey Haoling stared at the man before her and spoke calmly. Would you like to try? The warrior held onto a blood-red sword, and there was a deadly look in his eyes. The warrior gods here were prideful men, and Bailey Haoling's words have made them uncomfortable. There were a large number of warriors who gathered around her. Come. Bailey Haoling smiled. She slowly pulled out both the daggers from the scabbard. Just do it one by one. None of you should join in the fight. Lin Xiu looked at the warriors around them and gave them a clear warning. When they heard what he said, the rest of the warriors thought of him as a joke. Why should they care about what Lin Xiu said? Would he be able to stop what these warriors want? What a joke. Daliang. Be careful. Don't kill her. There were some warriors who were waiting for a good show to start and even reminded the warrior who held onto a blood-red sword. The training ground on the highest ground of this hotel allowed fights, but it was forbidden to kill anyone. Don't worry. I won't do that. The man known as Daliang showed a cruel smile on his face. Let me first tell you that I am the city lord of Tanai City. You and Daliang. He looked at Bailey Haoling and introduced himself. You talk too much. Bailey Haoling frowned as she wasn't interested in where he came from. Damn. With that, Yuan Daoyang looked incredibly pissed. He instantly attacked Bailey Haoling with his bloodred sword. You came at the right time. Bailey Haoling has been dying to fight. She immediately drew out her dagger and headed for Yuan Daoyang. Clang clang clang. As both the weapons collided with each other, there was a loud explosion that followed. Yuan Daoyang thought that Bailey Haoling wasn't a powerful warrior, but when their weapons collided with each other, the look on his face changed drastically. How could this young girl be so powerful? Yuan Daoyang's hand turned numb as he held onto the long sword. At the same time, Bailey Haoling had one dagger that was in contact with his sword and she had another dagger that was free. She raised it above her head and aimed it at Daoyang's head. Seeing what was happening, Yuan Daoyang's pupils shrunk uncontrollably. Ziu! His body instantly disappeared into thin air. Huh! Bailey Haoling raised her brows and looked around. Where did he go? At that moment, Yuan Daoyang instantly disappeared and she couldn't even feel his breath. Then, as she looked at the ground, there was a bloodred aura that swarmed around her. Domain strength. Well, looks like you do have something up your sleeves. Bailey Haoling looked around and she could clearly see Yuan Daoyang, who was now at the opposite end. The rest of the warriors around stepped back. The energy released from both warriors was strong. Most warriors around only wanted to watch the show and they didn't want to be involved in it. City Lord, what's... Lei Chong was still cultivating when he felt someone grabbing him. When he opened his eyes and saw that it was Lin Ziyu, he was terribly confused. Haoling and that warrior over there are having a battle. Lin Ziyu spoke helplessly. However, Bailey Haoling has been holding her urge of fighting for quite some time. It shouldn't be a problem now to allow her to fight. Lei Chong noticed that bloodred energy on the ground and his eyes were filled with shock. What a powerful domain. Domain strength, you're so weak. Bailey Haoling stared at Yuan Daoyang and commented briefly. She didn't look afraid at all. It was as if this domain strength was nothing to her. HMPH. Yuan Daoyang sneered. As he swiftly moved his right arm, there was a vast amount of bloodred energy that gathered around him. These energies then quickly form a blood-red human figure. Go on. With his command, the human figure made of red energy raced toward Bailey Haoling. Bailey Haoling looked at those who were coming at her and she didn't even think of dodging their attacks. Instead, she transferred her energy onto her daggers and both instantly turned red. There was also a crossed pair of daggers that appeared above her head. What was that? When the rest of them saw it happening, they were shocked. Divine Soul. Some of the more powerful ones finally recognized it. It was a divine soul and a red grade at that. Ziu ziu ziu. Then, Bailey Haoling instantly chopped the red figure into T-Wo halves. He instantly demolished them. How was that possible? Seeing what had happened, Yuan Daoyang's pupil shrunk uncontrollably. That figure had been built by his most powerful energy. How was it that she destroyed them so easily? What weapon was that? It definitely wasn't because of the dagger. Could it be the Divine Souls? As he stared at the crossed daggers that are blood red above Bailey Haoling's head, the look on his face changed drastically. Chapter 1288 1288 Bailey Haoling became powerful too. 1288 Bailey Haoling became powerful too. What a rubbish domain. Useless. Bailey Haoling mocked Yuan Daoyang the moment she chopped the red energy figure into pieces. You. Upon hearing what she was saying, Yuan Daoyang's expression turned hideous. At the same time, he could no longer do anything with his domain strength. He had exhausted all of his domain strength in order to summon the blood-red figure. Once they had been destroyed, there was nothing he could do now. Let me show you my domain. Bailey Haoling let out a cold laugh, and there was a laugh amount of energy that was released. Lin Ziyu looked at the scene before him and he couldn't help but felt curious. This was because he had the purification skills that caused the other domain strength to be useless to him. This was why he never cared about what domain the other party had. At the same time, the energy being released by Bailey Haoling was not through the ground. Instead, it came from above their heads. Ziu ziu ziu. Then, The energy turned into multiple daggers and rushed toward the ground. Yuan Dalyang looked at the daggers that were made of overpowering energy. As it was headed for him, his eyes widened in shock. He quickly moved his body, but some of them were headed toward the ground. Boom, boom, boom. At that instant, the entire area was filled with soft groans. The ground was made out of one of the strongest materials, but most of them were destroyed by the blood-red daggers. It was sufficient to show how powerful these daggers were. That is useless. You will never be able to hide from me. Seeing how Yuan Dalyang was trying to dodge the daggers that were targeted at him, Bailey Haoling did not panic but spoke in a calm manner instead. As expected. With that said, all of the daggers in the air seemed to have their own thoughts and went straight towards Yuan Dalyang. Move! Yuan Dalyang, who dodged it by luck, looked even more terrified and he roared in rage. He quickly released his sphere, hoping to stop all of the daggers that were headed his way. Clang clang clang. The red daggers landed on his sphere. Some even pierced through it and were stuck on his sphere. His sphere instantly turned into a porcupine. With the enforcement from the divine souls of the daggers, the blood daggers that were formed by Bailey Haoling's domain strength looked even sharper and scarier. Yuan Dalyang, who was inside his sphere, started shivering when he saw what was happening to him. These daggers were so sharp they even pierced through his sphere that he thought were indestructible. It almost exploded. Looks like you have a pretty tough sphere. Bailey Haoling was shocked as well. However, Yuan Dalyang on the other hand almost spat out a mouthful of blood after hearing what she said. Did this young woman really think so lowly of him? Just when Yuan Dalyang was prepared to attack again due to how angry he was feeling, Bailey Haoling did not give him the chance to do so. His figure shifted and she instantly appeared before him. There was a pair of daggers that appeared before him. Boom! His sphere was already looking like a porcupine due to how there were numerous daggers stuck in it. With another attack from Bailey Haoling, his sphere instantly exploded. PFFT. As soon as it exploded, Yuan Dalyang spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, before he could react, he saw a cold light that flashed across his eyes, and there was an intense pain that came from both his arms. Blood splashed everywhere. Bailey Haoling had just chopped off his arms. The rest of the warriors, who were spectating, couldn't help but tremble in fear as well, especially when they saw how red Bailey Haoling's eyes were and how deadly they looked. This caused most of the warriors around to feel frightened. This young man was the opposite of how she looked. How could she be so powerful? As for Yuan Dalyang, he may not be the city lord of a major city, but he was still a city lord. He would be participating in the competition. How did he lose his arms so easily? That's a huge progress. Lin Ziyu was surprised as well. Bailey Haoling seemed to have improved drastically recently. Although it was true that Yuan Dalyang had been careless and took Bailey Haoling to be a normal warrior, however, she was able to tear down his limbs so quickly, and this was truly because her skills have upgraded tremendously. Bailey Haoling held onto her daggers that were covered in blood as she walked towards Yuan Dalyang. You can't kill me. Yuan Dalyang looked at Bailey Haoling, who was getting closer. He held onto his arms in pain as he spoke to Bailey Haoling. I won't kill you since I am someone who sticks to the rule. Bailey Haoling stared at Yuan Dalyang with her red eyes and smiled. But you do have to compensate me for my loss. In order to fight you, I have wasted a lot of my energy. When these words came out of her mouth, the corner of her lips twitched. They couldn't see how much energy Bailey Haoling had lost. Plus, there was a thick amount of energy in the air. With the help of the cultivation technique, she should be able to replenish all the energy that she had lost. How much do you want? Yuan Dalyang clenched onto his jaw. He was a warrior god. The pain from both his arms wouldn't defeat him so easily. You should at least give me 100 million energy stones. Bailey Haoling spoke calmly. That's impossible. Yuan Dalyang's face changed drastically after hearing what Bailey Haoling said. 100 million energy stones were considered a vast amount. It was similar to the entire fortune of a small city. If you kill me, the warriors here will never let you get away with it. Yuan Dalyang continued shouting. That's right, there are rules in place, and the City of God Hotel was owned by one of the God Kings. If Bailey Haoling dared kill him here, she will definitely be killed by the guardians here. No. I won't kill you. Bailey Haling shook her head. Then, she looked at the pair of broken limbs on the ground. I will only destroy both your arms and then your legs as well. Upon hearing what she said, the spectators around shivered in fear. She was violent. Even if she chopped off his limbs, he would still be able to connect it back, but if they got destroyed, it would be completely over for him. He could use the artificial limb, but it definitely wouldn't be the same. Chapter 1289 Simply Giving Away 100 Million. 1289 Simply Giving Away 100 Million. Yuan Daoying started trembling when he heard what Bailey Haling would do to him. His eyes were filled with fear. This way, his life would be completely over. I'll give them to you, I will. Yuan Daoying screamed on top of his lungs. 100 million energy stones was a vast amount, but he had no other choice. He didn't want to die. All right. When will you be paying it to me? Bailey Haling smiled in return. Once I get my hand back, I will give it to you immediately. Yuan Daoying was trying to catch his breath. The pain that he felt from both his arms getting chopped off caused sweat to trickle down his forehead. All right. Just remember to do it. Bailey Haling remained smiling. Or else, I will go over to your city to get them and then, the amount would no longer be the same. The rest of the warriors around pitied Yuan Daoying as they heard what Bailey Haling was saying. Get lost. With that said, one of the warriors who knew Yuan Daoying quickly stepped forward and picked up the pair of arms that were lying on the ground. As soon as Yuan Daoying left, the cleaners from the training ground quickly cleaned the floor. They seemed to be used to scenarios like this and there were no expressions on their faces. That's how she got 100 million energy stones. Lin Zia's eyes were opened wide and he was still in disbelief. 100 million worth of energy stone definitely isn't a small amount. Energy stones were not as pure as odd crystals. They weren't only filled with energy, and if they were to use it for cultivation, it would take a long time. However, the good thing about these energy stones was that they could be used to replace other energy sources. They could be used on machineries as well. Therefore, energy stones were important for a city. Wait, stand right there. Suddenly, Lin Ziu glanced at the other end of the room and spoke out loud. Zhao Lin was trying to bring Sun Tan out of the room, but when Lin Ziu spoke, he stopped. He didn't voluntarily stop. It was because he felt an incredible amount of energy headed in his direction. He couldn't move at all. His heart instantly sank as he could already guess what would happen next. The fight that we had earlier. I've exhausted myself as well. You should at least compensate me for that. Lin Ziu spoke casually. Give me 1,000 million and you can leave. The rest of the warriors pursed their lips. They were all asking for 100 million. This was similar to mugging. In your dreams. Sun Tian widened his eyes in shock as he screamed. He did have 100 million energy stones, but these were all in his storage back in his city. If he gave them all to Lin Ziu, there would be nothing left in his city. This was because the entire city required a large number of energy stones. Are you sure you aren't going to give it to me? Lin Ziu raised his eyebrows. You can kill me if you dare. Sun Tian glared at Lin Ziu, and with how he was feeling pissed, there was blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth once again. Dao Lin was still being compressed by the energy released by Lin Ziu and he couldn't speak at all. He couldn't even move a finger. He was feeling helpless. Sun Tian has really hit a metal board this time. Who would have thought that such a young man would have such skills? Plus, the young girl next to him wasn't a friendly figure either. I would like to kill you immediately, but it isn't allowed here. Lin Ziu spoke in a sad tone. This was the rule here and Lin Ziu didn't want to cause a scene here in this city. After all, there was a God King here in this city. This God King could conquer the entire warrior god realm. It was obvious enough that he was definitely a powerful man. Otherwise, Lin Ziu would have wasted so much time talking and would just pierce Sun Tan's head with his spear. Or, I can also chop off your arms and legs too. With that said, Sun Tian's face turned ghastly pale. Were these two demons? The rest of the warriors around were silently judging them, crippling another warrior but not killing them. Those guarding this hotel definitely wouldn't be involved in this. Would you like to try it out? With that said, Lin Ziu suddenly disappeared into thin air. Then, Sun Tan saw Lin Ziyu with his Hao Yu spear and it went straight for Sun Tan. Without any hesitation, Sun Tan's left arm had been chopped off. There was blood everywhere. Ah! Sun Tan roared in rage. He didn't think that Lin Ziyu would act so quickly. Well, I shall then chop off all 4 of your limbs then. Lin Ziyu continued. He held onto his spear, ready to slice off another limb from Sun Tan. I'll do it, I'll give it to you. Sun Tan was aware that Lin Ziyu would do as he said. Well, if you agreed to it earlier, you wouldn't have lost an arm. Lin Ziyu stopped as he said to Sun Tan. It would definitely cost a lot more energy stones to reconnect his arm. 4514. That's my card number. You better transfer the money soon or I will find you. Lin Ziyu gave him his card number and showed a cold smile on his face. Sun Tan's body felt cold as he saw the look on Lin Ziyu's face. I will. His body was shaking as he tried to suppress the pain that he was feeling. He quickly picked up the arm and then left the training ground with Zhao Lin. The rest of the warriors couldn't help but shake their heads. Sun Tan had been overconfident earlier. If it wasn't for that, he wouldn't be in this state now. You idiot, you copied me. Bailey Hailing glared at Lin Ziyu. Well, we should get rich together. Lin Ziyu was a little happy with it. They have gotten back all the money that they have used on buying their weapons. The shops here were filled with fun and interesting things. Lin Ziyu wanted to take a look at them. The warrior skills card may cost a balm, but if he's saved up a little more, he should be able to buy them. The both of you have taken this too far. At the same time, the remaining warriors gathered around Lin Ziyu and Bailey Hailing. Then, Lei Chong suddenly felt a pressuring aura over his head and he couldn't help but spat out blood. They seemed to have figured out that Lei Chong came with him. Lin Ziyu patted on Lei Chong's shoulder when he saw what had happened. There was a surge of energy that entered his body, and Lei Chong instantly felt much better. Lin Ziyu looked around and finally found his target. He looked at the warrior who was placing the energy on them and returned it with an even stronger force of energy. Chapter 1290 Dominating. 1290 Dominating. The warrior's eyes were wide open and his mind was about to explode. PFFD. Then, at the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The rest of the warriors were in shock when they saw what happened. If there's anyone who continues to do these tricks, I will no longer be nice. Lin Ziyu narrowed his eyes as he looked around. Would anyone like to try it? Lin Ziyu ignored the man and looked at the warriors around him. Which city are you from? One of the warriors asked Lin Ziyu with a dull expression on his face. From their point of view, Lin Ziyu and Bailey Hailing were being too arrogant. They have completely ignored the existence of all the warriors around them. Now, they wanted to teach Lin Ziyu a lesson. Who are you? Why should I tell you that? When Lin Ziyu heard what the warrior asked, he sneered. You. The warrior got abruptly criticized. His eyes were wide open and they were filled with murderous intentions. Since all of you are looking for trouble, all of you do it together then. Lin Ziyu looked around at the warriors before warning them calmly. With the help of his analytical eye, these warriors were simply weak. They were even weaker than Liu Mo from Changqing City. It does look like these warriors would be at the bottom of the list in the multi-city contest. You're too over yourself. The warrior could no longer stand it anymore. His body shifted with a horrifying speed and he went straight for Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu laughed coldly. Then, he started moving the spear in his arms. Ziu ziu ziu. As he moved his spear, there were dark blue flaming birds that rushed out of the spear. The warrior who headed for Lin Ziyu immediately saw the flaming birds that were coming at him. His pupil shrunk and wanted to dodge them subconsciously. However, it seems that these flaming birds had tracking skills and were following him everywhere. The rest of the warriors took a few steps back subconsciously when they saw what was happening. They could clearly feel the horrifying power of the flames. The air around them was scorching hot, and the air was twisted due to the heat. The training room that was cooling before suddenly turned as hot as an oven. It was getting so hot that all of them were sweating non-stop. 100 million each. Bailey Hailing licked her lips with excitement. As she looked at the warrior gods around, it was as if she had found treasure. All of these are mine. Lin Ziyu glared at her before sighing. Well, let's see who defeats them first. Bailey Haoling completely ignored what Lin Xiu had said. She quickly pulled out her daggers and started attacking the warriors around him. As for the man who was being chased by the flaming birds, the look on his face was hideous. These flaming birds were annoying as hell as they kept running after him. Then, he was forced into a corner. Sphere. He had no other choice but to release his sphere. This was because he could clearly feel that these flaming birds were incredibly powerful. If he didn't release his sphere and he got hit by it, his body would definitely melt instantly. Boom boom boom. As the dark blue flaming birds hit his sphere, there were loud explosions that followed. His sphere looks twisted instantly. Nuo! He roared with rage. The source energy in his body exploded in order to strengthen his sphere. However, Lin Xiu's figure suddenly appeared before his eyes. Lin Xiu held onto his Hao Yu spear, and it landed directly on his sphere. Boom! With the loud sounds, there was a massive explosion that followed. His sphere instantly exploded. The man spat out a mouthful of blood, and just as he was about to move, he saw that the tip of the spear was already placed on his neck. 100 million. Lin Xiu looked at him and threatened him softly. In your dreams. He roared in rage, but before he could say anything more, he realized that both his arms had been chopped off. At that moment, he noticed that Lin Xiu had his sphere raised above his head, ready to chop off both his legs as well. Ilpei. He begged with mercy. He had no other choice. If he didn't, both his legs would be chopped off. From what Lin Xiu had shown so far, Lin Xiu would definitely ruin him entirely after chopping off his limbs. Now, time for the rest of you. Lin Xiu turned around and looked at the others. Bailey Haoling was too invested into killing them that she was already busy fighting the other warriors. The rest of them no longer cared about their ego, and started attacking Bailey Haoling together. Although Bailey Haoling's abilities have improved and she had the help of her divine spirit, she was still injured after being attacked by several warriors together. Her body was already covered in blood. However, Bailey Haoling did not care about it and continued attacking them with her daggers. All of these are mine. Lin Xiu go for the others. Seeing how Lin Xiu was walking toward her, Bailey Haoling told him to leave. She sounded as if she was scared that Lin Xiu would take away what was hers. Lin Xiu felt helpless as well when he heard what Bailey Haoling said. However, Lin Xiu stood back and did not help. The injuries seen on Bailey Haoling were just superficial and she was not badly injured. She would even be able to practice her skills on these warriors. At the same time, most of the warriors gathered around Lin Xiu. There were about a dozen of them and they seemed to be familiar with each other. All of them attacked Lin Xiu and Bailey Haoling at the same time, wanting to teach them a lesson. But they soon realized that Bailey Haoling was a ferocious beast and she did not care about defending herself. Instead, she kept attacking them. It had caused them great damage. As for Lin Xiu, he was worse. With the movement of the sphere, all of the warriors lost their weapons. The spear was too heavy, and with the energy that Lin Xiu had instilled into it, the spear was nothing but powerful. Boom boom boom. Soon, all of the warriors around Lin Xiu were thrown into the distance. PFFT. Most had blood trickling from the edge of their mouth while they were on the ground. Chapter 1291 3 trillion. 1291 3 trillion. Damn it. Bailey Haoling, on the other side, was in a tough fight. Her body was covered with blood and her clothes were stained red. His injuries look horrifying. At the same time, there were another group of warriors that were coming at her. Boom boom boom. Just as they were about to hit Bailey Haoling with their weapons, there was a cold light that flashed before their eyes. All of their weapons then fell onto the ground. All of the warriors who were attacked were struggling to move back subconsciously. They stared at their hands and held onto it because there was blood spilling out of it. HMPH, who told you to save me? Bailey Haoling still arrogantly glared at Lin Xiu. She was still being stubborn with her words, but she had already thrown her daggers on the ground in order to prevent her body from falling to the ground. It was obvious that Bailey Haoling had suffered several injuries. If she continued fighting, she may end up with worse injuries. Since you can't defeat them, I'll do it for you. Lin Xiu chuckled softly. Bailey Hyaling was now covered in blood, but Lin Xiu knew that they weren't serious. With her strong healing powers, she would be fine soon. Half of them are mine. Bailey Hyaling quickly spoke up. These warrior gods may not be the strongest, but they weren't weak as well. With so many of them attacking Bailey Hyaling at the same time, she would not be able to fight them. Seeing how Lin Xiu had already defeated all of them, Bailey Hyaling was still thankful for it. The first time that she met Lin Xiu was still a rookie. She even had to show him how to fight, but within years, Lin Xiu had already grown to such a level. Sure. Lin Xiu nodded his head. This money was useless for Lin Xiu, but now, he needed it more than anything. He needed money to buy those ingredients to reform Dark Edge, and it would be impossible for him to find it alone. It may even be possible that he couldn't even buy some of them with money. Energy stones were like currencies used in this country. You brat, don't you dare be too arrogant. The warriors who got attacked by Lin Xiu while trying to fight Bailey Hyaling gritted their teeth as they rolled on the ground. They were aware of how they had injured Bailey Hyaling, but Lin Xiu got in the way. They were not furious. As they stared at each other, they could see the other warriors who fought with Lin Xiu earlier, and their bodies started trembling. These warriors that they knew had lost their arms and they were wailing in pain. 100 millions. Lin Xiu spoke calmly. The blood that was found on the tip of his spear slowly flowed down the handle. In your dreams. One of the warriors spoke without using much of his brain. Boom! That's when Lin Xiu raised his spear and swung it in the air. A cold light flashed across his eyes. Ah! His arm had been completely chopped off as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The warrior, who was next to him, would even feel the warm blood that landed on his face. All of them widened their eyes in shock as they couldn't believe what was happening. It only took one swing. One swing was enough to chop off the arms of these warriors, and they didn't even have enough time to react. How powerful would he have to be able to do this? You, one of the warriors paused mid-sentence. On your knees. Lin Xiu glanced at the warriors around him and was enraged. Boom, boom, boom. As Lin Xiu roared in rage, the warrior gods could feel a large surge of energy headed their way. They were all forced on their knees. This was fear that they felt towards Lin Xiu, as well as the pressuring feeling that came from the surge of energy. None of them could fight against it. 100 million each. 1 penny less would cost you an arm. Lin Xiu swept a glance around them before saying it in a calm tone. These warriors knew that Lin Xiu wasn't joking, and they didn't want to lose an arm. Most of them were forced to comply. Initially, Lin Xiu thought that these warriors were from different cities, but he soon found out that most of them were locals. Only Sun Tan and Yuan Dalyang from before were from other cities. Tsk. A total of 1,300 million. When Lin Xiu checked his account, he was delighted. Most of the warriors have already left. Some of them who weren't badly injured were helping the others get to the hospital to get their arms fixed. They were broken when they had to further transfer 100 million each to Lin Xiu. 300 million. Bailey Hyaling reached out her arms to Lin Xiu. Alright, here you go. Lin Xiu then magnanimously transferred 300 million to her. Bailey Hyaling looked at the notification that popped out from her watch, and a smile appeared on her face. She managed to earn 300 million in such a small period of time. What joy. Lei Chong, on the other hand, was completely speechless. 1.3 trillion. These two managed to earn 1.3 trillion in such a short period of time. These two were crazy. Lin Xiu and the rest of them were still in the training room. However, after what happened, none of the warriors around dared to provoke Lin Xiu and Bailey Hyaling. These people were ruthless. Boring. It's so boring. Bailey Hyaling looked around to see if there was anyone else who wanted to challenge her. However, when they saw Bailey Hyaling looking at them, all of them reacted as if they had seen a ghost and quickly turned around. Bailey Hyaling felt speechless. She wanted to continue fighting to get more money. Let's start with the cultivation. Lin Xiu found it funny instead. He shook his head and then sat cross-legged on the ground. Time passed by quickly. Lin Xiu continued training through the night. With Lin Xiu's abilities, even if he didn't sleep for days, there would be no major issues. There were also other warriors who were cultivating as well. Who? At the break of dawn, Lin Xiu finally opened his eyes and let out a huge breath. It was comforting. This was indeed the God City where the energy around the air was rich. It was indeed comforting for Lin Xiu. The competition is about to start soon. Chapter 1292 The contest is about to begin. 1292 The contest is about to begin. Lin Xiu, who just opened his eyes, looked at the god warriors who had left and couldn't help but whispered to himself. Looking at Bailey Haoling and Lei Tong next to him, they also opened their eyes. Lin Xiu, let's go. Bailey Haoling stood up directly, seeming a little excited. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu also smiled helplessly. The blood on Bailey Haoling's clothes had dried up and her wound seemed to have almost healed. The blood on the clothes looked a little horrifying, but he looked very energetic. Lei Tong was also a little excited at this time. Multi-city contest. There will inevitably be many powerful warriors from other cities. Watching these fighters fight will also benefit him a lot. You're not fighting. Why are you so excited? Lin Xiu stood up slowly and said to the two of them, why don't you let me go on your behalf? After Bailey Haoling thought about it, her eyes lit up and she said, no. This is recorded. Do you think you could replace me so easily? Lin Xiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Humph. Bailey Haoling pouted, thinking about the fact that she would not be able to play. She immediately became unhappy. Let's go. At this time, Lin Xiu had already lifted the spear in his hand and walked towards the gate of the practice room. At this time, there was already a lot of staff at the entrance of the City of God Hotel, guiding those participating warriors. Lin Xiu also walked down. Seeing a large number of warriors around him, he couldn't help being surprised at this moment. Originally he thought that there would be a large number of participating god warriors coming to the training room on the top floor to practice last night. But unexpectedly, there were not many. On the contrary, there were many local warriors. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from the surrounding god warriors at this time, Lin Xiu couldn't help being surprised. These warriors are quite strong indeed. Bailey Haoling also said aloud at this time. She also had to admit that the strength of these god warriors is incomparable to those of last night. Lin Xiu, you must get the ranking. Bailey Haoling looked at Lin Xiu. Although she knew that Lin Xiu's strength was already very strong, there were too many powerful warriors here and it was very difficult to win first place. As long as he can get the ranking, it's worth the trip. I'll try my best. Lin Xiu said solemnly at this time. Among these god warriors, there were many existences comparable to Liu Mo and some were even stronger than Liu Mo. His analytic eyes can't analyze it at all, but now that he had mastered those dark forces and his strength has improved to a certain extent, he didn't need to be too nervous. Give. At this moment, Lin Xiu walked over to a staff member, then handed out the previous black card. The staff member held Lin Xiu's black card, scanned it with the machine, nodded slightly and returned the black card to Lin Xiu. And at this moment, a number appeared on the black card. 99. 99. Looking at the faintly visible number on the black card, Lin Xiu was slightly taken aback. This is a number that just appeared randomly. Which means you will be contestant no. 99. The staff member said with a smile. Number 99. Lin Xiu nodded slightly. Please come this way. You can only bring up to 3 warriors with you. The staff member continued to speak. It's them. Lin Xiu pointed to Bailey Haoling and Lei Tong and said, following the staff. Lin Xiu started to go to the competition venue. The venue of this competition was not nearby, but they had to take a special Super Express Sky train towards the center. The speed of this Super Express Sky train is very fast. After getting on the train, Lin Xiu looked outside through the glass, but couldn't see clearly the scene outside. In just 5 minutes, the train stopped again. Arrived. The staff member spoke to Lin Xiu. Let's go. Lin Xiu nodded, then said to Bailey Haoling and Lei Tong who were sitting on the other side. The two also quickly followed Lin Xiu out of the train. As soon as he got out of the train, Lin Xiu raised his eyes and looked ahead and he could clearly see the huge building outside. This building was not much different from the Beijing Olympic Stadium, but it was indeed countless times larger, and there were a lot of entrances below. There were already many warriors at the entrance. Rushing to the front, go to the dedicated passage for competition selection. Your friends need to go to the audience passage, the staff members said while leading the way. Lin Xiu, get rid of all those warriors, Bailey Haoling also said aloud at this time. The hearing of the god warrior was very sensitive. At this time, some of the god warrior who passed by heard Bailey Haoling's words and immediately sneered. They looked at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's aura was very weak and there was nothing to be afraid of. These participating warriors gave Lin Xiu and Bailey Haoling a look of disdain, then left directly. City Lord, come on, Lei Tong also said aloud at this time. Well, let's try to get the first place, Lin Xiu also said seriously. The staff who picked up and dropped off Lin Xiu heard Lin Xiu's words and the expression on his face also became strange. First, how could it be so easy to be the first in the multi-city contest? Looking at Lin Xiu's confident expression, he couldn't help feeling amused. Of course, there was no expression on his face. Soon, Lin Xiu went to the dedicated passage for contestants. When he walked to the passage dedicated to warriors, Lin Xiu could clearly see that there were a large number of warriors at the skill level around him, and they were also queuing up for this passage. Such a strong sense of oppression. At this time, Lin Xiu clearly felt the power from the surrounding warriors. None of the god warriors who came here to compete hid their strength. It seems that in order to prove their strength, they all began to release their strength. Generally, the weak god warriors may really be affected. When he walked inside, Lin Xiu could clearly see the huge open space. Inside, there were also a large number of battle platforms, each of which was very large and made of special metal. It seems to be able to handle a god warrior level battle without being destroyed. More than 10 god warriors. At this time, Lei Tong, who was sitting in the auditorium, couldn't help but gasped as he looked at the scene below. It was unimaginable before that so many god warriors were fighting here. The auditorium was surrounded by a large number of seats and it was slowly filling up at this time. A lot of warriors came to watch this competition. Who is this person? Lin Xiu was looking around. At the next moment, he seemed to see something and the pupils in his eyes shrank suddenly. Chapter 1293 1293 Noble God Rian 1293 Noble God Rian. At this moment, Lin Xiu raised his eyes to a special stand above. This stand was obviously prepared for some big shots. The man sitting in the middle, Lin Xiu could clearly feel his strength. It was extremely powerful. Just sitting there made Lin Xiu feel a strong sense of oppression. He seems to be even more powerful than all the god warriors just now that the analytic eyes just couldn't analyze. I didn't expect that this time it was Noble God Rian who came to check the game. Lin Xiu sat on the seats prepared for the contestants here and heard the words of the warriors around him. These warriors are obviously referring to the warrior on the special rostrum. Noble God. Liu Mo and Sha Yan seemed to be also noble gods, but their strength was not particularly strong. It seems that these so-called noble gods also have strengths and weaknesses. Soon, the seats for the contestants were almost full. Almost 10 city lords from various cities and god warriors were all gathered here. These god warriors seemed to want to show off their strength, and they didn't hold back at this time and directly released their powerful aura. The faces of some weaker god warriors turned pale at this moment. Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly and the strength of his body was also slightly released. The disguise skill was no longer used. After all, at this time, if he still used the disguise skill, it will attract the attention of others instead. The powerful aura emanating from the surrounding warriors made Lin Xiu hold the white moon spear even more tightly. The body trembled slightly. It's not fear, but excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone, good morning. At the same time, a warrior flew into the air directly above the center of the venue and suddenly said loudly. The voice was directly transmitted to the surroundings at this moment. Everyone looked up. It was a middle-aged man, wearing formal attire, and he could tell at a glance that he was a referee. I am the chief referee of the multi-city contest. UI. We have the city lord of City of God, Wen Gan, here to watch the game. As soon as he finished speaking, a warrior on the other side of the rostrum stood up. After he stood up and waved his hand, there was applause all around. The director of the City of God Fighting Hall, Dang Kinghua. There's also Noble God Rian. As soon as UI finished speaking, there was an uproar all around. The noble god, Rian, is here. Some god warrior level fighters didn't seem to notice it just now, but now they all looked towards the rostrum. Looking at the warrior sitting in the middle, the surrounding god warriors were shocked. Is this the noble god Rian? He really is powerful. A god warrior sitting next to Lin Xiu looked at noble god Rian and muttered to himself, is noble god Rian very strong? Lin Xiu said suddenly, nonsense. The warrior was stunned when he heard Lin Xiu's words, then glared at Lin Xiu and said coldly, noble god Rian is known as the #1 person below the god king, and his strength is beyond the imagination of warriors of our level. It is said that the noble god Rian can kill a high-level beast from another dimension with a single sword. When the fierce beasts from a different dimension attacked, only noble god Rian won. This warrior seems to worship noble god Rian very much today, so he stopped talking at this time. What is a different dimension? Lin Xiu was taken aback for a moment, and just as he spoke, UI shouted loudly, the competition will start soon. Please enter the battle stage according to the number plate. The warrior didn't seem to have heard Lin Xiu's words at this time. He stood up excitedly and walked to the other side. At this time, on the huge screen above, various battle sequences have been displayed. No. 99 Lingxian City vs. No. 181 Liuwang City. Lin Xiu looked at the scene above and immediately said to himself, the space here was really too spacious and there were a lot of fighting platforms around. Lin Xiu quickly found his battle platform, then jumped directly onto it. Lin Xiu is on the stage 1001. At this time, Bailey Haoling, who was in the auditorium, said aloud while pressing the glasses she was wearing and said aloud, because there were too many battle stages and it was still in the audition stage. The audience was watching with special glasses. Enter the match you want to watch into the glasses and one could clearly see Lin Xiu's figure. No. 99. Lin Xiu, the Lord of Lingxian City. The referee on the stage looked at the other side at this time. Lin Xiu nodded slightly. No. 181. Liu Tan, the city lord of Liuwang City. The middle-aged man standing opposite Lin Xiu nodded slightly. Both sides are ready. During the match, once the opponent admits defeat or dies, the match is over. The referee walked out of the arena as he spoke. The moment he withdrew from the battle stage, a transparent barrier immediately unfolded on the edge of the entire stage. Is it an energy barrier? Lin Xiu frowned when he saw the scene. It seems that this is to prevent the intensity of the battle from affecting other areas, and the strength of this energy barrier is very high. Only slightly worse than that of Lingxian City. Thousands of battle platforms all use this kind of barrier to fight. This is indeed the capital of Tanling Kingdom. City of God. I seem to have heard of Lingxian City. Is it a subordinate city of Changqing City? At this moment, Liu Tan stared at Lin Xiu and was not in a hurry to attack Lin Xiu, but said calmly, N. The corner of Lin Xiu's mouth curled up. This Liu Tan seems to have relaxed because Lin Xiu is the city lord of Lingxian City. Because to him, Lingxian City is just a small city. There is a limit to how strong a city lord of a small city could be, and it's very likely that he was just promoted to become God Warrior. Little brother, you are not my opponent. I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible. Liu Tan spoke out confidently at this time. As soon as he finished speaking, he held the saber in his hand and rushed towards Lin Xiu. Whoosh! His speed was also very fast and he disappeared in an instant. Appearing in front of Lin Xiu, the saber in his hand slashed at Lin Xiu's head. Dang! At this moment, the white Am-Un spear in Lin Xiu's hand moved and directly blocked his attack. When the weapons of the two collided, a spark sputtered out, and Liu Tan's complexion also changed suddenly at this time. Chapter Wapen 294 Wapen 294 Easy Win. 1294 Easy Win. Although he also expected that Lin Xiu might resist the blow just now. But he never expected that Lin Xiu could resist it so easily. And Lin Xiu was holding the white moon spear in one hand. Not only was the spear unmoved, but it made his hand feel numb due to the powerful impact. It's my turn. The corner of Lin Xiu's mouth curled up, and at the next moment, the white moon spear in his hand started to dance. Dang! A powerful force struck, and Liu Tan, who was holding a saber, was directly sent flying. Before he had time to fight back, Lin Xiu had already stabbed directly with the white moon spear in his hand. Whoosh whoosh! The moment the spear stabbed out, there were loud cracking sounds. The pupils in Liu Tan's eyes shrank slightly, and the battle in his hand danced crazily, resisting Lin Xiu's attack. But the power of Lin Xiu's spear is too powerful. The tip of the spear pierced his saber, and loud noises erupted one after another. He felt that his hand holding the saber could no longer hang on. Sphere. There was no other way. At this moment, Liu Tan already felt that he was going to be unable to hold on anymore. How can someone from this small city be so powerful? He roared in his heart. Flood the Golden Mountain. Just as Lin Xiu was about to continue attacking, he immediately let out a roar. Crash! With the burst of his source strength. At this moment, an incomparably tall water curtain appeared in front of Lin Xiu. Then, like a pouring flood, it rushed towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu abruptly withdrew the long spear he stabbed and retreated to the back. Looking at the surging water, the water attribute energy ball on Lin Xiu's neck instantly lit up, stretching out his left hand. In the next moment, the raging flood stopped immediately. Hu! Liu Tan, who retreated to the back, was panting. When he just raised his eyes to look forward, he found that the flood that was rushing towards Lin Xiu had stopped immediately. This is impossible. This was the first time Liu Tan saw such a situation, and his eyes widened. The purple source mark on his forehead was constantly flashing. This is his source mark power. Why it seems out of control. Go! And at this time, with Lin Xiu's wave of his left hand, the flood directly went toward Liu Tan. Liu Tan's eyes widened, full of disbelief. Boom! In the next moment, the flood directly hit his body. The speed of these floods is extremely fast, and the impact caused by them is also extremely strong. At this moment, the entire battlefield was shaking crazily, crackling. And at this time, there were strange noises erupting from the flood. A large amount of electric current appeared in the flood. What? At this time, Liu Tan's wailing came out. Originally, he thought that even if the flood hit his body, he would be fine. But he didn't expect that there would be an extremely terrifying electric current mixed in the water. The entire current was transmitted to his body at this time. And at this time, as the flood disappeared, Lin Xiu's figure continued to rush over. Those electric currents not only brought pain to Liu Tan, but also paralyzed his body. At this moment, looking at Lin Xiu, who was rushing towards him, he couldn't dodge anything. The source strength of the whole body was mobilized, and just after the sphere was unfolded, the tip of the spear in Lin Xiu's hand pierced the sphere. Boom! Liu Tan's sphere had just unfolded. But at this moment, it was subjected to such a powerful impact that cracks appeared in the entire sphere instantly. Lin Xiu didn't attack, and at this moment he frantically waved the white moon spear in his hand. Profound intent. Torrential storm of rose flowers. With the use of this skill becoming more and more proficient, Lin Xiu can now directly use the profound intent of torrential storm of rose flowers. Profound intent torrential storm of rose flowers was much stronger than the normal torrential storm of rose flowers. Whoosh whoosh. With the sound of piercing through the air, Lin Xiu's spear stabbed thousands of times at this instant. Ordinary warriors have no way to react. You can only use sphere to resist. And at this moment, Liu Tan didn't even have the slightest strength to resist. The spear crazily pierced his sphere, and there were extremely loud noises. The sphere that was cracked by the stab just now completely exploded. Poof! As soon as the sphere exploded, Liu Tan spat out a mouthful of blood. I surrender. Seeing Lin Xiu's spearhead stabbing towards his eyebrows, Liu Tankang held back the severe pain all over his body and roared loudly. Blood also splashed out as he roared. White Moon Spear, which was about to stab between his eyebrows, also stopped at this moment. Boom! At this moment, Liu Tan's body was limp and kneeling on the ground. Are you really from Lingxian City? At this time, he looked at Lin Ziu with eyes full of disbelief. Victory! And Lei Tong, who was watching the live broadcast with special glasses, said excitedly at this moment, now it's just dealing with these weaker warriors. Hearing Lei Tong's excited voice, Bailey Haoling couldn't help saying, the truly powerful ones are yet to come. While talking, Bailey Haoling took off the live broadcast glasses and looked at the huge screen hanging in the middle. Taking a closer look, Lin Zi's number 99 is still on, but the opponent's number dimmed. And at this moment, she saw Lin Zi's opponent's number and it changed. 3,400. 3,400. Going to challenge a new opponent so soon. Lei Tong also took off his glasses at this time, and when he saw the numbers displayed on the screen, he couldn't help saying in surprise, "Anne, I just read the rules. You have to win 10 games in order to be able to advance." Bailey Haoling nodded slightly. Win 10 games in a row. Lei Tong couldn't help but speak out at this time. And now that Lin Ziu has just finished, he will face the next match immediately. There is no chance to rest at all. Unless those warriors are very powerful, ordinary warriors will easily run out of physical strength. Then they will have no way to fight against those with sufficient physical strength. Winning a streak was too difficult. Unless Lin Ziu encounters particularly perverted ones, he should be able to win. Bailey Haoling has confidence in Lin Ziu. At this time, Lin Ziu had jumped onto the other side of the battle platform. Although he went directly to the next battle without a break, it was nothing to Lin Ziu. The battle just now didn't consume much combat power. This time, the opponent is no 3,400 Ho. Chapter Wapen 295 Wapen 295 Lukai. 1295 Lukai. N. There is actually someone who finished the first match so quickly. At this time, a tall and strong warrior also stood opposite Lin Ziu. This no 3,400 warrior seemed to be full of strength, and the muscles of his entire arm stretched out his battle uniform. The rule here was that after the victory, the fighters continue to fight. Warriors who won twice were up against those who have won twice. Warriors who have won thrice were against those who have won thrice, and so on, until there was a warrior who has won 10 consecutive matches. Under this competition system, the warriors who can stay in the end must be very powerful warriors with crushing strength. My lord, why is this year's competition system this way? At this time, Huang, the city lord of City of God on the other side of the rostrum, looked at noble god Rian beside him and asked, although he was the lord of the City of God, the real master of the City of God is the God King. Moreover, the place where the God King was located can only be approached by the noble god Rian. So at this time, he seems to be extremely respectful to the noble god Rian. The owner of the fighting hall and god of city Zhang Qinghua heard Wan Gen's words and also looked over at noble god Rian. In the auditions in previous years, it has always been 1,000 advancing out of 10,000 warriors. But this year, the competition system required 10 consecutive victories to advance. There were also a lot of warriors eliminated. The God King felt that there are too many warriors. Noble God Rian looked at the warriors fighting on the battle platform and said lightly, "And last year's noble god was too weak." Hearing the words of noble god Rian, Wan Gan and Zhang Qinghua were slightly startled, then nodded. The god warriors who passed the audition last year were conferred the title of noble god. Noble god was the only title next to God King. Strength also varies. That's right. After those people become noble gods, they didn't want to make progress and their strength didn't improve much. I heard that there are already quite a few noble gods who were canonized back then and now they have already been killed by other warriors. Zhang Qinghua was a burly man with a beard and he said in a cold voice at this time, "Anne, this is more interesting." Wan Gan also nodded, looked at the warriors fighting on the battle platform and nodded slightly. At the same time, Lin Ziu, who was on the battle stage, had already clenched the white moon spear in his hand, because the No. 3,400 in front of him was from the city lord of a big city. He was called Lukai, and the weapon he held was also different from the weapons used by ordinary warriors. It was a huge black sickle. There were traces of blood on the weapon. Obviously, it was left over from the battle just now. Hey, Linxian City, are you a new warrior from the god warrior realm? At this time, Lukai looked at Lin Xiu with a strange smile. I'll give you a chance. Admit defeat. Hearing his words, Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. These fighters seem to judge the strength of fighters from the size of the city where they come from. Because a powerful warrior naturally ruled a bigger city. Stop talking nonsense. Come on, Lin Xiu said lightly. Although this person's strength is stronger than that of the warrior who just fought against him, he still doesn't pose much threat to Lin Xiu. Humph. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, he snorted coldly. Instead of rushing directly to Lin Xiu, he directly waved the black sickle in his hand. Whoosh! As his black sickle danced in the air, he could clearly see several black phantoms like Lukai appearing beside Lin Xiu. At the same time, he waved his sickle toward Lin Xiu and chopped it down. But at this moment, Lin Xiu directly used the flashing soul's body skill and the figure disappeared in place at this moment. Boom! The position where Lin Xiu was just now suddenly made a loud noise because of those huge black phantoms swinging their sickles to attack. Taking a closer look, this extremely hard battle platform has a slight dent at this moment. Here, although Lin Xiu dodged his attack, Lukai's reaction speed was not slow at all. He seemed to sense where Lin Xiu was dodging and attacked directly to the side. Lukai still charged directly, but held his black sickle, slashed in the air, and a crescent-shaped black shock wave directly went in that direction. The surrounding air seemed to be distorted by the black shock wave he released. It was enough to see the strength of this power. As for Lin Xiu, as soon as he appeared, he saw the black crescent-shaped shock wave rushing towards him. Lukai predicted Lin Xiu's position, so Lin Xiu, who was dodging at this time, seemed to have been cornered and there was no way to dodge. Damn it. Looking at this scene, the pupils in Lin Xiu's eyes shrank slightly and he cursed secretly in his heart. With the white moon spear in both hands, he was going to use the spear body to resist this black shock wave. Boom! At this time, the black shock wave hit the body of Lin Xiu's white moon spear, and a loud sound erupted immediately. Although Lin Xiu firmly stepped on the ground, he took several steps back because of the huge impact. But he didn't fly out directly on the ground, because Lin Xiu stepped on the platform hard. The friction between the shoes and the platform left a trace on the ground. Interesting. Lukai saw that Lin Xiu was not seriously injured by his move and immediately showed a look of great interest. At this time, Lin Xiu also stabilized his aura and the source strength of his body began to be released. The strength of this man is not at the same level as that of the warrior he dealt with last time. This man's strength is obviously much stronger. Lin Xiu didn't take it lightly. At this time, as the strength of Lin Xiu's body erupted, the white moon spear in his hand trembled slightly due to the influence of the powerful source strength. At this moment, the entire spear body burst into dazzling light. Just now, Lukai thought that Lin Xiu was just a little stronger than ordinary warriors, and he wanted to get rid of Lin Xiu slowly. But at this moment, he saw such a powerful force from Lin Xiu. The expression in his eyes also changed slightly. This kid's strength seems a bit strong. His expression also became serious at this moment. Boom! 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 Lin Xiu didn't talk nonsense at this time, and his whole body rushed out like an arrow in an instant. And while rushing out, the white moon spear in his hand kept dancing. A series of dark blue flaming birds rushed out in an instant. Chapter 1296 Controlling the Power of Frost. 1296 Controlling the Power of Frost. Flame. Fire Attribute Warrior. Looking at this scene, the look in Lukai's eyes, who was holding a black sickle, changed slightly. Soon, the corners of his mouth curled up. Boom! 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 These dark blue flaming birds quickly rushed to Lukai's body. But at this moment, Lukai swung the black sickle in his hand and cut all these flaming birds in half. Dang! At the next moment, when Lin Zia's white moon spear was about to stab his body, it was blocked by his huge black sickle. When the weapons collided, Lin Ziu could clearly feel that there was an extremely cold aura coming from his black sickle. The power of ice attribute. That icy breath seemed to freeze his hands. Just now he thought he might be using the dark attribute, but he didn't expect that it turned out to be a warrior majoring in ice attributes. Hee. At this time, Lukai showed a strange smile, as if saying you didn't expect it, huh? The power of the ice attribute does have a certain restraint effect on Lin Zia's flame. Freeze. At this time, the black sickle in Lukai's hand was shaken violently, after knocking Lin Ziu away. Before the terrifying freezing cold, it burst out and charged toward Lin Ziu. The freezing cold covered the entire surrounding area and there was no way to dodge it. Kala kala. With crisp sounds, the surrounding ground turned into ice. Lin Zia's body was also affected by this terrifying icy air and was frozen into an ice sculpture. It seems that I won. Lukai looked at Lin Ziu, who had been frozen into an ice sculpture by his own power, and the corners of his mouth immediately raised. Many people thought that the power he possessed was of the dark attribute. But no one knew that the attribute he possessed was of the ice attribute. The result can be announced. Click. The moment Lukai finished speaking, clear and crisp sounds came over. When Lukai heard this voice, the expression in his eyes changed slightly. Taking a closer look, he found that Lin Ziu, who had turned into an ice sculpture, had a lot of cracks on his body. This is impossible. Seeing this scene, Lukai's expression completely changed. His icy power was very powerful. If he didn't dodge at the beginning and was turned into an ice sculpture, there was almost no way to break free. Even if he could break free, it wouldn't be so fast. Kala kala. As the crisp sound became louder, the ice sculpture on Lin Zia's body exploded instantly. Phew! Your ice attribute power is indeed quite strong. Lin Ziu, who came out of the ice sculpture, patted the ice shards on his body at this time, then said aloud. Lin Zia's face was already a little pale at this time. What Lin Ziu said was the truth. The ice attribute power used by Lukai is indeed a bit strong. If he didn't have a heart of frost. Although the icy power just now could not directly freeze Lin Ziu to death, it would definitely cause serious damage to Lin Ziu. However, I have it too. While talking, Lin Ziu stretched out his left hand. Originally, the surrounding area became icy cold because of Lukai's use of ice-attributed power. But at this moment, as soon as Lin Zia's words fell, the surrounding temperature became even lower. Lukai, who originally had a strong resistance to the ice attribute, had a change of expression at this time. At this moment, when he took a closer look, he found that his body was covered with frost. This kid used the same method he used to deal with him. Damn it. Lukai, who had a relaxed expression before, roared angrily. The sore strength of the body burst out, directly exploding the frost on the body. But even though the frost on his body was blasted off, he still felt extremely cold. No, it seems that his cold power was also used by this guy to deal with him. How is this possible? Lukai didn't have time to think too much, because Lin Ziu had already rushed over with the white moon spear at this time. At this time, with Lin Ziu triggering his thoughts, the white moon spear was filled with dark blue flames. The entire spear became extremely hot. If it weren't for the white moon spear being made of special metal, it wouldn't be able to withstand the high temperature. Dang dang dang. Lukai gritted his teeth, holding his own black sickle to fight against Lin Zia's spear. When the weapons of the two collided, an incomparably loud sound suddenly erupted. But now Lukai, because of the backlash from the cold force, his body has become slower. How can you control the power of the ice attribute? While fighting Lin Ziu, Lukai couldn't help but speak out. Lin Ziu is so strong when using the power of the fire attribute, and now he can even control the power of the ice attribute. Even the ice attribute power released by him was controlled by him. Be careful. Don't talk. At the same time that Lin Ziu said lightly, he stabbed again. Dang. Lukai blocked it with the side of his black sickle and suddenly felt a strong impact, and his whole body retreated to the back. Poof! The powerful impact made him spit out a mouthful of blood. At this time, Lukai felt extremely aggrieved and wanted to fight back against Lin Xiu. But Lin Xiu's offensive was so fierce that he didn't have any chance to fight back. Heavenly Dragon wrecks the city. Seeing that Lukai had just been sent flying to the back by him, Lin Xiu immediately snarled. The white moon spear in his hand stabbed directly. A large amount of black matter surged out of White Moon's spear and soon formed a huge black dragon. Following Lin Xiu's long spear, he attacked Lukai, who was pushed back to the back. When Lukai saw this scene, the pupils in his eyes shrank slightly. He clearly felt that the blow was extremely powerful. Sphere. At the same time, in an unknown hell, a woman with long white hair cut a huge evolved beast that was rushing towards her in half with a single sword. You've improved again. This time, you can kill this tiger-headed beast with one slash. Behind her, a woman said enviously, "Why can't I participate?" Yuoyu's long hair fluttered with the breeze and said to the woman faintly, "Yuoyu now seems to have grown a lot compared to before." A faint icy breath exuded from her body. Chapter 1297 La Yuoyu, God Warrior. 1297 La Yuoyu, God Warrior. While speaking aloud, Yuoyu pointed the thin-winged sword in her hand at the tiger-headed beast's corpse, and an odd crystal emitting purple light was taken into Yuoyu's hands. This tiger-headed beast was a god-level evolved beast, and this odd crystal was of course also a god-level odd crystal. It was a competition held by the God King of Lingzhou to confer the new God King. You were brought from the earth by your senior sister. Unlike ordinary warriors, you can't participate without city management. When the woman heard Yuoyu's words, she said helplessly. Hearing her words, Yuoyu fell silent for a moment. There is something I want there. In this competition, there were some material rewards. Which was what she wanted? It has been quite a long time since she came to the God Warrior realm. With daily training, coupled with the resources provided here, Yuoyu's strength at this time has also reached the God Warrior level. Master wouldn't let you go. The woman smiled wryly at this time and said helplessly. Hearing the word master, Yuoyu frowned. The battle of gods is about to start again, so if you can reach the top 100 this time, the master will let you have more freedom. The woman seemed to think of something at this time, then said with a smile, I hope so. Yuoyu nodded slightly, and the thin-winged long sword in her hand was indeed clenched tightly. Her strength is not enough. As long as her strength continues to increase, no one can stop her. And, at this time, Yuoyu was looking into the distance, and there seemed to be a blank look in her eyes. Will you come to me? The woman behind Yuoyu looked at Yuoyu's expression, and couldn't help showing curiosity in her eyes. Yuoyu was always cold when she came here, and it was the first time she saw Yuoyu showing such an expression. Is she missing her family? Maybe. It is said that she was brought back from a certain planet by her senior sister. At the same time, Lin Xiu, who was on the other side of City of God, had already stabbed Lukai's sphere with the white moon spear in his hand. That black dragon also crazily charged onto his sphere. Boom! At this time, an extremely loud sound erupted. Although the tip of the spear and the black dragon didn't directly explode his sphere, but at this time his body was directly blown to the back because of the huge impact force generated by the spear. Poof! Lukai managed to stabilize his body, but felt a sweetness in his throat and spit out a mouthful of blood. Taking a closer look, the sphere he unfolded has a lot of cracks. Impossible. This is impossible. Lukai was still bleeding from his mouth, staring at Lin Xiu, and said to himself, his sphere was so damaged that it was about to burst. And at this moment, he watched Lin Xiu continue to rush towards him, and the pupils in his eyes suddenly shrank. He gritted his teeth violently, and with a thought triggered, the source strength in his whole body exploded again. And the power that erupted this time is domain power. Humph! Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu snorted coldly, while attacking with the white moon spear. With a thought, the purification domain was released. With the release of purification domain, The domain power that Lukai had just released was immediately covered by white energy. My domain. Lukai, who originally wanted to rely on his domain power to make a desperate move, now looked even nastier. Profound intent torrential storm of rose flowers. And Lin Xiu, holding the white moon spear, rushed over at this time. Torrential storm of rose flowers. This skill, although it only was a silver level warrior card when it was first obtained, but as Lin Xiu's strength continued to improve, he became proficient in using this skill. In addition, now that he has comprehended the profound intent of this skill, the power that Lin Xiu unleashes when he uses it is not weak at all. What? Seeing the shadows of thousands of spears stabbing him, Lukai roared angrily. The strength of the whole body was crazily overdrawn, strengthening his sphere, because he knew that the current him has no way to dodge. He can only use his own strength to continue to strengthen the sphere that has already had a lot of cracks. Use it to resist Lin Xiu's attack. Bang bang bang. The next moment, Lin Xiu's attack had already hit his sphere. At this time, with the explosion of loud noises, the sphere that he had strengthened with all his strength exploded directly. I surrender. Seeing his sphere burst and the tip of the spear was about to pierce his body, the man roared loudly. Whoosh! The tip of the spear stopped directly in front of his forehead. At this time, Lukai's whole body seemed to be frozen, and the huge black sickle in his hand also fell directly to the ground at this time. Never mind. Lin Xiu looked at Lukai, then put down the white moon spear in his hand. Now that he has spoken, Lin Xiu couldn't kill him. No. 99 wins. At this time, the referee announced the result. After the verdict was pronounced, Lukai's body also fell directly to the ground. The battle just now really consumed all the strength in his whole body. Won again. Seeing Lin Xiu win, Lei Tong said excitedly. Moreover, Lin Xiu won easily and didn't appear to have erupted with any powerful force yet. In this case, it will be quite beneficial to the next battle. What we are dealing with now is still relatively weak. At this time, Bailey Haoling said lightly. Now Lin Xiu is dealing with warriors who also won a battle. Next, Lin Xiu will deal with warriors who have won 2 games and then, he will deal with warriors who have won 3 games. So, the warriors he will need to deal with next will definitely be stronger and stronger. It is not easy to win 10 consecutive victories, and once he loses a game in the middle, it's over. Xiao Qingshan of Tanhu City has already won 6 games in a row, and the chance of qualifying is also very high. At the same time, Wang Gan on the rostrum, seeing the current battle situation, couldn't help but stroke his beard and said. Zhang Qinghu also nodded slightly, and his eyes glanced at Noble God Rian beside him. Seeing Noble God Rian's satisfied expression, Zhang Qinghu also said, Xiao Qingshan of Tanhu City not only has a readable divine soul, but also has been trained by the fire of chaos. His strength is indeed very strong. Oh, trained by the fire of chaos. The expression on Noble God Rian's face finally changed a little at this time. At this time, his eyes looked at Xiao Qingshan, who was on the platform, and there was curiosity in his eyes. Chapter 1298 1298 Fight against Huang Fugu. 1298 Fight against Huang Fugu. The fire of chaos, also known as the Great Sun Golden Flame, is said to be the flame that was born when the world first began. Even he dared not touch this kind of flame. It is rumored that when Xiao Qingshan went to the land of chaos in order to escape from powerful enemies, he had no choice but to enter a region burning with the fire of chaos. The most surprising thing is that he came out alive in the end, and his whole body has been forged. His physical strength makes me feel ashamed. Zhang Qinghu said approvingly at this time. He can become a noble god. Noble God Rian looked at Xiao Qingshan who was waiting for the next battle, and said immediately. Hearing his words, Zhang Qinghu and Wang Gan were not surprised. After all, this Xiao Qingshan does have the strength. There's also Yuan Zhen, Taiyan Yixiao. These warriors have all been on the list of noble gods, and their strength is very good. At this time, Wang Gan was looking at the various battle platforms below, talking eloquently. At the same time, Lin Xiu fought the third battle. Lingxian City. Are you the warrior from that small city? At this time, as soon as Lin Xiu came to the stage, the warriors on the opposite side began to mock. These warriors seemed to be very dismissive of Lingxian City, a little-known town, but Lin Xiu ignored his words. In the next moment, he took the white moon spear in his hand and directly attacked. Lin Xiu, Lingxian City, wins. Soon, as the warrior fell into a pool of blood, his eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that Lin Xiu possessed such powerful strength. The fourth match. Lin Xiu from Lingxian City won. Fifth match. Lin Xiu from Lingxian City won. At this time, as Lin Xiu continued to fight, the referee's voice continued to come over. 9 consecutive victories. At this moment, Lei Tong secretly broke into a cold sweat. 9 consecutive victories, it's not easy 9 battles. Almost no chance to rest in the middle. The more the fight goes on, the more unfavorable it will be for Lin Xiu. But in the end, Lin Xiu still won. No. 99. Lingxian City. Lin Xiu. And no. 10. Huang Fugu from the Holy City. Lin Xiu, who had just stood on the stage, heard the referee's words, and the pupils in his eyes suddenly shrank. Huang Fugu. I seem to have heard of this name somewhere. Lin Xiu. At this time, Huang Fugu also jumped onto the battle stage, mumbling to himself. But when he looked at Lin Xiu standing on the battle platform, his expression suddenly changed. Ha ha ha. One can wear iron shoes out in fruitless searching, and yet by luck, one may find it without even looking. Boy, you're finally here. Huang Fugu laughed wildly. In the beginning, the people of Divine Domain used the method of descending the gods to come to earth, but they were defeated by Lin Xiu again and again, and even a lot of divine power was swallowed up by Lin Xiu. To Huang Fugu, this was a great shame and humiliation. I've always wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge, but I haven't found a suitable one, so it's no wonder the name sounds familiar. Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly at this time. By the way, some time ago, there were ruins in Lingxian City. Many of my subordinates passed by, but they all disappeared. Did you kill them? Huang Fugu stared at Lin Xiu at this moment and said in a cold voice. So what? Lin Xiu sneered. Why aren't you called Divine Domain? Why did you change the name to Holy City? Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Huang Fugu's face darkened. Today, the capital of Tanling Kingdom is called City of God. As the city lord of a medium-sized city in Tanling Kingdom, how dare they continue to call themselves the Divine Domain? This is a taboo? Anyway, this time, you are going to die here. Huang Fugu ignored Lin Xiu's words and gritted his teeth at this moment. Huang Fugu from the Holy City, I didn't expect that he, who hasn't participated in the competition for so many years, would come here this time. At this time, Deng Qinghua, on the rostrum, looked at Huang Fugu on the battle stage, showing surprise. Well, back then Huang Fugu had a little strength, but he never participated in the multi-city contest. This time, he easily won 9 consecutive victories. His strength is indeed good. Wang Gan also nodded and said, Who is he? Noble God Rian ignored the words of these two people, and looked at Lin Xiu and said aloud, Huang Fugu has won 9 consecutive victories, so the opponent is naturally a warrior who has won 9 consecutive victories. But Lin Xiu looks very young, and Noble God Rian also found him very unfamiliar. He has never seen this warrior before. The warrior of Lingxian City. What? Wang Gan was also surprised when he saw Lin Xiu's figure. Lingxian City. He checked it out. It was clearly a small town. Logically speaking, the city lord of this kind of small town is obviously a weak existence when he comes here. But he actually won 9 consecutive victories. Noble God Rian seemed to be very curious about Lin Xiu at this time, and looked at Lin Xiu at this time. Lin Xiu, who was standing on the battle stage, was holding the white moon spear tightly in his hand, and was about to wait for the referee's voice to make a move. But at this moment, a strange force came from behind. A feeling of being stared at by someone gave Lin Xiu a chill down his spine. Turning around suddenly and looking back, The strange feeling just now disappeared in an instant. Who is it? At this moment, Lin Xiu frowned, but he couldn't figure out who was spying on him. Kid has a quick reaction. Noble God Rian was even more surprised at this time. Just now he glanced at Lin Xiu to check Lin Xiu's strength. But Lin Xiu quickly sensed it. Interesting. Noble God Rian, who had always been expressionless, became interested in this battle at this time. Although this kid's strength is good, Huang Fugu is very strong. The outcome of this round should be decided already. Wang Gan seemed to be very optimistic about Huang Fugu. At this moment, he stroked his beard and said with a smile, "No, I feel that this kid from Linxian City may win." But at this moment, Noble God Rian suddenly said, Wang Gan and Zhang Qinghua were surprised when they heard the words of Noble God Rian. It was the first time they heard that Noble God Rian was so optimistic about a warrior. Match begins. And Lin Xiu also heard the referee's voice at this time. As soon as the referee's voice was heard, Lin Xiu's whole body burst out with force and rushed towards Huang Fugu, looking for death. A ferocious expression appeared on Huang Fugu's face. Holding a long sword, he rushed towards Lin Xiu in an instant. His heart was full of resentment. Thinking of what happened before, he must make Lin Xiu unable to admit defeat and die directly on this battle platform. Chapter 1299 1299 The Powerful Huang Fugu. 1299 The Powerful Huang Fugu. The instant Huang Fugu attacked with the sword in his hand, red flames appeared on the sword. The entire long sword seemed to possess extreme power suddenly. Humph! Lin Xiu snorted coldly, and at the same time, a dark blue flame emerged from the white moon spear he was holding. Dang dan dan. When the weapons of the two collided, a loud sound suddenly erupted. Damn! Huang Fugu gritted his teeth at this moment, his eyes full of resentment. He clearly felt that Lin Xiu's strength at this time was very strong, not weaker than him. When the weapon collided, he felt a sharp pain in the hand holding the weapon, and Lin Xiu, who was holding the white moon spear, was not feeling great as well. The scarlet flames released by the long sword in Huang Fugu's hand were no worse than his own hellfire. Moreover, the strength of his sword swing was also very strong. For a moment, Lin Xiu's hand felt a little numb holding the white moon spear. But at this time, Lin Xiu still burst out with all the source strength in his body. Profound intent torrential storm of rose flowers. Whoosh whoosh. The moment the spear stabbed out, Huang Fugu also quickly swung the long sword in his hand. The speed of Lin Xiu's long spear was extremely fast. But Huang Fugu did not panic at all. The long sword in his hand danced wildly, constantly resisting Lin Xiu's attack. This Huang Fugu is different from the god warriors he encountered in the previous 9 battles, and his strength is very strong. However, Lin Xiu still gritted his teeth at this time and did not use the Fury skill. After winning this match, there will still be other matches. If he used it now, he would be in trouble later. Is this person so powerful? Lei Tong, who watched the live broadcast of the battle on Lin Xiu's battle platform, frowned at this time, although it seems that Lin Xiu is still able to handle it with ease. In fact, Huang Fugu has already taken the upper hand. Bailey Haoling frowned slightly at this time. The situation is indeed not optimistic. The old man's strength is indeed very strong, but Bailey Haoling knew that Lin Xiu still had a trump card, so she wasn't too worried. Huang Fugu's strength is indeed strong. Wang Gan on the rostrum couldn't help but sigh with emotion as he watched the weapons of the two collide crazily. Judging from the current situation, Lin Xiu has little chance of winning. Noble God Rian did not speak, but continued to stare at the scene on the battle platform. Although Lin Xiu seems to be at a disadvantage now, he always feels that Lin Xiu's strength has not been fully utilized. Zhang Qinghua didn't speak but looked at Noble God Rian, who was sitting next to him, with curiosity in his eyes. He didn't understand why Noble God Rian was so optimistic about that kid. Go to hell. And Huang Fugu, who was on the battle platform, was frantically waving the long sword in his hand at this time. This fierce offensive made Lin Xiu keep retreating. And at this moment, following his roar, the long sword in his hand burst out with sword-like scarlet flames. rushing towards Lin Zia's body frantically. Lin Ziu looked at this scene, and the pupils in his eyes shrank suddenly. This kind of scarlet flame, which resembled sword energy, made Lin Ziu feel a great sense of crisis. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Ziu directly unfolded his sphere. Bang bang bang. As soon as Lin Zia's sphere unfolded, those sword-shaped scarlet flames directly hit the sphere that Lin Ziu had unfolded and loud noises erupted. The whole body was pushed to the edge of the battle platform by this huge impact. Humph! Huang Fugu snorted coldly at this time, and the long sword in his hand was thrown out directly. As he waved his hands to both sides, the long sword that flew out turned into tens of thousands in an instant. All rushed towards Lin Ziu. Domain power. Seeing those thousands of long swords charging toward him, Lin Ziu clearly saw that the ground was also slowly covered by purple power. Unknowingly, this Huang Fugu has already set up his domain power. At this time, Lin Ziu, who had clearly noticed this situation, released his purification domain. With the release of the purification domain, the white light directly covered all the purple energy. And at this time, Lin Ziu also activated Heavenly Array at the same time. With the use of the Heavenly Array, Lin Ziu could clearly feel that his strength had grown a lot. The increased power of the Heavenly Array seems to increase by a percentage. The higher one's basic attributes are, the stronger one's strength can be increased. Mirror clone. At this time, seeing the thousands of swords rushing towards him, Lin Ziu directly used the system skills. Boom! At this moment, Huang Fugu clearly saw Lin Zia's figure, which was riddled with holes by his thousands of spears. No, but soon, Huang Fugu realized it. This kid is doing these tricks again. Huang Fugu, who clearly felt something, turned around suddenly at this time, and saw Lin Ziu stabbing toward his body from behind with the white moon spear. Die! At this moment, Huang Fugu let out a roar and spat out a sword ray from his mouth, which instantly penetrated Lin Zia's head. But as Lin Zia's head was pierced by the sword ray from his mouth, Lin Ziu disappeared like a burst balloon. It's fake again. And at this time, Lin Zia's figure appeared from the side again. No, not just from the side, but also from the front, back, left and right. There was exactly the same Lin Ziu attacking with the white moon spear. Oh clones! Wang Gan was a little surprised when he saw this scene. He thought that Lin Ziu was going to lose, but he didn't expect that Lin Ziu would actually dodge such a powerful blow from Huang Fugu. And at this time, so many clones appeared. With his strength, it can be clearly felt that each of Lin Zia's clone has a certain strength. This is interesting, because clones were usually used as a cover and will not have any power at all. But Lin Zia's clones were obviously different. Go away. At this time, Huang Fugu was completely furious. Following his roar, a long sword was withdrawn from his hand. Holding the long sword, he slashed straight out. Dang dang dang. His long sword hit the white moon spear, stabbing from all directions, and there was a loud metal collision sound. Die! At this time, Huang Fugu, who was already a little bit crazy, pierced the head of one of the Lin Ziu with a sword while he knocked these Lin Zius into the air. Boom! This Lin Ziu also instantly exploded like a balloon and disappeared. Chapter 1300 Gods descend again. 1300 gods descend again. Just when he had killed Lin Zia's shadows, Huang Fugu felt a cold feeling coming from behind him. Damn! His pupil shrunk uncontrollably. He instantly gave up attacking Lin Zia's shadows, and instead placed the sword before his body to protect himself. Boom! However, a cold light flashed across his eyes, and the tip of the Hao Yu spear had pierced through his shoulder. Blood splattered everywhere and it stained his combat suit red. Lin Ziu, on the other hand, felt that it had been a little wasted. He was getting so close to defeating this man. Huang Fugus' reaction was indeed much faster than he had expected. Move! Huang Fugus' eyes were opened wide as he roared in rage. All of the energy in his body exploded instantly, as the over-domineering energy came blasting out of his body. The Hao Yu spear that was pierced through his shoulder was instantly thrown onto the ground. Lin Ziu, who was holding onto the spear, could feel the strong surge of energy. He grabbed tightly onto the spear and along with it, he was thrown into the distance. Lin Xiu quickly grabbed hold of his footing after being ambushed. He managed to quickly steady himself. Huwu. Lin Xiu was panting as well. Huang Fugu was indeed a powerful warrior. He was able to push out the spear that had pierced through his shoulder. I want you dead. At the same time, Huang Fugu was enraged after having his shoulder injured. As he continued to release the energy from his body, the entire place started shaking violently. What is he doing? Bailey Haoling, who was in the audience seat, was looking around with her eyes widened. Then, she quickly removed her eye mask and started looking for Lin Xiu. She soon found the stage where Lin Xiu was fighting. Although she was sitting far from them, she had excellent vision and could see what was happening in the battle. Bailey Haoling could also clearly feel that Huang Fugu's strength was getting stronger. The speed at which it was happening was so quick that even she was surprised. Huang Fugu has been hiding his strength. Zhang Qinghua was surprised as well. Well, we didn't think that he would keep the side from us. From the look of it now, we already know who's winning. Wang Gan looked at the scene before him as he gently stroked his mustache. Rian frowned instead. That's it, it's over already. Lin Xiu, who was in the battle, suddenly felt a strong suppressive force over him. He then quickly realized that there was a golden glow above his head and it was penetrating into his body. This was God's descent. Seeing what was happening, Lin Xiu suddenly thought of the men that he had met at the divine domain. Huang Fugu and another warrior god had used the same method to transfer their energy onto those men on Namir planet. Now, there should be another warrior god who was transferring his energy over to Huang Fugu. That warrior god must be someone in the warrior god realm, and the energy that he was giving to Huang Fugu was limitless. Seeing how Huang Fugu's strength was increasing madly without control, the look in Lin Xiu's eyes changed drastically as he activated the skills in his system. Skill enhancement. As his strength increases, the skill enhancement was merely one that upgraded his skills to saint-level warrior skills, but now, it has risen to the effect of a god-level warrior skills. With that, Lin Xiu quickly released the Awe of Phoenix. Profound Intent. The Awe of Phoenix. Not only was he using the Profound Intent, the Awe of Phoenix was now already a god-level warrior skills. The Hao Yu spear started glowing brightly as well. Lin Xiu's source energy was getting transferred over to his spear. Go! As Lin Xiu swung his spear, there were countless dark blue flaming birds that swiftly came out of Lin Xiu's spear. The flames. They are so powerful. Wang Gan, who just commented that Huang Fugu was extremely powerful, had his jaw dropped to the ground when he saw how Lin Xiu had released the flaming birds. A warrior god skill. Zhang Qingyun's pupil shrunk uncontrollably as well. God-level warrior skills were something extremely rare here in warrior god realm. Due to the flaming birds that were released, the entire place turned warm. Even the air around them started to get scorching hot. However, these flaming birds did not attack Lin Xiu immediately. Instead, they started gathering together. Soon, they formed a huge flaming phoenix. It was flapping its wings and suddenly, it went straight for Huang Fugu. Huang Fugu had just finished accepting the energy that was being sent into his body when he saw the flaming phoenix headed his way. His eyes were opened wide with surprise as well. How did this young brat have such terrifying energy? Huang Fugu's face looked horrible. Just when the flaming phoenix was about to reach him, Huang Fugu opened his mouth and roared. The overflowing energy in his body blasted and they turned into a horrifying flame that covered his entire body. At the same time, the flaming phoenix was already coming at him from above his head. There was no way that Huang Fugu would be able to dodge it. Boom! With a loud explosion head, the flaming phoenix landed on the ground. The entire place started shaking vigorously because of the impact. As the flaming phoenix landed on the ground, it instantly turned into a huge flaming tornado. It was fortunate that the stage had no roof. If it had one, the entire place would have been destroyed. The stage at which Lin Xiu was at had turned boiling hot. If it wasn't because the palace was made of a special type of metal, the ground would have melted as well. Huwu! Lin Xiu continued panting. A god-level warrior's skills as such was still exhausting to the body. He had his eyes fixed on the tornado. Lin Xiu knew that Huang Fugu was not dead. This was because he didn't hear a notification from the system. Lin Xiu took a deep breath and started replenishing his energy with the cultivation technique. That boy. Wan Gan's eyes were staring at the tornado as well, and he couldn't help but gasp. That was so powerful. If it was him, he wouldn't have been able to take it. Would Huang Fugu lose this match? Lin Xiu was replenishing his energy while staring at the flaming tornado. Then, as expected, there was a figure that slowly appeared. Chapter WF 301 WF 301 Double Cow's Divine Spirits. 1301 Double Cow's Divine Spirits. Huang Fugu was still alive. When Lin Xiu saw what happened, he couldn't help but feel shocked. His skills earlier was a god-level warrior skill. How could it be possible that it didn't kill Huang Fugu? Damn. As the flames slowly disappeared, they could then clearly see Huang Fugu, who appeared from within the flame. His combat suit was toasted black. His skin and hair burnt to crisp, and there was blood all over his body. He looked completely hideous. However, they could still feel that he had a strong will to live. Even if he was injured, they weren't severe injuries. But, this man, how did he block that attack? Lin Xiu was indeed surprised, but he didn't show them publicly from his facial expression. He grabbed onto his spear tightly. The source energy that he had just replenished started surging in his body. Huang Fugu stared at Lin Xiu with a twisted expression on his face. There was also a golden glow that appeared all over his body. Boom boom. As the golden glow appeared all around his body, the entire place started shaking once again. Soon, the glow gathered together and there was a huge figure of a cow seen. The divine spirit. Lin Xiu looked at him and his pupil narrowed uncontrollably. Huang Fugu had his own divine spirit. From the looks of it, it was definitely a red-grade divine spirit. Go to hell. Huang Fugu's eyes were filled with murderous intentions as he roared in rage. The divine spirit instantly rushed towards Lin Xiu. When Lin Xiu saw how the huge cow was headed toward him, the look on his face changed and he quickly activated flashing souls. Xiu. As the divine spirit headed towards him, his entire body disappeared into the air. You're dead. However, Huang Fugu knew where Lin Xiu would appear next. Lin Xiu looked up at Lin Xiu, who was floating in the air. Huang Fugu roared in rage and Lin Xiu suddenly felt that something wasn't right. He turned around and noticed that the huge cow had suddenly appeared in the air as well. While he was in the air, it went straight for Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu didn't have the chance to react in time, and he couldn't dodge the attack. Lin Xiu's entire body was hit by the cow and he landed straight on the ground. Boom! The entire ground shook vigorously and there was also a huge noise that followed. There was a dent on the stage that was seemingly strong. Lin Xiu's body was inside the dent. HMPH, my divine spirits are the double cows. Huang Fugu rubbed off the blood that was at the corner of his lips as he spoke coldly. When they looked closely, the one that hit Lin Xiu was not the one that started attacking in the beginning. He has double cows as his divine spirits. That was indeed incredible. Wan Gan couldn't help but exclaim when he saw what happened. He lost. Gang Qinghua shook his head. Lin Xiu had put up a good performance earlier, but he was still a young man. It was indeed rare for such a young man to have such skills. However, Huang Fugu was too powerful, and as expected, Lin Xiu would have died in the battle. City Lord. Lei Chong stood up from his seat. Lin Xiu was his life savior. He was starting to feel a little agitated with how he had no idea whether Lin Xiu was dead or alive. Sit down. Bailey Haling glared at him before speaking to Lei Chong. But, he'll be alright, Bailey Haling said firmly. Lin Xiu had been able to survive all the fights earlier with those powerful enemies. He managed to defeat all of them, and this time, there will be no exception as well. Tisk tisk. You guys know the man from Lingxian City. One of the warriors that sat behind Bailey Haling and Lei Chong overheard their conversation and started speaking in an annoying tone. That boy is dead. He is fighting Huang Fugu, and that man is no ordinary warrior. Before Lei Chong and Bailey Haling could say anything, the man behind them continued. He was sure that Lin Xiu was dead. What if he won? Bailey Haling narrowed her eyes as she glared at the man behind her. If he won, I would eat up all the chairs here. The man scoffed. Remember what you said. Bailey Hyalan gave a cold reply. You can announce the result now. Fugu, who was standing on the chair, looked over at the panel judges. The stage that was incredibly tough was already dented. It was obvious that this man was dead. Wait. However, the judge shook his head. Fugu furrowed his brow. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a strong surge of energy coming from the center of the stage. He wasn't dead. Fugu's eyes were fixed on the center of the stage. From the dent on the stage, Lin Zia's body slowly levitated from inside. As he took a closer look, he could finally see Lin Ziu clearly. There was blood at the corner of Lin Zia's mouth. The Hao Yu spear was still on the ground and Lin Ziu did not pick them up. Plus, at the same time, there were dark particles that surrounded Lin Zia's body. Those black particles looked incredibly horrid. Fugu's face turned solemn. His divine spirit did not kill Lin Ziu. As he gathered his thoughts, both the cows that had disappeared earlier suddenly appeared in the air once again. Both headed straight for Lin Ziu. HMPH. Lin Ziu stared at the cows that were rushing toward him, but he did not look frightened at all. Lin Ziu wanted to hide some of his skills, but the attack earlier from Fugu had made Lin Ziu furious. Lin Ziu isn't dead. Lei Chong was getting excited as well. Bailey Hyaling showed a cold smile. The true battle was about to begin. HMPH, this brat would definitely be dead after this. The warrior sitting behind them let out a cold laugh. He was sure that Lin Ziu would wind up dead. As Lin Zia's body appeared from the dent, the black particles traveled everywhere. Soon, a small black dragon appeared next to Lin Ziu. However, Fugu was not aware of it. He was too focused on his own divine spirit and wanted to kill Lin Ziu once and for all. Lin Ziu, on the other hand, was not bothered about the huge cows that were coming at him. He was ready to attack the cows who was getting closer to him. Chapter 1302 Eliminating Huang Fugu. 1302 Eliminating Huang Fugu. The little black dragon followed Lin Zia's attack and went straight for the cows. Divine spirits were like an energy force where one could land a punch on its body. As Lin Zia's fist landed on the huge cows, there was a huge explosion that followed. Both the cows were instantly shocked from the attack. As for the little black dragon, its mouth was now wide and it started biting on the cows. Soon, there was already a small tear on the cows that were formed by energy particles. The little black dragon then continued biting on the cows when it saw the tear. These divine spirits were connected to Huang Fugu spiritually. When his divine spirits were being bitten, he would feel an intense pain as well. Huang Fugu held onto his head as he stared at one of his cows. This was because he had witnessed his divine spirit being eaten by the little black dragon. Nuu, seeing what had happened to his cow, he had lost his mind. What on earth was that? How could it bite his divine spirit? When the other cow turned to attack Lin Ziu, he quickly released his sphere. Boom! As the huge cow landed on the sphere, there was a loud sound that came from the impact. Lin Zia's body slightly trembled from the impact, but it was impossible for this cow to break Lin Zia's sphere. This was because Huang Fulin's other divine spirit was under attack and he was in pain. He would not be able to control the other cow. This was an opportunity for Lin Ziu. Then, he quickly appeared before Huang Fugu. His fist was now covered with flames. These were not pure dark blue hellfire. Instead, there was a slight golden glow to it. Fire devours the sky. This was something new that Lin Ziu learnt, and it was the first time that he was using it in battles. Leave. Seeing what was happening, Huang Fugu roared in rage. He quickly pulled out his spear and targeted it at Lin Zia's fist. Clang! Lin Zia's fist collided with the tip of the sword. However, the sword did not pierce through Lin Zia's fist, but instead, it started bending. Lin Zia's right fist was still headed for Huang Fugu. Huang Fugu had no other choice but to take a step backwards to dodge the attack. However, Lin Ziu did not stop there and continued his attack. Sonic Star. As both his fists were moving around quickly, there were 1,000 fists that appeared in the air. Huang Fugu quickly released his spear to defend himself. However, Lin Zia's attacks were too scary. There were countless attacks that came from the pair of fists that were covered in flames. Boom! All of it landed on its sphere, and there were even explosions that occurred. Due to how Lin Zia's fists were covered with terrifying flames, it caused Huan Fugu's sphere to turn slightly twisted. Huan Fugu's face looked incredibly horrid, and he wanted to attack Lin Ziu once again with his divine spirit. However, he could no longer do that because the little black dragon was eating away his cow. He could feel an intense pain in his head, and he didn't have the strength to do so. He didn't even have the chance to attack, and he was only left with defense. Lin Ziu let out a cold laugh. Huan Fugu was indeed powerful, and along with how he had the gods descend, he became even more powerful. Lin Ziu had no other choice but to activate rage. However, when he used his divine spirit, Lin Ziu knew that he finally got his chance. His little black dragon had the ability to engulf the divine energy of the other party. Plus, his conscience was connected to his divine spirit. Once his divine spirit got injured, Huangdugu would feel intense pain as well. In such a situation, Huan Fugu wouldn't have the chance to fight against him. "You're dead." This time, it was Lin Ziu who roared. He had released all of the energy that he had in him. Destroy the sky. Lin Ziu used all of the energy in his body to release this skill. This time, he had to kill Huang Fugu. Huan Fugu narrowed his pupils and he wanted to dodge the attack. Boom! However, at the same time, the little black dragon swallowed one of the cows into its stomach. Huan Fugu then felt a sharp pain that went through his entire body. The other cow quickly turned red and it wanted to return to Huan Fugu's body. But he was quickly stopped by the little black dragon. Its mouth was opened wide and it completely engulfed the red energy. PFFD. This time, Huan Fugu felt as if there was an explosion in his head. The sharp pain caused him to spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, Lin Zia's fists that were filled with energy headed his way. Boom! The fist landed on his sphere and there was another loud explosion. His sphere instantly blasted from the attack. The fist was still coming at him. I admit, Huan Fugu's eyes were opened wide. Just as he was about to spear, Lin Zia's fist went through his chest. Plus, at the same time, Lin Ziu swung his other hand and it landed straight on Huan Fugu's head. As his head exploded from the blast, there was a golden glow that left his body and it wanted to run. Trying to run, Lin Ziu let out a cold laugh when he saw what happened. His body flew into the air and with his mouth opened, he engulfed the golden energy into his body. As the golden ball of energy was absorbed by Lin Ziu, he could feel that the energy that he had exhausted earlier was slowly getting replenished. It felt comforting. This, Wang Gan, who was at this seat, was left completely dumbfounded. Huan Fugu had lost. With the gods' descent, Huang Fugu still lost and he even lost his head. He had died a terrible death. Where did this young man come from? Not only Wang Gan, even Zhang Qinghua was in shock. The tables turned so quickly that it was out of his expectations. Looks like there is a new god king. Rian calmly gave his comment. Chapter 1303, 1303 another 100 million. 1303 another 100 million. Ah! Huan Futai, who was back in the holy city, screamed in pain. A mouthful of fresh blood came spurting out of his mouth. I will never let you get away with this. Huan Futai roared. With the gods' descend, he was transferring his strength over to Huan Fugu. He could clearly feel everything that was happening during the fight. He didn't think that Huan Fugu would end up getting killed by Lin Ziu. The energy that he had transferred over had been engulfed by Lin Ziu. Huan Futai was also severely injured as well. Lin Ziu, who was still on stage, was trying to catch his breath. He lifted his left arm and the Hao Yu spear, who was on the ground, immediately flew into Lin Zia's palms. As he grabbed onto it, he pierced it onto the ground. He leaned against the spear in order to prevent himself from falling. In such a situation, it would be embarrassing if he fell to the ground. He still had to look cool. That old man is finally dead. Lei Chong couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Then, Bailey Hailing turned around and looked at the man from before. Eat it. The man was still in shock, but when he heard Bailey Hailing talking to him, he quickly came back to his senses. I was just joking. The man smiled brightly and he no longer looked as arrogant as before. But we weren't joking. Lei Chong turned around and spoke in a cold tone. This man had been rude a while ago and he was sure that Lin Ziyu would die from the battle. This made Lei Chong extremely angry. Seeing how Bailey Haoling and Lei Chong were both looking at him with an unfriendly look, the man gulped in fear. His body moved backwards subconsciously, but his back was already against the chair. There was nowhere he could hide. This man was from God's city and he was now merely a saint warrior, as he was threatened by Lei Chong and Bailey Haoling. His face looked incredibly hideous. You should have mercy so that we can still be friends in the future. The man finally spoke. Ziyu. However, just as he opened his mouth, Bailey Haoling had already pulled out one of her daggers. Then, it was placed against the man's neck. The sharp tip of the dagger was cold and the man started trembling. This dagger has killed countless people. I really can't eat these chairs. The man was about to cry. The chairs here were made of a special type of weapon. Even if he broke all of the teeth here, it would be impossible for him to eat them all. No then, you shall pay. Bailey Haoling offered a deal. I can pay however much you want. When he heard that there was another option, the man let out a breath of relief. Problems that could be fixed by money would no longer be a problem. 100 million. The man, who finally felt relieved, was now in shock once again after hearing what Bailey Haoling said. 100 million. Those who were here to watch the match would definitely be loaded. However, Bailey Haoling wanted 100 million. This was something impossible for him. That's right. 100 million. $1 less and I'll chop off your finger. Bailey Haoling smiled. Seeing how terrifying the smile was, he couldn't help but started trembling. With the dagger on his neck, it felt as if his head was going to be chopped off once he answered no. He looked at the other warriors around him and noticed that all of them were wearing their masks, watching the matches that they wanted. There will be no one to help him now. I'll do it. The man finally screamed when he felt a piercing pain coming from his neck. Number 99. Lingxian City. Lin Ziyu victory. At the same time, Lin Ziyu finally heard the announcement of his victory. The battle earlier had completely used up all the energy that he had, and Lin Ziyu was feeling incredibly exhausted. Sir, the match has already ended, and you can head back to your hotel to rest. The finals will be happening in 3 days. With Lin Ziyu's victory, the staff spoke to him in a much better manner than before. This was because Lin Ziyu had 10 victories in a row. It was incredibly difficult for anyone to do so. If he won the match, this man would immediately become the next God King. Alright. Lin Ziyu nodded his head and left the stage. Lin Ziyu felt completely drained. As he controlled it with his mind, the spear disappeared from Lin Ziyu's arms. Then, he kept it inside his expansion space. Lin Ziyu has been comfortable with the weight of the Hao Yu spear. However, with how tired he was now, Lin Ziyu felt that it became extremely heavy. Lin Ziyu still felt relieved. He did not activate rage during the battle, and this was something that Lin Ziyu was quite happy about. He was able to still keep some energy to himself and use them during the finals. This time, he had to win the contest in exchange for some rare materials. He still wanted his spear back. Lin Ziyu sighed for a bit and slowly walked out of the arena. City Lord. As he left the arena, Lei Chong and Bailey Haoling were already waiting for him. Let's go. It's time to head back. Lin Ziyu smiled as he spoke to the both of them. As they went back to the hotel, Lin Ziyu noticed that Bailey Haoling was looking incredibly happy. Well, you look quite happy today. This is because Bailey Haoling still looked a little unhappy with how she wasn't allowed to compete in the contest. However, she was now looking happier than before. Of course, I just got 100 million. Just when Bailey Haoling was about to say something, she kept her mouth shut and stared at Lin Ziyu cautiously. 100 million. Lin Ziyu's eyes were widened as he couldn't believe what he had just heard. How did you get 100 million? Someone gave it to me. Bailey Haoling didn't want to tell the truth. Lei Chong. What happened? Lin Ziyu was confused as he looked at Lei Chong. Lei Chong hesitated for some time before telling the story to Lin Ziyu. You scammed that man. After hearing what had happened, Lin Ziyu shook his head helplessly. However, That man deserved it. How could he say that Lin Zhu would lose? He gave it to me willingly. Bailey Haoling sneered. You should still be more careful. If that man could give you 100 million so easily, he wouldn't be someone ordinary. This place had a lot of hidden secrets along with powerful warriors. If they ended up offending some strong warriors because of this incident, they would definitely be in trouble. Chapter 304 A Leap in Progress. 1304 A Leap in Progress. I understand. Bailey Haoling's eyes were shining brightly with excitement and pretended to stay quiet. Lin Zhu knew what Bailey Haoling was up to. She would have liked it better if the other party came after her so that she would be allowed to fight. It was indeed a headache for Lin Zhu. Soon, they returned to the hotel. When they took a close look, the entire lobby that was extremely wide was now filled with warriors. All of them were carrying their own bags with a sorrowful look on their faces. Some of them still had injuries on them, and from the look of it, they must be those who were leaving after being defeated on stage. There were some who died on stage. Lei Chong looked around and he was shocked by how many of them were here. There were so many of them here and most of them seemed to be quite powerful. Did all of these warriors lose their battles? Lei Chong then turned to Lin Zhu and his eyes were filled with admiration. I need to rest first. The finals will be in 3 days. Lin Zhu informed both Bailey Haoling and Lei Chong. Sure. Both of them nodded their heads, but instead of going back to their rooms, they headed straight for the training ground. Lei Chong finally got the chance to witness how powerful these warriors were, and it was as if they had been pumped. As for Bailey Haoling, she was working hard to cultivate as well. Lin Zhu was progressing quickly. If she didn't work hard with her cultivations, she would be left behind. As soon as Lin Zhu got back into his room, Rolly and Little Bai rushed over to him and jumped onto his shoulder, rubbing against his neck affectionately. All right. I need to take a break. Lin Zhu smiled and placed them on the table. He took a shower and washed his combat suit before lying on the bed. This was comforting. He was exhausted from the fight with Huang Fugu and Lin Zhu was overwhelmed with fatigue. Soon, Lin Zhu fell into a deep sleep. Time passed by quickly. When Lin Zhu opened his eyes once again, he could feel the ray of sunshine that was shining into his room. Lin Zhu slowly opened his eyes and stretched his back. The curtains in the room were thin and the bright sunlight outside could easily penetrate into the room. Is this already the next day? Lin Zhu sat up on his bed and read the clock opposite him. It was indeed the next day. He didn't think that he would be asleep for so long. However, Lin Zhu could feel that his energy had already completely replenished. Let's see how much EXP I've gained. Lin Zhu muttered to himself and entered into the system interface. After looking at it closely, Lin Zhu could see from his stats that his EXP has improved more than 50. Damn. Seeing what he got, Lin Zhu jumped on his bed and he was delighted. He didn't think that he would gain so much. Wow. I wouldn't have thought that killing Huang Fugu would bring so much EXP. Lin Zhu continued muttering to himself. Lin Zhu was in disbelief. This was because at his current level, it would be extremely difficult for him to progress to another level. That's not right. Although Huang Fugu was a powerful man, it wouldn't bring me so much EXP. Was it because I engulfed the energy that he got from God's descent? I don't think so. Wait. As Lin Zhu was trying to figure out what had happened, Lin Zhu suddenly thought of something. Right, the little black dragon had absorbed his divine spirit. Could it be because of that? Huang Fugu's divine spirit wasn't ordinary. They were red-grade double cows. The energy that they contained was tremendous. Although he wasn't sure about it, this was the only sensible explanation. He shook his head and went straight to his door. Little Bai and Rolly jumped onto Lin Zhu's shoulder. Both of you want to head out as well. Let's go out then. Lin Zhu left the room and knocked on Bailey Haoling's room. However, no one answered the door. Did she leave already? Lin Zhu thought about it before knocking on Lei Chong's door. It was the same. Lin Zhu then used his watch and decided to call them. However, none of them answered his calls. That's weird. Where did they go? Lin Zhu was a little confused and sad. It was indeed boring to be the first one that was awake. Chirp chirp. Suddenly, Little Bai started jumping from his shoulder. It was also chirping continuously. What's wrong? Lin Xiu stared at Little Bai as he was feeling a little confused. Chirp chirp. Little Bai seemed anxious as he flew into the air. Where are you taking me? Lin Xiu was a little curious. Little Bai nodded his head as if he could understand Lin Xiu. Then, he flew out of the window. Lin Xiu quickly followed behind it and sat on its back. Soon, they arrived at the highest ground. There was a window that was left open and Lin Xiu climbed through it. Little Bai quickly flew inside and it was headed towards the training ground. What were they doing at the training ground? Lin Xiu couldn't help but felt curious. Although he had no idea why Little Bai brought him here, Lin Xiu still walked into the training ground. Hoo. At the same time, there was a large number of warriors that were surrounding another woman in the center. Lin Xiu took another step forward and saw that it was Bailey Haoling. Bailey Haoling held on to both her daggers and there was blood everywhere. Both her daggers were covered with blood as well. No one knew if these blood belonged to Bailey Haoling or the warriors around her. You guys, you're asking for it. There were countless warriors around Bailey Haoling who were already covered in blood. It was obvious that they had been injured by Bailey Haoling. Standing opposite Bailey Haoling was Lei Chong, who was being held hostage with a sword against his neck. You just took 100 million from me, but I'm afraid that you would live another day to be able to use them. The man who was holding the word against Lei Chong's neck was the man who sat behind them during the match. How dare you murder him? Bailey Haoling spoke calmly. The men here may be powerful and authoritative, but the rule here was that they can never commit murder. None of the warriors here would dare violate them. I don't have to kill him. I'll just chop off all 4 of his limbs. Well, you would end up the same as well. Chapter 135. Who do you think you are? 1305. Who do you think you are? The man glared at Bailey Haoling with a twisted look on his face. You took 100 million from me. You deserved this. Bailey Haoling ignored what he said and tightened her grip around her daggers. The fresh red blood caused both her eyes to turn red. There was no fear in her eyes, but instead, she was ready to fight. Let him go. Bailey Haoling warned the man who was holding Lei Chong hostage. How did you think that it would be possible? The man chuckled instead. Oh, where's the other guy? Isn't he really God? Didn't he beat Huang and Fugu? Where is he now? The man continued laughing. Seeing how Bailey Haoling didn't answer him, the man continued laughing. Even if he was here, I want all 4 of his limbs as well. Really? Suddenly, there was another voice that appeared from behind them. When the man heard the voice, his pupil shrank uncontrollably. As he turned around, he could see Lin Xiu standing by the door. Well, I was wondering where you two went. As Lin Xiu walked towards them, the warriors standing around Bailey Haoling stared at him as well. Lin Xiu looked young and he didn't seem like someone who was powerful. However, they had to be cautious. Those who could step in here were definitely warrior gods. They felt as if Lin Xiu was just an ordinary man, but that would be impossible. The only explanation for this was that Lin Xiu was so strong that they couldn't detect anything. When the men saw Lin Xiu, his body started shaking. He didn't think that Lin Xiu would be here. This was the man who killed Huang and Fugu. How did you know that we're here? Bailey Haoling was curious. They knew that Lin Xiu had been in a huge fight and he would have been exhausted. This was why Bailey Haoling and Lei Chong did not disturb Lin Xiu. They came to the training ground instead. However, they didn't think that the man from before would come for revenge by bringing so many warriors with him. Lei Chong was not a warrior god and he wouldn't be able to fight them. Bailey Haoling may be able to beat them, but there were too many of them and she could no longer fight them alone. Little Bai brought me here. Lin Xiu pointed at Little Bai who was next to him. Then, he turned towards the man who held a sword against Lei Chong's neck. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Let him go. HMPH, why should I do whatever you say? Who do you think you are?" The man sneered coldly. He had brought along 15 warrior gods with him. No matter how powerful Lin Xiu could be, he wouldn't have been able to kill so many men. This was what gave him the courage. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes and did not say anything more. He then pointed at the man with his index finger. Then, there was a bright light that came shooting out of his finger. The bright light was headed for the man's right hand that was holding onto the sword. When the man saw what happened, his eyes narrowed subconsciously. He quickly released their sphere. However, he was merely a saint warrior. How would he be able to stop the attack of a warrior god? There was a surge of energy, and there was a hole the size of a finger that appeared on his sphere that he had released. Then, it pierced through his arm which was holding onto the sword. Ah! The intense pain caused the man to shout at the top of his lungs. The long sword fell onto the ground as well. Yo, master! The rest of the warriors turned nervous and quickly stood around the man to protect him. Kill him now. The intense pain coming from his arm had caused the man to turn mad. With his commands, all of the warriors around rushed towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu glanced at the warriors who were ready to attack him and sneered instead. When he first walked into the room, he had already activated the analytic eye. Although most of them were already warrior gods, they were much weaker than him. Most of them have just become warrior gods. Warriors of these levels were a piece of cake for Lin Xiu. As all of them rushed toward him, Lin Xiu didn't even retrieve his Hao Yu spear. Instead, he lifted his fist and swung it towards them. Solar Star. As Lin Xiu threw his punch, all of them were hit by Lin Xiu's fist before the other warriors even had the chance to realize what was happening. Boom boom boom. All of them groaned and it felt as if all the bones in their bodies had been crushed. They were all thrown to the side. There were other warriors who were inside the training ground. All of them were shocked to see what had happened. Everything happened within the blink of an eye. Lin Xiu was able to defeat all of these warriors gods instantly. These needed a large amount of energy. How was it possible for him to do this? Kill him! The man roared in rage after witnessing what had happened. He was dreading in pain from the injury that came from his arm. He was already feeling a little blurry. There was no one holding a sword against Lei Chong's neck. Lei Chong quickly shifted his body and kicked the man behind him. Boom! The man was then sent flying away and he landed on the wall behind him. The huge impact caused the man to widen his eyes as blood came splitting out of his mouth. He was only a saint warrior and his strength was only of the same level as Lei Chong. With such a hard punch from Lei Chong, it had injured him severely. One of the warrior gods who was protecting the man turned enraged. He grabbed his weapon and wanted to kill Lei Chong. The warrior had a quick reaction speed and Lei Chong didn't have the chance to hide from his attacks. Clang! However, right at that moment, Bailey Haoling appeared before him. The machete from the warrior collided with Bailey Haoling's dagger and there was a loud explosion. Well, it's my turn next. Bailey Haoling showed a cold smile on her face. She had been attacked by so many warriors together earlier and she didn't like how it felt. Now that Lin Xiu had already gotten rid of a number of them, she no longer felt pressured like before. Damn it. The look on the warrior's face changed. Just as he was about to move, the daggers slowly glowed with a blood-red color. Chapter Wolfect 306 Wolfect 306 The Ma Family from God City 1306 The Ma Family from God City. The man's machete collided with Bailey Haoling's daggers and he was instantly pushed far back. Plus, at that instant, Bailey Haoling quickly continued her attack on the man with both her daggers. The man panicked and he could also use his machete to protect himself. He didn't have the ability to fight back. At the same time, Lin Xiu looked around at the warrior gods who were attacking him and sneered. All of them released their skills and with their weapons above their heads. All of them were trying to attack Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu dodged the attack and took the opportunity to return his attack. Boom boom boom. All of them landed directly on the body of the warrior gods. All of them were thrown into the air from Lin Xiu's punch. None of them have the ability to retaliate. There were two of them who wanted to release their domain energy, but as soon as he released them, they soon realized that it was useless. As they took a closer look at the ground beneath them, there was a white glow that covered the entire ground. It was this white glow that had been released that prevented them from releasing their domain energy. They had lost the ability to release their domain energy. Purification domain. When they first started the fight, Lin Xiu had already released his purification domain, and this was why none of the warriors had the abilities to release their domain energy. Lin Xiu continued attacking them with his fists. Soon, all of the warriors were defeated on the ground because of Lin Xiu. All of these ended quickly within a blink of an eye. At the same time, Bailey Haoling had already chopped off both the arms of the man that she had been fighting with. The warriors around were shocked by the scene before their eyes. The tables have turned with Lin Zia's presence. Plus, Lin Ziu had just defeated all 10 warrior gods that were around him with his bare hands. How powerful were these people? Most of them on the ground were wailing in pain. However, they couldn't even move a finger. The strength in Lin Zia's fist was extremely terrifying. All of the bones in these warriors' bodies have been completely crushed because of Lin Zia's punches. Lin Ziu looked around before walking towards the man. The warrior who was known as the young master by the men around him was holding onto his chest while groaning in pain. Don't come here. Seeing how Lin Ziu was getting closer, the man subconsciously moved backwards. But his back was already against the wall and there was nowhere he could hide. Earlier, did you say that you would chop off all our limbs? Lin Ziu soon appeared inches away from him. I didn't. The look on his face changed and he denied everything. From the look on Lin Zia's face, it was obvious that he would be the one losing all 4 limbs. As he thought of it, his face turned ghastly pale and his body started trembling uncontrollably. It looks like you aren't an ordinary man, which is why I will not be doing so. As he was shaking vigorously in fear, Lin Ziu said something unexpected. The man quite sighed with relief after hearing that. He suddenly looked confident and said, I am the descendant of the Ma family. Ma Jiayun. Since you are someone smart, I won't be needing an apology for what happened today. The man, known as Ma Jiayun, assumed that Lin Ziu was afraid of his family and now he was no longer frightened. What I meant to say was, in order to keep all 4 of your limbs, you'll have to buy them with money. But Lin Ziu crushed his dreams. It felt as if a pail of ice-cold water had been poured over his head. You. Ma Jiayun's eyes were wide open and he couldn't believe what he had just heard. He was Ma Jiayun from the Ma family. Lin Ziu had been informed, but why wasn't he afraid? I am from the Ma family. Yes, so. Lin Ziu narrowed his eyes, and a wide smile appeared across his face. The man didn't know how to answer this. This was because Lin Ziu did not care about how he was from the Ma family. Plus, it was now clear that if he didn't lose anything, he would not be able to leave this place tonight. How much do you want? The look on Ma Jiayun's face was the ugliest thing ever seen. Well, you must want to keep all 4 of your limb. 100 million for each. Lin Ziu lifted up his index finger as he informed the man of his condition. Bailey Haoling, who was standing behind Lin Ziu, was surprised as well. Lin Ziu was even better than her at making money. The man had a horrible look on his face as if he was about to lose his life. 100 million. Although the Ma family were loaded, it still wouldn't be easy for them to do so. So, how much are you willing to pay? Lin Ziu smiled instead. In the eyes of Ma Jiayun, Lin Ziu's smile was like the smile of a devil. I really don't have so much. Ma Jiayun started crying. All right. It's fine if you don't have them. Lin Ziu spoke in a serious tone. Ma Jiayun looked surprised. Was he allowed to leave? Soon. Lin Ziu's words were like the sharp knife that pierced through his heart. Well, guess we'll have to chop it off. With that said, he moved his right arm and the machete that was on the ground flew straight into Lin Ziu's hands. As he held onto the machete, he was ready to swing it toward Ma Jiayun. There was no sign of hesitation. I'll pay. Ma Jiayun quickly screamed. He had almost lost his arm earlier. Even if he didn't get hit, he could already feel the pain that came from the aura of the machete. How much? Lin Ziu asked again. 400 million. I'll give you 400 million. Ma Jiayun clenched onto his jaw and spoke with his teeth clenched together. All right. Deal. After transferring 400 million over to Lin Ziu, he quickly gathered his men and left the training ground. This man indeed has a lot of money. Seeing how Lin Ziu easily got 400 million, Bailey Haoling's eyes were wide open. She suddenly felt that she had made a loss since she only got 100 million. Don't even think about it. It isn't easy to get these. Lin Ziu peered at Bailey Haoling. It looks like we will have trouble coming our way soon. With the time that he had earlier, Lin Ziu had already read up about the Ma family of the God City. Lin Xiu couldn't help but furrowed his brows when he learned who they were. Chapter 1307 Splurging 1307 Splurging. The Ma family was indeed a huge family in God City. Plus, it seemed like they were powerful as well, and their elders have been once titled as the God King. As Lin Xiu read about this, he had a solemn look on his face. The God King of God City was different from Liu Mo and Shakyong from both the cities from before. This man would be much stronger than them. Well, he would deal with them whenever they came for him then. Lin Xiu no longer searched for any more information because there was much available as well. Are you alright? Lin Xiu looked at Bailey Haoling, who was covered in blood, and asked subconsciously. These did not belong to the warriors, but instead, they were hers. I'm fine. Bailey Haoling shook her head, but her eyes were fixed on Lin Xiu. What do you want? Lin Xiu's scalp turned numb as he noticed how Bailey Haoling was staring at him. 400 million. Bailey Haoling was feeling envious. This man had just received 400 million. Why didn't she ask for more? I didn't hear anything. Lin Xiu pretended to be deaf and walked towards the door. Lin Xiu, I want a share of it. Bailey Haoling stared at Lin Xiu with her wide eyes. What did you say? Lin Xiu continued to pretend as if he was deaf. Lei Chong couldn't help but laugh. However, as he thought of what had happened earlier, Lei Chong clenched his fist. He had to continue with his training. Otherwise, he would also be a burden to the both of them. He had to become a warrior god as quickly as possible. It was already evening. Lin Xiu and Bailey Haoling were still walking around the store to look for some new equipment. Lei Chong, who seemed to have been triggered, was still training hard in the training ground. Greetings, sir. What do you need to buy from us? Lin Xiu headed back to the store, where he bought the Hao Yu spear, and one of the staff came out to greet him. This staff was the same one that helped him buy the Hao Yu spear. When she saw Lin Xiu walking into the store, her eyes lit up with excitement. The last time Lin Xiu was here, he luxuriously bought a set of weapons that cost more than 100 million. I need some materials, Lin Xiu said as he said that. What would you be needing? We have most of the ingredients found on the market. If it's something that the other sellers have, we would definitely have them. Even if it's something rare that the other stores don't have, we have them too. The staff spoke with utmost confidence. It was obvious that she was very confident with what they had. This was because they were the largest store found in the whole city. All of the strongest warriors would buy ingredients from them. That's good to hear. Lin Xiu nodded his head with satisfaction. Do you have the 1,000-year-old metal? Lin Xiu randomly asks for one of the ingredients needed. 1,000-year-old metal. The staff was shocked to hear what Lin Xiu wanted. Do you? Lin Xiu was curious. No, we don't. The staff started looking awkward as she answered Lin Xiu. She had just said confidently that they have everything, but now, she was getting a huge slap on the face. It would be incredibly rare to find these all over town. Do you need anything else? The staff quickly calmed herself down and continued asking. The root of frost. Lin Xiu continued asking. No. The staff's face turned bitter. She has heard of them, but they really didn't have them in store. The God Fire Energy Stone. No. It's such a huge store, but even you don't have them. Bailey Haoling pursed her lips. Forget it then. Show us some warrior skills cards. Lin Xiu looked to the other side before informing the staff. Sure. This way please. After hearing what Lin Xiu said, the staff let out a breath of relief and quickly led them to another room. She brought Bailey Haoling and Lin Xiu headed to the third floor. There was a VIPs only sign found outside of the third floor. This is our VIP section, and only VIPs will be allowed to buy things that are displayed here. The staff explained it to Lin Xiu and Bailey Haoling as she brought them to the third floor. Since you've spent more than 100 million previously, we have automatically upgraded you as our VIP. The staff patiently informed Lin Xiu. After entering the VIPs section, Lin Xiu was surprised. This was because the things found here were rarer than the ones outside. I need a combat suit. Bailey Haoling's eyes lit up with excitement when he saw the combat suits sold here. The one that she had brought earlier had been destroyed from the fight. Plus, the combat suits here were much better than the ones she bought earlier. The combat suits here are the best, and even the God King buys from this series as well. Seeing how Bailey Hyeling was interested in their combat suit, the staff quickly made her recommendation. How much does this cost? Bailey Hyeling quickly chose one that looks like a gown. It will be 400 million. The staff smiled as she reported the price to Bailey Hyeling. 400 million. Her eyes were opened wide as she was in shock. She had just managed to save up 400 million and now she had to use them all. It hurts her heart to even think about it. Then, she glanced at Lin Xiu. You have 400 million. Lin Xiu looked at her and quickly reminded her. Bailey Hyeling glared at him before saying, what a petty man. This combat suit is made of the silk of a godable beast, and it would be able to block most of the attacks. We only have one available. The staff continued introducing the product to the both of them. But it. Bailey Hyeling really liked the combat suit. It was only 400 million. Money comes. Money goes. She could still go around asking for sponsors. As she thought about it, a smile appeared on her face. She seemed to be quite happy. Looking at her, Lin Xiu felt helpless. From the look on her face, this girl must be up to some new tricks. I shall get someone to help you pack it up. The staff was smiling brightly as well. She had just sold such an expensive combat suit and would be earning commissions from it. The godable warrior skills cards are over here. The other staff helped Bailey Hyeling with her combat suit while the girl from before continued introducing the warrior skill cards to Lin Xiu. Soon, Lin Xiu noticed that there were numerous square little glass boxes that were huge on the walls. Each glass box had a small brightly glowing warrior skills card. Godable warrior skills cards. Chapter 1308 1308 The Ma Family's Fury. 1308 The Ma Family's Fury. All of them here were godable warrior skills cards. All of the godable warrior skill cards would be found here. One of the staff spoke with arrogance as she introduced the cards. In the entire God City, they were the only ones who sold such a huge range of warrior skill cards. Lin Xiu, sponsor me one. Bailey Hyeling's eyes brightened up with excitement. No way. Lin Xiu immediately rejected her. This was because when he looked at the price, most of them cost hundreds of millions. This was nothing but daytime robbery. However, it was still a good thing that they could get godable warrior skill cards with money. After all, these cards were extremely rare. Are you still my disciple? Bailey Hyeling's eyes were opened wide as she placed both hands on her hips. Nope. Lin Xiu smiled. Bailey Hyeling's eyes were wide open and she wanted to beat Lin Xiu up badly. However, as she thought of Lin Xiu's abilities, she immediately gave up on that thought. Well, try and get more money from the next person and I'll buy you one. Lin Xiu suggested an alternative. Alright. Bailey Hyeling's mood instantly changed from gloomy to excitement after hearing what Lin Xiu said. Now that she had no money left, all she had to do was beat up another group of warriors. Wasn't that easy? As she thought about it, Bailey Hyeling wanted to meet Ma Jian again, so that she could get a huge sum of money from him. That boy was loaded. At the same time, Ma Jian, who had returned home, was sneezing continuously. But soon, he lowered his head, afraid to meet the eyes of the man standing before him. Rubbish. It was a middle-aged man who was sitting on a huge chair. This man looked similar to Ma Jian. Instead of fear, this man looked pissed. You brought a dozen of warrior gods with you, but all of them ended up with their bones crushed. You even lost 400 million. Ma Jian, are you trying to get yourself killed? The man looked furious as he screamed on top of his lungs. Father. Ma Jian's face turned ghastly pale, and as the man in front of him was screaming, he could feel a heavy pressure on top of him. His body trembled and instantly fell to the ground. For those who are your age, they have already become warrior gods by now, but you are a piece of trash who is merely a saint warrior. Shameful. Ma Jian's father continued screaming at him. But those who have offended us will have to pay for it. After hearing what his father said, there was a slight smile that appeared on Ma Jian's ghastly pale face. He obviously knew what his father meant. As he thought of Lin Xiu and his gang, Ma Jian had a hideous expression on his face. He would definitely take revenge for all the things that they have done to him. Do you have information about those people? Ma Jiayun's father continued asking. No. Ma Jiayun, who was indulging in his happiness, was suddenly pulled back into reality. He only found Bailey Haoling and Lei Chan through the security footage and immediately brought his men to the training ground. Ma Jiayun had no basic knowledge of who they actually were. Bunch of idiots. Ma Jiayun's father roared after hearing the answer. If you want to teach them a lesson, you would have to know who they are so that you can catch their weakness. You went and attacked them so recklessly without even knowing how powerful they were. It's suicidal. Ma Jiayun's face flushed with embarrassment as he was being lectured by his father, but there was nothing that he could say. I only know about one of them. One of them is called Lin Ziyu, from Lingxian City. Ma Jiayun quickly recalled what happened from before and quickly spoke up. He had watched the contest and merely remembered a few of their details. Lingxian City. Ma Jiayun's father furrowed his brow. He quickly moved his right hand and controlled the monitor that was next to him. Soon, he found Lingxian City on the map. Isn't that just a small city? Ma Jiayun saw the location of Lingxian City on the map and he couldn't help but frown. Ma Jiayun's father glared at his son and asked, You were defeated by the city lord of this little city. It was him who defeated all of the warrior gods that I brought along. Ma Jiayun quickly spoke up. Back. With that said, Ma Jiayun's father swung his arm towards his son. A huge slap landed on Ma Jiayun's face. There was a burning handprint that appeared on his face and blood trickled from the corner of his lips. Ma Jiayun did not dare say another word. What else do you know about him? Ma Jiayun's father glared at him as he spoke. Also, he beat Huang Fugu during the match. Ma Jiayun suddenly thought of something and spoke loudly. You mean the multi-city contest for this year? Yes. Ma Jiayun's father instantly looked troubled after hearing such news. Huang Fugu. Huang Fugu. Huang Fugu from the holy city. His eyes were instantly opened wide as he looked at his idiotic son. His body started to tremble with fear. Then, he landed a huge kick on his son. Boom! Ma Jiayun was thrown far into the distance. He was infuriated. Huang Fugu was someone that he knew. He had once met Huang Fugu from Holy City. He was clear about the abilities that this man had. A warrior, who was able to defeat Huang Fugu. No one should doubt how powerful he would be. Damn it. Ma Jiayun's father suddenly felt a headache coming. Although that man was merely a city lord from a small city, he was still able to defeat Huang Fugu, which showed that he must be a powerful man. Forget it. Looks like we would have to ask for help from our elders. His face turned cold as he muttered to himself. Although his son wasn't the best, no one should be allowed to challenge the Ma family of the God City. At the same time, Lin Ziyu, who was still shopping in the store, was not aware of the trouble heading his way. As he looked at the warrior skill cards around him, Lin Ziyu was incredibly surprised. There were so many of them, there were at least 100 of them. Due to how they were glowing brightly, Lin Ziyu had to narrow his eyes. Bailey Haoling was wandering around, looking for a warrior skills card for herself. However, as she looked around, she was devastated to find that there wasn't much for daggers like hers. There weren't many warriors who would use double daggers as their weapons. Skyfire Meteor. Lin Ziyu's eyes brightened with excitement as one of the warrior skill cards caught his attention. This is a card for those who use a spear, and it's compatible for those who use the fire element. The staff quickly introduced the card after seeing how Lin Ziyu was staring at it. Chapter 1309 Background. 1309 Background. This warrior skill card. How much is it? Lin Ziyu had his eyes on the card and immediately asked. After looking at all the other cards, Lin Ziyu still felt that this was one that suits him best. He was used to using more of his strength and he was always playing with fire. This is a God-level warrior skills card and it would cost 1,200 million. The staff smiled as she reported the price to Lin Ziyu. God-level warrior skills cards were rare gems and they would be incredibly costly compared to the weapons. Can't you give me a discount? Lin Ziyu raised his brows as he asked. This is already the best price that we could offer. You won't be allowed to negotiate the price here. The staff spoke in an apologetic tone. Lin Ziyu, by it looks incredible. Bailey Haoling quickly commented on it. You want me to buy it so badly? Lin Xiu looked at her curiously and asked. No, I don't. Bailey Haoling shrugged her shoulders. You just think that I have more money than you now and you want me to finish up mine so that you would feel happy. Lin Xiu stared at Bailey Haoling before speaking out what Bailey Haoling had in mind. Cough cough. Bailey Haoling cleared her throat after feeling awkward from being exposed. Alright. I'll buy this then. Lin Xiu thought about it for a moment before agreeing to the purchase. Of course. Sir. I will wrap it up for you. The staff was delighted to hear what Lin Xiu said and the smile on her face grew wide. Then, she quickly contacted the other staff, so that they could take the warrior skill cards from inside the glass. Lin Xiu, there are so many cards here. Aren't they afraid that they would get robbed? Bailey Haoling whispered into Lin Xiu's ears. All of the warrior skill cards were being openly displayed, and other than Lin Xiu and Bailey Haoling, there were also other warriors who were looking at the. Don't you dare. Lin Xiu glared at her before giving her a warning. Hearing what she said, Lin Xiu already knew that she had in mind as she looked at the warrior skill cards around her. This store is able to sell so many of the necessities for the warrior and there are so many godful warrior skill cards here. If my assumptions are correct, they should be supported by the God King. This place must be officially supported by the God King. Lin Xiu spoke softly. There were so many godful warrior skill cards here and it would definitely catch lots of attention. If this was not the case, this store would have been robbed multiple times. Plus, did you notice that even the staff that served us earlier is a warrior god? Her abilities are not beneath yours. Lin Xiu had analyzed all of the staff in the store and knew that most of them working here were skilled warriors, especially the one that was helping Lin Xiu retrieve the warrior skills cards from the glass shelves. Lin Xiu had scanned the man with his analytic eye, and as he was doing so, the man raised his head and looked around. It was as if he could feel that someone was analyzing him. HMPH, I never thought of doing such things. Bailey Haoling quickly spoke out of guilt. By now, she could also feel that most of the staff working here were warrior gods. Is there anything else that you need? The staff from before had finished wrapping up the warrior skill card that Lin Xiu had purchased. Do you have anything else that you want? Lin Xiu peered at Bailey Haoling and asked. Would you like to sponsor one for me? Bailey Haoling looked hopeful. Broke. You're just petty. After paying at the counter, Lin Xiu received a black color box. The box contained the godful warrior skill card that Lin Xiu had purchased. Lin Xiu had a total of 1,400 million in his bank account and after paying for the card, he had 200 million left. However, all of the energy stones were useless for Lin Xiu and it was nothing for him to spend it so casually. Are you going to be training tonight? As they returned to the hotel, Bailey Haoling asked Lin Xiu before heading to her room. Rolly and Little Bai were both sitting on Lin Xiu's shoulder and were both in deep sleep. The finals are tomorrow and I have to be ready for it. Lin Xiu nodded his head. Alright. I'm going back to sleep as well. Bailey Haoling couldn't help but yawn. She had been injured from the previous fights and even if she could heal from her injuries, she was still feeling exhausted. Have a good rest. Lin Xiu smiled before heading to the training ground on the highest floor. When Lin Xiu appeared in the training ground, all of the warriors who were cultivating looked fearful when they saw Lin Xiu. It was as if they had met a ghost and subconsciously moved away from him. This was because Lin Xiu had shown that he was a powerful and merciless man. Most of the warriors have already heard of him by now. Lei Chong. You're still training. Lin Xiu soon noticed Lei Chong, who was also in the training ground and he was training with his machete. With the high gravitational pull here, Lei Chong seems to be having a difficult time training here. He could already see that Lei Chong was drenched in sweat. City Lord. Lei Chong heard someone coming from behind and quickly turned around. You should rest if you're feeling tired. Lin Xiu smiled as he comforted Lei Chong. Lei Chong seemed to have been triggered by what happened in the afternoon, and was trying his best to improve his skills. I'm fine. Lei Chong shook his head. He thought of how useless he was in the afternoon and even ended up as the hostage. He felt incredibly guilty and shameful at the same time. If it wasn't because of him, Bailey Haoling wouldn't have been so severely injured. Lin Xiu and Bailey Haoling were both powerful warriors. Plus, Those who were below the level of a warrior god were considered useless in this city. Lei Chong was dying to make himself better. That's enough. Stop forcing yourself. Lin Ziyu spoke to Lei Chong before walking over to another empty spot. Then, as he pulled out the card from the black box, there was a bright glow that came from the Godlevel warrior skill card. Most of the warriors noticed that bright light coming from the card, and they were all incredibly surprised. It was with no doubt that this was a Godlevel warrior skills card. Most of them were filled with envy. Godlevel warrior skill cards were rare, and for him to be able to buy it from the store, it would have been incredibly expensive. Lin Ziyu sat cross-legged on the ground and placed the card on his forehead. As Lin Ziyu started to gather his energy, all of them rushed towards his forehead. Soon, with his energy instilled into the warrior skill card, the card started glowing even brighter than before. Chapter 310, 310, The Effect of the Sky Fire Meteor. 1310 The Effect of the Sky Fire Meteor. There was a large amount of information that rushed into Lin Ziyu's mind. Lin Ziyu furrowed his brows. Due to the large amount of information from the warrior skill card that entered into his mind, Lin Ziyu could feel that his brain was starting to feel a pinch in his mind. This was different from the time when he used Destroy the Sky. This warrior skill card obviously contained more power and strength and lots of information. All of them were rushing into his mind, and it was definitely something difficult for one to handle. Lin Ziyu clenched his jaw and slowly absorbed all of the energy that came along with the warrior skills card as well as the information inside it. Soon, the glow that was once around the warrior skill card on his forehead slowly disappeared, and it turned dull. Back. After some time, the card fell onto the ground from Lin Ziyu's forehead. All of the energy and information has been completely absorbed. Lin Ziyu opened his eyes and muttered to himself. The warrior skill card was now useless, and it no longer glowed brightly, and this was merely a normal piece of card. As for Lin Ziyu, there was a vast amount of information of the warrior skills that appeared in his mind. Hugu. Lin Ziyu took a deep breath. At the very next moment, with the control of his mind, Lin Ziyu took out the Hugu spear from his expansion space. Lin Ziyu then looked around as he picked up the spear. Then, he started moving the spear in his hands. Ziu ziu ziu. As he moved the spear in his arms, there was a dark blue glow that appeared all around the spear, followed by a large amount of sparks. Lin Ziyu could feel that the spear in his hands was getting more and more powerful. Sky Fire Meteor would allow a large amount of fire element energy to be transferred over to the spear. With the energy in him exploding, the domineering strength and power of the warrior skills would be released as well. There would be a large number of meteors that would fall from the sky, destroying a large area. This was AoE warrior skills. This was a little similar to Fire Refining Starlit Sky, but the power of Sky Fire Meteor was much stronger than Fire Refining Starlit Sky. If I use this here, it would bring more trouble. Lin Ziyu tightly grabbed onto his Hugu spear and his body started trembling uncontrollably. If Lin Ziyu moved his spear, the skills would be immediately released. As for the other warriors inside the training ground, they would feel that the air around them is getting warmer as well. It was as if they were getting scorched alive. Plus, it was obvious that this was because of Lin Ziyu's overpowering warrior skills. He was merely training and his skills were already this powerful. If he completely released his strength, some of the warriors could quickly imagine how powerful Lin Ziyu could get, and they were looking at Lin Ziyu with fearful eyes. Lin Ziyu has already become someone that no one dared to challenge in the training ground. Hugu. Lin Ziyu took a deep breath and reabsorbed all of the energy into his body. His hands that gripped onto the Hugu spear was trembling uncontrollably due to the vast amount of energy, but as he pulled back the energy from it, he slowly regained control. All of the flames disappeared as well. The rest of the warriors let out breaths of relief as well. I can't use this skill here, Lin Ziyu mumbled under his breath. If he used this skill here, it would destroy the entire place. He would have to find another chance to use this in an open airspace. Otherwise, if he doesn't practice using this skill, he would not be able to control when he needs it. City Lord. Is that a god-level warrior skill? Lei Chong was exhausted as he laid on the ground with his arms opened wide. He was drenched in sweat and they were dripping onto the ground like flowing water. As Lin Xiu reabsorbed his energy, Lei Chong slowly got up. And he'll head to the other side to test out this skill. Lin Xiu nodded his head as he picked up his spear and walked towards the exit. City Lord, he's incredible. Seeing how Lin Xiu was already leaving, Lei Chong couldn't help but mumble to himself. As he walked out of the hotel, Lin Xiu turned on his GPS and finally found an empty ground. This should be it. God City was a huge place and there was an area filled with abandoned buildings. From the looks of it, it seemed to have been left abandoned for a long time. He took a good look around and noticed that there was no one living in this area. Lin Xiu held onto the Haiyu spear and started moving it around with both hands. Boom! As Lin Xiu moved his spear, there were countless flames that were released from the spear itself. All of these were hellfire, the strongest flame that he had acquired from before. However, as he arrived at the warrior god realm, it does look like the strength of the flames were not good enough. But, with the assistance of this warrior skill, the hellfire that he released has reached its peak. Ah! The Haiyu spear started shaking and Lin Xiu swung the spear across the air. There was a large amount of energy that was released from the spear and into the air. Boom! There was a loud explosion that traveled across the air and it was followed by multiple explosions after that. With the large amount of energy that was released from the spear, all of them looked like fireworks. Ziu ziu ziu! Countless flames fell from the sky like meteorites and they were all headed toward the ground. Boom boom boom! The flames that were like meteorites fell onto the buildings around and all of them caused a huge explosion. The buildings around him were soon destroyed. It was as if there had been an air strike. It was in a blink of an eye where everything was destroyed. There were countless dents that appeared all over the place and the air around him was boiling. Hoo! Lin Xiu's forehead was covered in sweat as he tried to catch his breath. This warrior skill was incredibly powerful. It was even stronger than fire refining starlit sky that he had achieved before this. The only thing that was bad about this skill was how exhausting he felt after using it. Lin Xiu felt as if all of the energy in his body had been drained. He had to use at least 80 of the energy in his body in order to use this skill. At that moment, there was hellfire all around him. Tat tat. Suddenly, there was a weird sound that came from the opposite direction. Chapter 1311 Conditions. 1311 Conditions. Hearing these strange sounds at this time, Lin Xiu subconsciously looked toward the source of the sound. At this moment, if you look carefully, you can clearly see a middle-aged man walking over from the other side. This middle-aged man was wearing a special metal boot. So when he walked, he made that strange sound. Godable skill? Not bad. The middle-aged man walked over at this time, looked at Lin Xiu and said lightly. Lin Xiu looked at the man and narrowed his eyes slightly. The analytic eye was used instantly at this time. With the use of the analytic eye, Lin Xiu was able to see the man's attributes clearly. Name Ning Tianheng, 15,402. Strength 15,402. 12,487. Physique 12,487. 5,884. Speed 5,884. This man's attributes seem to be stronger than the current Lin Xiu. And this is only the attribute in the current state. After his strength erupts, the attributes may be further improved. Let me introduce myself. Ning Tianheng. Lin Xiu looked at the man who was walking over. And before he finished speaking, Lin Xiu said lightly. The middle-aged man with a calm expression on his face was stunned when he heard Lin Xiu's voice. You know me. The middle-aged man's eyes widened slightly, and his eyes were full of disbelief. He didn't remember that he had met Lin Xiu before. But how did Lin Xiu know his name? You don't need to know about that. Lin Xiu revealed a mysterious smile. What's up? Lin Xiu continued to speak. When he first came here, Lin Xiu deliberately found a wilderness and he felt that there was no one nearby. The sudden arrival of this person still made Lin Xiu vigilant. Lin Xiu. Right. Although there were doubts in his heart, at this moment, his calm expression returned to his face. I watched your game. Your strength is very good. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows, then said lightly. If you have anything to say, just say it. Since you're so straightforward, you'll just say it directly. Hearing Lin Zia's words, Ning Tianheng also said directly, "The next game, I want you to lose." As soon as he finished speaking, the pupils in Lin Zia's eyes suddenly shrank. Why? Lin Ziu narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at him and said lightly, "It seems that the match list was released today." But Lin Ziu didn't go to see it. 1 billion. Ning Tianheng set a price. This match is very important to him, and you may not be able to win him. Ning Tianheng continued to speak without waiting for Lin Ziu to say something. Seeing that Lin Ziu still didn't speak, Ning Tianheng frowned, then continued to say 5 billion. The highest price. At this price, you can buy a precious godlevel skill card in the warrior store. What do you think? I'm short of money or godlevel skill card. Lin Ziu revealed a smile when he spoke. Ning Tianheng's face changed slightly. Lin Ziu just released a godlevel skill, although it seems that he is still in the practice stage. According to Lin Zia's words, he is neither short of money nor skill cards. Ning Tianheng took a deep breath at this time, as if he had made some kind of decision. You can get a promise from the Ning family. The Ning family can help you do one thing that is within their means. Really? Lin Ziu frowned, then said directly, "Yes." After hearing Lin Zia's words, Ning Tianheng felt relieved. If there is a need, then the conditions can be negotiated. Spirit Fire Energy Stone, the Root of Frost, Metal of 1,000 years old. Help me find these 3 materials and I will admit defeat. Lin Ziu said directly. Originally, he came to participate in the multi-city competition just for the materials. If this guy could really find them, he could perhaps admit defeat. After all, winning doesn't seem to be of much benefit. These materials are all priceless. Impossible. As soon as Ning Tianheng heard Lin Zia's words, his face became extremely ugly. The materials that Lin Ziu mentioned were all they wanted. Spirit Fire Energy Stone and the Root of Frost. I have only heard of them but have not obtained it. Metal of 1,000 years old is available at the God King, but it is impossible for me to get it. So you need to change the condition. Then there's nothing to talk about. Lin Ziu spread his hands and said, "Okay, I'm going to practice. It's none of my business if I hurt you." While Lin Ziu was talking, the white moon spear in his hand began to surge with dark blue flames. The temperature of these flames is very high. With the appearance of the flames, the temperature of the surrounding air seems to have increased a lot in an instant. Ning Tianheng's face changed slightly at this moment. Then he turned around and was about to leave. But the moment he raised his foot to leave, he suddenly turned around and rushed toward Lin Ziu. From the sleeve of his right hand, a cold glow suddenly burst out. A dagger instantly appeared in his right hand. Holding this dagger, he was about to stab Lin Ziu in the forehead. The pupils in Lin Zia's eyes shrank slightly, and the white moon spear in his hand directly blocked in front of him. Dang! With a clear sound, the dagger in Ning Tianheng's hand stabbed at the body of his white moon spear. The terrifying temperature coming from the body of the white moon spear caused Ning Tianheng's expression to change slightly. Before he could react, the white moon spear in Lin Zia's hand shook, and a powerful impact immediately sent Ning Tianheng's body flying. Humph! Ning Tianheng, who was thrown out by the shock, quickly stabilized his figure. Looking at Lin Ziu, who was attacking with the white moon spear, he waved back to the left and the surrounding ground shook instantly. A large number of rock spikes hit directly from the ground. Whoosh whoosh. At this time, Lin Zia's body moved and the flashing soul's body skill was used and he quickly dodged. Humph! Ning Tianheng's figure stepped back and a khaki source mark suddenly appeared on his forehead. A large amount of soil around it surged up crazily at this moment, then slowly gathered into a gigantic behemoth. Looking at Lin Ziu, who dodged the rock spikes and was about to attack, Ning Tianheng shouted, "Go!" The giant beast made of mud directly attacked Lin Ziu. Break! Seeing the giant beast rushing toward him, Lin Ziu showed no sign of fear. He firmly held the white moon spear in his hand, then slashed out with a slash. Boom! An incomparably huge force burst out directly. Chapter 1312 1312 Punching a Hole. 1312 punching a hole. In the next moment, the giant clay beast that charged over was attacked by Lin Xiu, and it was smashed to pieces. Boom! 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 And at this moment, as Lin Xiu's white moon spear danced, a series of dark blue flaming birds immediately attacked Ning Tanhong. Damn it! When Ning Tanhong saw this scene, the expression in his eyes changed greatly. He didn't expect that his source mark power would be defeated so easily by Lin Xiu. And the flaming birds released by Lin Xiu at this time were very hot. It also made him feel threatened. At this time, Ning Tanhong didn't have any hidden strength, and the source strength of his whole body burst out at this moment. When those flaming birds also impacted his body, he raised his left back directly. The moment those flaming birds charged over, energy around shields appeared around his outstretched left hand. Bang bang bang. This energy shield blocked all the incoming flaming birds. No harm was done to Ning Tanhong. Profound intent torrential storm of rose flowers. And when Lin Xiu saw this scene, he didn't stop his movements. The white moon spear he was holding rushed to Ning Tanhong in an instant. Whoosh whoosh. With the use of skill, countless spears were stabbed at this moment. A swishing sound could be heard, as the tip of white moon spear continued to hit the energy shield unfolded by his left hand. Ning Tanhong's body only took a few steps back, but he didn't seem to be able to break the energy shield at all. Instead, at this moment, Ning Tanhong stabbed directly at Lin Xiu with the dagger in his right hand. The pupils in Lin Xiu's eyes shrank slightly. At this time, because the spear had already been thrust out, it seemed that it was too late to resist his attack. Lin Xiu reacted quickly and mobilized all the energy in his body to gather it in the direction he wanted to stab. Boom! The dagger did stab at the shoulder of Lin Xiu's body at the next moment. But because Lin Xiu mobilized the sore strength of his whole body, the dagger did not directly penetrate Lin Xiu's shoulder, but only pierced through it very slightly. Get lost. And at this moment, Lin Xiu raised his foot and kicked Ning Tanhong in the abdomen. Poof! At this moment, Ning Tanhong's body was kicked out, and a mouthful of blood was spat out. His energy shield only seemed to cover the range that Lin Xiu had just pierced with his spear. Lin Xiu's kick obviously had no way of defense. Being kicked in the abdomen by a god warrior level warrior like Lin Xiu, the impact of power is very severe. At this moment, he felt as if his internal organs were about to burst. Damn! Ning Tanhong did not expect Lin Xiu to be so strong. Just now he thought that since he failed to bribe Lin Xiu, he shall get rid of Lin Xiu so that Lin Xiu can't participate in the competition. But obviously, the one who won't see the sun tomorrow is very likely to be him, because now Lin Xiu's power has been released again. Crash! A large amount of black energy matter burst out from Lin Xiu's body. These black energy substances rushed toward Ning Tanhong like a tide. The soil on the surrounding ground turned pitch black because of the black energy substances surging past. What a terrifying power! The pupils in Ning Tanhong's eyes shrank slightly. These black energies swept from all directions and even impacted from above his head. In this way, there was no chance to dodge. Moreover, Ning Tanhong still had a faint feeling that even if he unfolded the sphere, he seemed to have no chance of being able to resist this terrifying energy. Damn it! Ning Tanhong looked at Lin Xiu, who was still releasing these terrifying energies, and roared angrily. He looked at the ground, and in the next moment, he directly rushed toward the ground under his feet. Like a mouse burrowing in the ground, he rushed to the ground in an instant and left at an extremely fast speed, and those black energy substances also hit the position where Ning Tanhong was just now at this moment. Gone. At this time, Lin Xiu didn't have the message of killing the warrior in his mind. At this time, he walked over and took a closer look, and Ning Tanhong's figure had indeed disappeared. And on the ground where he was just now, there was a hole. This hole was obviously left behind by Ning Tanhong's departure just now. This guy actually made a hole and left. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu couldn't help but widen his eyes. He has experienced so many battles, and this is the first time he has seen a warrior escape directly through a hole. The skill he used just now was silence. Silence originally belonged to the power of the dark attribute, and with the fact that he swallowed the black ball before, the power of Lin Zia's use of this skill has become even stronger. If Ning Tianhong hadn't escaped like this just now, he would have been shocked by this force, and even if he didn't die, his skin would be peeled off. Never mind. Lin Ziu looked at the burrow and shook his head involuntarily. He wanted to continue practicing Godlevel's skill just now, but the fight with Ning Tianhong had consumed a lot of Lin Zia's strength. The match is about to start. It seems that there were a lot of fighters who had won 10 consecutive victories. Seems like it is not an easy task to get a good ranking and thus obtain the medal of 1,000 years old. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Ziu decided to continue practicing this Godlevel skill. After all, the recovery speed of his source strength was much faster than that of ordinary warriors, even if he consumed all the source strength today and practiced overnight. The source strength will definitely recover by the next morning. Lin Ziu took a deep breath at this time and continued to release the source strength in his hands to practice this Godlevel skill. Damn guy. And Ning Tianhong's figure had already appeared in the courtyard on the other side. He drilled directly out of the soil. The black attributed skill released by Lin Ziu just now was so terrifying that he didn't dare to continue to fight. Uncle! At this moment, seeing Ning Tianhong crawling out from under the ground, a young man couldn't help being taken aback. Ning Yu, why are you here? Ning Tianhong looked at this man, feeling a little embarrassed. Ahem, I was practicing just now. Before Ning Yu could speak, Ning Tianhong continued to speak. How are things going? Ning Yu didn't think too much and continued to speak. That kid refused. Chapter 1313 1313 The competition is about to start. 1313 The competition is about to start. Refused. Ning Yu frowned when she heard Ning Tianhong's words. Think it's too little. No. Ning Tianhong shook his head, then said directly, this guy wants those top materials. At this moment, Ning Yu suddenly showed a sneer. Our Ning family doesn't even have any top-level materials, yet he wants it. He really thinks I'm afraid of him. It's just ridiculous. I played against him just now, and his strength is pretty good. When you face him, be careful. Ning Tianhong spoke, then handed it to him with the smart watch on his wrist. The videos of today's battle are all here. When Ning Tianhong went to find Lin Ziu, he already had an aerial video camera, which clearly captured all the scenes of their battle from a height. Although they already had the video of Lin Ziu and Fugu's battle, but now that there is one more video, they can learn more about Lin Zia's strength. In this way, he will be more confident in fighting. Thanks. A strange smile appeared on the corner of Ning Yu's mouth. He must win. It was night soon, and Lin Ziu finally returned to his room at the City of God Hotel, took a hot bath and lay down on the bed. Tired. Really tired. Today, in order to practice the Godlevel skill, Lin Ziu still consumed a lot of strength. Ning Tianhong. At this moment, Lin Ziu thought of the middle-aged man today and immediately narrowed his eyes. Although this person's attribute strength is slightly higher than his, but in battle, he is not his opponent. And depending on the situation, the opponent in the next match should be someone from his side. However, when the soldiers came to cover up the water and soil, Lin Ziu didn't have any fear. Still, I shall go to bed first. At this moment, Lin Ziu stretched his waist and fell into a dream. Soon, with the first ray of sunlight in the morning, Lin Ziu woke up. After Lin Ziu finished washing, Roly and Xiaobai still jumped and stood on Lin Ziu's shoulders. So early. As soon as Lin Ziu opened the door, he saw Bailey Haoling and Lei Tong waiting in the corridor outside the door. The competition is about to start. Bailey Haoling looked at Lin Ziu helplessly and said, there's still half an hour. It's still early. Lin Ziu smiled and said, in his hand, he already held the white moon spear. It's better to take out the weapon now. It will look a bit suspicious later. After all, there is no such thing as a space ring in the God Warrior realm. Let's go. After resting all night, Lin Ziu felt extremely refreshed. It's still the same as the previous competition. When you walk down, there will be staff leading you to the competition venue. But this time the competition venue is not in this place, but in another place. After arriving at the competition venue, Lin Xiu was surprised. Although this competition venue is not bigger than the competition venue in the previous matches, but the overall decoration and the like were too advanced, and this competition field is not on the ground. It is suspended in the air. It's quite advanced. Bailey Hioling stood at the gate of the competition venue, looking down from the front edge. It was as if they were looking down from the sky. The buildings below have become extremely small. At this time, many people have come up in special aircraft one after another. Although Lin Xiu was able to fly up directly, he still had to follow the rules to ride the aircraft just now. There are 13 people who have advanced. At this time, Lei Tong saw the projection screen at the door here and couldn't help sighing in surprise. At this moment, the match list was clearly displayed on the projection screen. They were divided into 6 groups in total, one of which was a 3-person melee. Lin Xiu was in the first group and they were fighting against a warrior named Ning Yu. Lin Xiu looked at the battle table and immediately narrowed his eyes. It really is from the Ning family. All contestants, please assemble. At this moment, loud noises came from the playing field inside. Lin Xiu, let's go. Hearing the loud noises, Bailey Hioling looked at Lin Xiu and said immediately. Lin Xiu nodded slightly and walked inside. At this time, Roli and Xiao Bai also left from Lin Xiu's shoulders. They seemed to know that Lin Xiu was going to fight soon and they couldn't be brought together in this fight. As soon as he stepped inside, Lin Xiu could clearly see that there was already a huge competition arena inside. This competition platform seems to be made of special materials and it looks very high-end. Lin Xiu felt tempted to take the entire battle platform away, but as soon as this idea came up, Lin Xiu shook his head. This is impossible. All contestants, please gather on the stage. At this time, a middle-aged man whose body was suspended in the air said. Hearing this voice, Lin Xiu looked at the warriors who had already jumped onto the battle platform and jumped up directly at this time. Taking a closer look, there are already several warriors standing beside him. Some of these warriors seem to be about the same age as themselves. Some are middle-aged and some seem to be elderly. But these are just appearances. After becoming a god warrior, the lifespan is very long and some people can even rejuvenate. So it is not possible to judge a person's age just by looking at his or her appearance. Although these people look from young to old, without exception, their strength seems to be very strong. At this time, Lin Xiu glanced around and found that there were already a large number of spectators. And there are 10 special seats in the middle of the auditorium surrounding the entire competition field. In the middle, there is a seat that looks like a throne. Noble God Rian and others during the audition that day sat in the 10 special seats next to them. The bodies of these people exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Lin Xiu could feel their strength just by scanning them. Lin Xiu didn't use the analytic eye, because he knows that if he uses it, it is very likely to be found out. The seat in the middle, is the God King of Tanling Kingdom, Lingju Tanling Country, one of the 9 continents of the God Warrior realm, is the most powerful warrior, Beiyuan City, Yuan Zhen. At this time, the voice of the game host was transmitted over immediately. The warrior who was named stepped out from Lin Xiu's left at this time, looked at the thousands of spectators around him, raised his hands and seemed to be full of confidence. Chapter 314 Ning Yu. 314 Ning Yu. The strength is not bad. From the corner of Lin Xiu's eyes, he looked at the man. His analytic eye was activated and after a casual glance, he was able to see the man's attributes. Whether it's strength or speed, they were all above him. But in terms of physique, it was not as good as Lin Xiu. Loni City. Zhou Qingshan. At this time, as the host's voice came again, another man stood up. Now it seems that the contestants are being introduced at the beginning. Lingxian City. Lin Xiu. Soon, Lin Xiu also heard him call out his name. At this time, he didn't hesitate at all. Just like those warriors, he stood forward. Compared to the loud cheers of other warriors, Lin Xiu was much quieter. City Lord, come on. On the contrary, Lei Tong seemed very excited. Tisk tisk. I never thought that there would be a warrior of this strength in this small Linxian city. He's very lucky to be able to reach the final. Haha. The next battle may not be that easy. I think he should be the first to go out. At this time, the surrounding audience was also discussing enthusiastically. Hearing their words, Bailey Haling frowned. Then she said out loud as if talking to herself. You idiots will realize how stupid you are. This year's multi-city competition, because of the competition system, is far more difficult to advance than the previous one, so according to the intention of the God King, the 13 successful promotions will be awarded the title of Noble God. As soon as he finished speaking, there was another burst of warm applause from around. There was incomparable envy in the eyes of the audience. It's just a title. There's nothing to envy. When Bailey Haling saw this scene, she couldn't help curling her lips. Little sister, you are wrong about that. At this moment, a middle-aged man sitting on the left of Bailey Haling stroked his beard and said with a smile, as a noble god, not only will you be able to go to the city of God freely, but you will also be able to go to the energy hall to practice. Speaking of this, there was a look of envy in his eyes. Originally, Bailey Haling was very displeased with his phrase little sister, but when she heard the so-called energy hall, she immediately became interested. What is the energy hedge? Bailey Haling said curiously. You don't even know this. The middle-aged man looked at Bailey Haling suspiciously at this time, then said proudly, Oh right, you little kids. It's normal if you don't know. When Bailey Haling heard his words, she immediately sneered, but because there was something she wanted to know, Bailey Haling's expression did not change. Do you know about energy stones? Certainly. Bailey Haling nodded slightly. The currency of this world was energy stones. Energy stones were equivalent to money. Ordinary energy stones have too many impurities and can only be used for energy supply of buildings and various machines. However, it is very difficult for warriors to absorb the energy inside. After all, while absorbing the energy inside, they must also remove the impurities. Far slower than absorbing the energy of the odd crystal. The middle-aged man spoke eloquently at this time. The energy hall is used to remove impurities from energy stones, then allow for warriors to use. Bailey Haling thought about it for a while, then said aloud. When the middle-aged man heard Bailey Haling's words, surprise appeared in his eyes. You guessed it right. All the energy stones in the energy hall have undergone special processing to remove impurities, and the price-of-performance ratio is much higher than directly using odd crystals for cultivation. After all, odd crystals are not cheap. Bailey Haling nodded slightly. Speaking of which, she wanted to go in and practice a bit. The match is about to start. This little city lord of Linxian City is fighting against Ning Yu from the Ning family. Although this Ning Yu is now the city lord of a small city, he is a member of the Ning family and City of God after all. He had very rich cultivation resources back then, so his strength is also very strong. Linxian City. I haven't heard this name for many years. Tisk tisk. When the middle-aged man said this, he couldn't help shaking his head. It seems that in his opinion, the city lord of Linxian City will undoubtedly lose. You'll find out after watching. Bailey Haling said calmly at this time. At this time, apart from Ning Yu and Lin Zhu, the rest of the warriors on the platform had already left the platform and walked towards the resting seats. Okay. Next. Our first match is about to start. The host, suspended in the air, shouted loudly. The thousands of spectators around them seemed to be excited at this moment, bursting into deafening cheers. In this battle, life and death on the stage don't matter. Unless one side admits defeat or dies, the game will be considered over. Lin Zhu of Linxian City, against Ning Yu of Ningfu City. At this time, Lin Zhu and Ning Yu were standing on the edge of the battle platform. Tisk tisk. I didn't expect that there would be a warrior with good strength in the small Linxian City. Ning Yu looked at Lin Zhu at this moment and said with a mocking expression, It's a pity that my uncle hasn't dealt with you yet. I wanted to preserve my strength for the next battle. Ning Yu's tone was full of confidence, as if he was sure of himself and could deal with Lin Zhu. I guess you have no chance. Lin Zhu narrowed his eyes slightly and said lightly, As soon as the words fell, Lin Xiu held the white moon spear in his hand and rushed over first, courting death. Seeing that Lin Xiu dared to take the initiative to attack him, Ning Yu's expression changed slightly and he shouted coldly, holding the sword in his hand, and rushed out too. Whoosh! Both of them were very fast. Like two shadows, they collided with each other in an instant. The weapons held by the two collided at the same time, making a loud noise. Dan dan dan. The speed of the two of them was really too fast. Some of the weaker fighters in the auditorium could only see the two shadows colliding crazily and bursting out many sparks. This kid is not bad to be able to go back and forth with Ning Yu. Maybe there is a chance to win. The middle-aged uncle who was next to Bailey howling just now, watching the battle on the battle platform, couldn't help but said with a smile. Although he said so, his tone of voice was still not optimistic about Lin Xiu. He will definitely win. Chapter 316 Restraining the Power of the Water Attribute. 1315 Restraining the Power of the Water Attribute. Bailey howling spoke seriously at this time. The middle-aged uncle became curious when he heard Bailey howling's words. It seems that you have great confidence in him. You know each other. Of course. The city lord will definitely win. Before Bailey howling could speak, Lei Tong spoke confidently. So you guys are from Lingxian City. The middle-aged man smiled at this moment. Let's see. I also think he might win. After all, Bailey howling and Lei Tong are both from Lingxian City, so it's hard for him to say that he doesn't like Lin Xiu. At this time, Lin Xiu and Ning Yu, who were on the battle platform, were still fighting. As the weapons of the two collided together, an extremely loud sound erupted again, and at the same time, the bodies of the two retreated to the back at the same time. Interesting. Ning Yu looked at Lin Xiu, who also retreated to the back, and said in a cold voice. At this moment, he felt a tingling pain in his hand holding the saber. During the fight just now, the power produced was indeed too great. Lin Xiu also narrowed his eyes slightly at this moment. Ning Yu's strength is indeed good, stronger than that of Ning Tangshuan. At this time, Lin Xiu's physical strength was mobilized. A large amount of source strength gathered towards the white moon spear in Lin Xiu's hand. Soon, a dark blue flame burst out from the barrel of white moon spear. Is this a fire attribute skill? When Ning Yu saw the scene, there was no panic in his eyes. He has already studied Lin Xiu's. Although these flame skills were powerful, he also has a way to restrain them. At this time, as his power was continuously released, the sword in his hand also shone with light. Go! Lin Xiu held the white moon spear and waved it in the air. Immediately, a series of dark blue flaming birds were released instantly. These flaming birds all rushed toward Ning Yu. This flame is a bit terrifying. The middle-aged man just now had always disliked Lin Xiu, but now seeing the skill released by Lin Xiu, he couldn't help but marvel. There is a special transparent energy barrier around the battle platform, because the Battle of God Warriors was too spacious. Although the battle platform is made of extremely hard materials and you don't have to worry about it being destroyed, but with so many spectators around, it would be bad if they were affected. And this transparent energy barrier should also have the effect of isolating the energy inside. But even so, he still felt that the surrounding temperature had risen, which was enough to see the horror of the flame. Ning Yu looked at the flames that were charging toward him and showed a sneer at this moment. The sword in his hand turned into water at this moment. Go! At the next moment, as he drew a circular arc with the sword in his hand, a crescent-shaped energy composed of water immediately rushed out. Those flaming birds that charged over were all split by this energy at this moment. What is this? Lin Xiu looked at this scene, and the pupils in his eyes shrank slightly. The flaming bird that he released was so easily smashed apart. Go! At this time, Ning Yu showed a strange smile on his face, and the water-like sword in his hand also slashed at Lin Xiu in the air at this moment. At this moment, a large number of water droplets splashed out from the sword. These drops of water instantly became larger, then formed water snakes, charging toward Lin Xiu. Looking at this scene, Lin Xiu's expression changed slightly. The spear in his hand danced, and he used Awe of the Phoenix again to release the flaming birds. But when the flaming birds were released and collided with the water snakes released by Ning Yu, the water snakes directly penetrated the flaming birds. And these flaming birds also dissipated directly at this time. These water snakes are about to hit Lin Zia's body in the next moment. Lin Ziu quickly moved his white moon spear. Bang bang bang. The spear crazily stabbed at the water snakes that charged over. When the spear pierced the water snakes that were attacking, Lin Ziu found that the water snakes seemed to have been stabbed and exploded, instantly turning into a large number of water droplets. And these drops of water rushed toward Lin Ziu crazily. Bang bang bang. There were too many drops of water. Lin Ziu couldn't resist for a while. As the water drops hit Lin Zia's body, Lin Ziu immediately felt a great impact. This kind of impact is countless times stronger than bullets. Although he was wearing a battle uniform, Lin Ziu felt like his skin was about to burst. Haha. I didn't expect that. You are majoring in fire attribute. But I am majoring in water attribute skill. I've studied all of your skills. You're doomed. Ning Yu looked at Lin Ziu and laughed out loud. But he stopped smiling immediately and continued to dance with his sword. A series of water snakes were released continuously and rushed toward Lin Ziu. Lin Ziu just stabbed those water snakes, then was hit by a large number of water droplets. His whole body was full of severe pain. Now he's getting a little angry. Huh. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ziu calmed down, looking at the water snakes that continued to charge towards him. Lin Ziu's mind was triggered and the source strength of his whole body burst out. Boom! Immediately, a large number of flames formed a sphere to wrap around his body. This is sphere. Some warriors around were all surprised at this moment, because the sphere that Lin Ziu is unfolding now is indeed too special. Bang bang bang. In the next moment, as those water snakes hit Lin Zia's sphere, they were instantly burned into water vapor by the extremely high temperature. Small tricks. Seeing this scene, Ning Yu's face became gloomy. He hesitated for a moment and mobilized all the energy in his body, gathering it in his limbs. On the forehead, there is also a light blue source mark slowly appearing. As he rushed towards Lin Ziu, the source mark became more and more dazzling. Soon, water seemed to appear on the entire ground. Lin Ziu also clearly saw that the entire battlefield had rising water. Hiss! Because of the existence of his own sphere, the water is constantly being evaporated. But not only did the water not decrease, but it rose even higher. This source mark power is a bit interesting. At the same time, Noble God Rian and the special spectator C also seemed to be very interested in watching the scene in front of him. Noble God. Noble God. At this time, a god warrior sitting beside him hesitated for a moment, then said aloud, Chapter Wavai 316 Wavai 316 Ice. 1316 Ice. The God King has something to deal with for the time being. He will come to the final. Noble God Rian seemed to know what the god warrior wanted to ask, so he spoke lightly at this time. Okay. The man nodded slightly. At this time, everyone's eyes were still on the battle platform. Go! At this time, the source mark on Ning Yu's forehead glowed even more dazzlingly. With his roar, the water that had spread to the entire battle platform gathered directly in the sky, formed into a huge flood dragon. It opened its teeth and claws toward Lin Ziu. Such a powerful force. When Lin Ziu saw this scene, his eyes were full of surprise. It is also the first time he has seen someone's source mark power burst out such a powerful attribute power. And the water released by his source mark power was different from ordinary water. My own hellfire even had a faint feeling of being restrained. Lin Ziu also calmed down at this moment. After taking a deep breath, his body flew directly into the air. Humph! Looking at Lin Ziu flying into the air, Ning Yu snorted coldly and with a thought. The huge flood dragon formed by the water rushed toward him. Lin Ziu looked at the charging water dragon, and his body's source strength exploded crazily, then transferred to his hands. Lin Ziu first activated the full-blown profound intent skill, then used heaven-breaking strike. After activating the profound intent, the power generated from the heaven-breaking strike was even stronger, already able to exert 100 of the power. The spear in his hand slashed toward the charging water dragon. At this moment, He could clearly see Lin Zia's white moon spear and it turned into a huge phantom. What a powerful force. The audience around was amazed when they saw this scene. They already knew that the water dragon was terrifying, but they didn't expect Lin Ziu to be able to unleash such a terrifying skill. Boom! At the next moment, as Lin Zia's spear slashed at the water dragon's body, there was an extremely loud sound. At this moment, the water dragon also exploded directly. It turned into a large number of water droplets and splashed around. But the moment these water droplets splashed out, it seemed to have stopped in an instant. In the surrounding space, there are thousands of tiny water droplets floating. Not good. When Lin Ziu saw this scene, the pupils in his eyes suddenly shrank. Haha. At this time, Ning Yu showed a sinister smile and the source mark on his forehead continued to shine brightly. Whoosh whoosh. In the next moment, these drops of water rushed toward Lin Zia's body from all directions. Bang bang bang. These drops of water were different from ordinary drops of water. Although Lin Ziu unfolded the sphere at this time, when it hit Lin Zia's sphere, Lin Ziu felt the entire sphere making loud noises. Moreover, his extremely hard sphere had cracks appearing due to the impact of thousands of water droplets. The hellfire on the surface of Lin Zia's sphere had no way to evaporate these water droplets. Go to hell. Looking at this scene, Ning Yu laughed ferociously. He has studied Lin Ziu long ago, and the incomparably powerful water attribute power he is using now is just enough to restrain Lin Zia's fire. Seeing that there was still a large amount of water attribute energy blooming from his body, Lin Ziu continued to release the source strength to strengthen his sphere at this time, and at the same time, there was a murderous intent in his eyes. Do you want to kill me? Do you think that I only know the power of the fire attribute? While Lin Ziu was muttering to himself, the white moon spear in his hand began to glow white because of the source strength of Lin Zia's body. It's useless. Fire attribute power is useless. Seeing that Lin Ziu seemed to want to use skill again, Ning Yu, who was below, roared and said at the same time. The water on the battle platform began to gather again. It seems that new water dragons are about to gather again. Noble God Rian, who was watching the match over there, could clearly feel that the temperature had dropped. He looked toward Lin Ziu and there was a look of surprise in his eyes. This kid has other powers hidden. At this time, Lin Zia's heart of frost was in motion and the water droplets that hit him all froze at this moment, then fell directly to the ground, profound intent freezing the distance. While Lin Ziu was talking to himself, he waved the white moon spear in both hands directly into the air. An incomparably terrifying icy air was released in an instant with the wave of white moon's spear, sweeping the entire space. Kakaka. The battle platform, which seemed to have turned into a river, was frozen in an instant at this moment. Ning Yu was still standing on the battle platform with both feet and with the water. His feet were frozen below. Moreover, the water dragon that had just condensed into shape was also directly frozen by the ice at this moment. Damn. Ning Yu didn't expect that this situation would suddenly become like this. This kid is obviously a warrior of the fire attribute, so how could he suddenly use the energy of the ice attribute? Although his water-attributed energy can restrain Lin Zia's fire-attributed energy, there is really no way to deal with the ice-attributed power. Kala Kala. And at this time, with Lin Zia's thoughts, the ice blocks on the surrounding ground instantly cracked, then quickly gathered toward the sky. This is the water formed by the water attribute power released by Ning Yu just now. Although it is frozen at this time, there is still a powerful force coming out. Moreover, after being frozen into ice cubes, they were no longer under Ning Yu's control. What is he going to do? Seeing this scene, Ning Yu's eyes widened and the pupils in his eyes suddenly shrank. These suspended ice blocks soon gathered an ice dragon with the same shape as the water dragon just now. Go! Lin Ziu looked down at Ning Yu, whose feet were frozen and rushed down with the spear in his hand, and that ice dragon also charged downwards. Oh no! Watching this scene, Ning Yu's face became extremely ugly and he instinctively felt that his life was in danger. But at this time, he can't admit defeat. Otherwise all previous efforts will be wasted. At this time, the legs wanted to break free from the ice. But there was no way to break free. Sphere. There is no way. Ningyu could only forcibly resist. The moment the huge ice dragon stabbed down with Lin Zia's white moon spear, it also impacted the sphere he unfolded. Boom! Chapter 1317 Scale Powder. 1317 Scale Powder. At this time, the huge ice dragon has already hit the sphere that Ningyu unfolded. Boom! At this moment, an extremely loud sound erupted. But this terrifying ice dragon didn't directly explode his sphere. On the contrary, because the ice dragon hit his sphere, the whole ice dragon exploded at this moment. Damn! At this time, Ningyu's body also retreated crazily. The power generated by the impact of the ice dragon is really too huge. And Lin Ziu, who was holding the white moon spear, also rushed in front of him at this time and directly stabbed Ningyu's sphere with his own spear. Boom! With the sound of a long gun, the tip of the long spear pierced through his sphere slightly, crackling. And at this moment, with the mobilization of the source strength of Lin Zia's body, a large amount of electric attribute energy burst out. These electric attribute energies directly enter his sphere directly through the point where the spear penetrates. Not good. Ningyu's face changed drastically at this moment. But at this moment, he has no way to dodge. Unless he removed his sphere. But as soon as the sphere is removed, he is finished. What? A large amount of lightning has already entered the sphere at this time. Those terrifying electric currents made Ningyu feel extreme pain from his whole body. He has no way to use water attribute power, because this electricity can be transmitted through water. Seeing that the electric current did not directly knock him down, Lin Ziu frowned at this moment, pulled out his long spear and continued to stab out. A small hole had already been pierced on his sphere, and Lin Ziu continued to stab at this spot. Ningyu, who was shocked by the terrifying electric current, had no way to resist it. At this time, as the spear pierced the broken hole, a large number of cracks appeared in the entire sphere instantly. Boom! In the next moment, the entire sphere burst open. Poof! Surrounded by electric current, Ningyu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing Lin Ziexi continue to stab with the long spear in his hand, Ningyu resisted the severe pain caused by the electric current to his body and ran straight to the rear. He still has a certain ability to resist the electric current. Although the terrifying electric current caused him severe pain, it did not paralyze him. Lin Ziu sneered at Ningyu, who wanted to run away and continued to chase after him with the spear in his hand. This Ningyu deliberately used this large-scale water attribute skill against himself. Although this water attribute skill affected him at the beginning, the source strength he used up was also very huge. The current Ningyu is at the end of his strength. Ningyu fled to the back and looked back. Damn it! He cursed angrily in his heart, his face grim. The moment Lin Ziu was about to rush up, he took out a black object from his pocket and threw it. Lin Ziu, who was chasing after him, clearly saw the black object that Ningyu threw out. Lin Ziu, who was holding the white moon spear, slashed subconsciously. Boom! As the spear hit the black thing, there was a crisp sound. The entire battlefield burst out with an extremely dazzling light. Flash bomb. Looking at this scene, Bailey howling in the auditorium narrowed his eyes slightly and said subconsciously, "Small tricks." Lei Tong watched this scene, and while blocking the dazzling light, he couldn't help saying aloud, "This so-called flash bomb will not affect Lin Ziu at all." He still has great confidence in Lin Ziu. This is scale powder. At this moment, the middle-aged uncle on the left-hand side of Bailey howling spoke. What is scale powder? Bailey howling spoke directly, because she didn't know anything about this so-called scale powder. The powder made from the scales of a special evolved beast can not only have the effect of flash bombs, but also affect people's perception. This kind of powder is very expensive. Indeed, only the Ning family can spend so much money on this kind of thing. The middle-aged man became emotional at this moment. Bailey Haoling's face turned ugly at this time. If it is an ordinary flash bomb, although it will blind people for a short time, one can still capture the opponent's position with one strong perception ability. The impact was not too great. However, The scale powder scattered throughout the battle stage seems to confuse people's perception, which is a bit scary. At this moment, Lin Xiu was caught by this thing and all he could see in his vision was a vast expanse of whiteness. Lin Xiu's perception ability spread all over the battlefield in an instant. But what puzzled Lin Xiu was that he didn't seem to be able to sense where Ning Yu was at this moment. How is this possible? Unless this kid escaped from the arena. But in that case, the referee should declare him a loser. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying spiral of water-attributed energy charged from behind Lin Xiu. The moment he approached Lin Xiu reacted. His sphere directly unfolded to block the blow. But this water spiral is very powerful. When Lin Xiu felt that his sphere was hit, he felt an incomparably huge impact. And it's not over yet. In all directions, there is a large amount of water attribute energy like an auger bit, rushing towards it crazily. Bang bang bang. These water attributed energies, like auger bits, continuously impacted Lin Xiu's sphere and suddenly there were deafening noises. Lin Xiu had no choice but to be forced to resist constantly. At this time, under the impact of the spiral-like water attribute energy of these drill bits, cracks appeared in the entire sphere. There's no way. Not only can't see the person, but also can't feel his existence. It can only expand the sphere and defend it when it is broken. If this continues, the sphere will burst. Originally, I didn't want to use it. Lin Xiu's face turned cold at this time. At this moment, the source strength of the whole body frantically gathered towards Lin Xiu's spear. None of the skills used before used so much source strength. At this time, the white moon spear in Lin Xiu's hand also began to tremble crazily. There was a raging flame bursting out from the entire spear body. Those dark blue hellfires distorted the entire space. Profound intent sky fire meteor. Just now, Lin Xiu used the full-blown profound intent skill. This godable skill can naturally activate the profound intent directly. Shafter Wave 318 killing Ning Yu. 1318 killing Ning Yu. Lin Xiu, who was not very proficient in this godable skill, now felt as if he had used this godable skill thousands of times after directly activating the profound intent. Very proficient. Go! The white moon spear, which had gathered 99 of Lin Xiu's body's source strength, swung directly into the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, the terrifying flames in the spear flew directly into the sky at this moment. In an instant, the entire sky became a sea of flames. This skill was very similar to the skill fire refining starlit sky created by Lin Xiu before, but the fireballs produced by fire refining starlit sky were huge, like meteorites falling from the sky. And this sky fire meteor, like a dense meteor shower, hit the entire battlefield. There is no way to dodge. Boom! 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 At this time, the entire battle stage vibrated crazily. What is this? As the white light slowly dissipated, the surrounding audience could clearly see that there seemed to be a dense meteor shower on the entire incomparably wide battle platform. What? Meteor showers covered the entire battlefield and Ning Yu, who had his sphere broken just now, let out a wailing cry. He was obviously shocked by the power of this skill. If there is a wide range of AoE skill, there is no way for him to dodge. Hearing his wailing and screaming, Lin Xiu locked his position at that moment. Holding the white moon spear in his hand, he rushed directly to Ning Yu's side. Lin Xiu's speed was extremely fast, and when he used his body skills, he appeared in front of Ning Yu in an instant. At this time, Ning Yu, because the meteor shower produced by Skyfire meteor impacted his body, a large number of holes appeared on his body. The whole body was burned to the point that it emitted a burning smell. I think, looking at Lin Xiu who suddenly appeared in front of him at this time, the expression in his eyes changed drastically and he was about to admit defeat aloud, because he knew that if he continued to fight, he would die. Sorry. No chance. As soon as Lin Xiu finished speaking, the white moon spear he was holding pierced through his head at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Blood splattered everywhere. Ding! Congratulations, Master. For killing a warrior at the level of a god warrior and gaining experience of 268,948,574. At this time, in Lin Zia's mind, he also clearly heard the prompt of gaining experience. 1. At this time, the dazzling light produced by those scale powders slowly disappeared, and Lei Tongvigli saw Lin Xiaoxi's white moon spear piercing Ning Yu's head. 1. Bailey Haoling also showed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth at this time, but compared to Lei Tong's excitement, she was obviously much calmer. Because for her, this victory is inevitable. This kid actually won. The middle-aged uncle on the seat to Bailey Haoling's left opened his mouth slightly and his eyes revealed disbelief. Just now, the entire battlefield was filled with blinding white light and he didn't even notice what happened. Only an extremely loud sound could be heard. Now as the white light dissipates, there were clusters of hellfires still burning on the entire ground. And Lin Xiu, also holding the white moon spear, pierced through Ning Yu's head. No. Ning Tangshuan was sitting in another seat, looking at the scene in front of him. He immediately roared. He clenched his hands tightly and his whole body trembled. Ning Yu actually lost, and he was directly killed on the battle platform. His eyes looked at Lin Xiu and his eyes were full of killing intent. Lingxian City. Lingxian City. You are dead. At this time, Lin Xiu ignored the reaction of the audience around him, and he pulled out the spear that had penetrated Ning Yu's head. And Ning Yu's body also fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, as if he was still in disbelief till his last breath. Congratulations to City Lord Lingxian for bringing such a wonderful first match. In this battle, Lin Xiu, the City Lord of Lingxian City, advanced. At this time, the referee, whose body was suspended in the air, said loudly, Lin Xiu, Lin Xiu. Although the surrounding audience didn't know who Lin Xiu was before. After this battle, many warriors started to cheer for Lin Xiu. Who? Lin Xiu took a deep breath and immediately jumped off the battle platform. At this time, Lin Xiu's face was also a little pale. After using this profound intense sky fire meteor just now, Lin Xiu felt as if his body's source strength was about to be drained. At this time, his body was also very weak. The next match will take until the afternoon. You can take a break now. As soon as Lin Xiu walked down, a staff member came over and smiled at Lin Xiu. Okay. Lin Xiu nodded slightly, then walked to the player seating area over there and sat down. After taking a sip of the mineral water, Lin Xiu automatically activated the cultivation technique. With the operation of cultivation technique, the energy in the surrounding air is being quickly absorbed by Lin Xiu. It was like a dry river slowly being filled with water at this time. Lin Xiu felt very comfortable. Do you know him? At this time, the contestants at the back also looked at Lin Xiu at the front. Lingxian City was just a small city before. When did such a character appear? He even killed Ning Yu. But this guy killed Ning Yu. I'm afraid he will be retaliated against after the match. Lin Xiu didn't talk to these people on a regular basis. At this time, he still used his cultivation technique with all his strength to quickly recover his source strength. This time, a lot of source strength was consumed and it was necessary to recover quickly. Otherwise it would have an impact on the battle in the afternoon. In the next match, Yun Fulan from Qianshan City will face Zhao Qi from Maohuo City. At this moment, the referee above the battle stage started announcing the next battle. Soon, the two city lords whose names were announced also began to take to the stage. At this moment, Lin Xiu looked at the fighters fighting on the battle platform and did not leave this side. He looked at the battles of these god warriors and wrote down their fighting methods. It will also be beneficial to his own battles in the future. In this first battle, he had consumed so much strength. If he didn't study the characteristics of these people carefully, the battle will be more difficult. Lin Xiu didn't want to use the system's fury and other skills until the finals. After all, the cooling time is a bit long. The game progressed very quickly and the final 3% melee was coming soon. Although the previous matches were exciting, the last 3% melee match was the most interesting. Chapter 1319 3-man fight. 1319 3-man fight. Bailey Haoling and Lei Chong had their eyes opened wide as they watched the last episode. This was because they noticed that most of the audience were looking forward to the last round. There was another man sitting next to Bailey Haoling that said, Zhao Qingshan, Hang Wai, Dao Xintong are all extraordinary god-level warriors. Who do you think is the best? Bailey Haoling peered at him before asking. This man seems to know a lot about the identity of the warriors who were present today. Plus, he kept commenting on the battles as if he was the official commentator. Of course it would be Zhao Qingshan. Zhao Qingshan from Longyi City, one of the famous warriors these few years. It is said that he has a black-grade divine spirit. The middle-aged man spoke in a solemn tone. The both of you don't know much about this, right? A warrior's divine spirit is split into 3 categories: gold, red and black. Gold are the most common ones while red are rare. As for the black grades, those are close to extinction. The man spoke with an envious look in his eyes. A black-grade divine spirit was something that even the God King would dream to have. As for Bailey Haoling, she pursed her lips as she thought to herself, well, Lin Xiu has a black-grade divine spirit. Then, Zhao Qingshan would definitely win. Lei Chong suddenly spoke up. He could already see Zhao Qingshan on stage. He looked like a young warrior. Plus, he wasn't one that looked muscular. However, Lei Chong could feel a strong pressure coming from him. Even those from the audience seat could feel it. This was not something that could be seen from the other warriors. That may not be necessary. There's still Peng Wai and Zhao Xintong. Both of them are from the north, and it seems like they know each other. If my assumption is correct, both of them would work together to get rid of Zhao Qingshan first. His eyes were fixed on the stage as he spoke. This would definitely happen if 3 of them had to fight each other. Bailey Haoling nodded her head as well. It was obvious that such things would happen. The warrior known as Zhao Qingshan may seem strong, but it would not be that easy for him to deal with 2 warrior gods. However, it would be great if he did lose. This way, Lin Xiu wouldn't have to fight someone so powerful. Bailey Haoling couldn't help but smile as she thought about it. Next up we have Zhao Qingshan from Longyi City, Peng Wai from Zuba City and Zhao Xintong from Shillong City. They will all be participating in the final battle. With the announcement from the referee, the audience turned wild. Zhao Qingshan! Zhao Qingshan! The audience were cheering and chanting out loud. The man known as Zhao Qingshan seems to be popular and the entire crowd was shouting his name. Zhao Qingshan! Lin Xiu looked at Zhao Qingshan who was on stage. This man gave off a strong vibe and Lin Xiu had analyzed him with his analytic eye. From the stats itself, he was at least 30 better than Lin Xiu. This man was indeed horrifying. Match starts. The voice of the announcer rang through the room. Peng Wai and Zhao Xintong seemed to have established an agreement as the both of them headed straight toward Zhao Qingshan. Zhao Qingshan seemed to have expected this. He picked up the machete that he placed on the ground and attacked the other 2 instead. Clang clang clang. All of them were moving quickly as if they were just shadows that collided with each other. No one could really see any one of them clearly. They could only hear the sound of weapons colliding with each other and the sparks that came along with the collision. Looks like Zhao Qingshan is in trouble. On the other side of the stage, Wan Gan and Zhang Qinghu couldn't help but sighed when they said what happened. Both of them favored Zhao Qingshan as he was one of the more popular young warriors these days. All of them thought of Zhao Qingshan as the champion. Well, see, Rian God King did not say much, but his eyes were fixed on the battle. Although they were all moving very quickly, their movements were still in slow motion for the God King. He could see their fight clearly. With both of them attacking him, Zhao Qingshan did not seem to be struggling and he was still making effective attacks. Clang clang clang. As he drew an arc in the air with his machete, it collided with both the weapons of the other party. The huge impact of it caused both of them to be thrown far into the air. FCK. Peng Wai and Zhao Xintong were pushed far behind. If one took a closer look, they could be able to see that there was a large amount of current that surrounded their bodies. This was because Zhao Qingshan had released a terrifying amount of current with his attack earlier. Due to how their weapons had collided, the currents were transferred over to their bodies. Most warriors would have resistance towards a large range of attacks. Although Peng Wai and Zhao Xintong had resistance towards electricity, The powerful current still caused them to be in pain, and both were looking as if they were struggling. The wild cow. Zhao Xintan roared in rage as he swiftly moved the spear in his hands. As the energy in him got released, most of the energy turned into tiny particles that were like sand. Soon, these particles gathered together to form a huge monster that looked like a cow. Then, it went straight for Zhao Qingshan. At the same time, the look in Peng Huai's eyes changed and his body slowly turned into a black fog. Interesting. When Zhao Qingshan saw what happened, he didn't look frightened but instead, a slight smile appeared on his face. Sizzling. There were even more currents that appeared all over his machete. There were thick lightning bolts that appeared and the entire machete started glowing brightly in purple. Due to the lightning bolts, there was a heavy, toasted smell that appeared in the air. Lin Ziyu was a little surprised when he saw this. The current that Zhao Qingshan had released seemed powerful. For years, this was the first time that Lin Ziyu had ever seen anyone who could release currents that were stronger than his. At that moment, Zhao Qingshan noticed the wild cow that was heading his way and raised his machete above his head with both hands. Boom! With a loud sound, all of the currents that were around his machete were aimed at the wild cow. Chapter 1320 The Powerful Zhao Qingshan 1320 The Powerful Zhao Qingshan. All of the currents gathered together and formed a huge bird. The huge electric bird flapped its wings and went straight toward the huge wild boar. Boom! As the bird and the cow collided with each other, there was a deafening sound that rang through the room. Lei Chong subconsciously covered his ears. The entire stage shook vigorously. The strong impact had spread to the audience seat. Just as the bird and the wild cow collided with each other, the cow instantly disappeared. The currents circulating around the huge bird had reduced, but it didn't completely disappear. It continued flying towards Zhao Xintan. Zhao Xintan saw what was happening, but his body was still in the air due to the huge impact that happened earlier. Before he could steady himself, the huge bird was already coming at him. His pupil shrunk subconsciously. The current on the huge bird has been reduced due to how it has collided with the wild cow that he had released. But, even so, he could still clearly feel the overpowering energy that came from the bird. If he were to collide with the bird, his body would be turned into crisp. Damn it, he swore silently in his heart, as he tried to release his sphere. He was also using other skills to hide from the bird. But, there seemed to be a tracking device installed on the bird, and it was only targeting Zhao Xintong. It would be waiting for him in the direction where Zhao Xintong ran to. Boom! Soon, the huge bird landed on his sphere. Sizzling, the huge bird dissipated as all the currents enveloped Zhao Xintong's sphere. He had cold sweat all over his face when he saw how his sphere was completely covered by the horrifying currents. If he didn't release his sphere in time and got hit by them, his life would be in danger. At the same time, Zhao Qingshan wanted to continue his attack on Zhao Xintong. However, he seemed to have felt something and turned around with his huge machete. Clang! Peng Huai, who had turned into black fog, suddenly appeared from behind Zhao Qingshan. Peng Huai had a sword in his hands. He wanted to stab Zhao Qingshan from behind, but he didn't think that Zhao Qingshan would be able to react in time. Zhao Qingshan pushed away the sword with his machete, and then swung it at Peng Huai. Ziyu! However, as the machete landed on Peng Huai, his body turned into black fog and he completely disappeared. Interesting. Zhao Qingshan wasn't even annoyed when this happened, and instead, there was a smile that appeared on his face. Go to hell. Zhao Xintong, who finally had the time to breathe, picked up his spear and attacked. With his skills activated, he appeared behind Zhao Qingshan and wanted to pierce through Zhao Qingshan's body with his spear. Ziu ziu ziu. At that moment, there were multiple spears that appeared and each were attacking at full force, sending loud explosions into the air. Zhao Qingshan didn't react in time and all of the attacks landed on his back. Zhao Xintong finally looked happy as he thought that he could defeat Zhao Qingshan. Are you done? However, right at that moment, Zhao Qingshan slowly turned around and a cold smile appeared on his face. Zhao Xintong's eyes widened in shock. This was because he knew that each of his attacks had landed on Zhao Qingshan, but it doesn't seem to have any effect on Xiao Qingshan. The sharp tip of his spear couldn't even pierce through his body, as if there was something blocking him. He gathered all of his energy and placed it across his back. Lin Xiu was surprised as well to see what Xiao Qingshan had done. Xiao Qingshan's mind was brilliant. He was able to quickly gather all his energy and spread it all across his back, using it as a unique shield, just like a sphere. All of the attacks landed on the layer behind him, and it has not done any damage to Xiao Qingshan. To be able to do it in such a manner, his reflex would have to be quick, and he would have to make sure that all of the energy has been distributed evenly. With how Zhao Xintong was attacking him continuously, Xiao Qingshan would have been injured at parts where there wasn't even protection. This man was indeed brilliant. The other party would be defeated soon. This is impossible. Zhao Xintong, who was on stage, was shocked. His eyes were opened wide and he couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. Ha ha ha. Xiao Qingshan had a hideous smile on his face. As Zhao Xintong tried to attack again, his spear was caught in the air. Zhao Xintong's eyes were already wide open, and as he tried to continue his attacks, it felt as if he had been pinned. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move at all. Let me show you something fun. Xiao Qingshan sneered as he released overpowering and frightening lightning bolts from his arm. Boom! The terrifying lightning bolts went through the spear and instantly entered Zhao Xintong's body. His entire body was being attacked by the currents, and all the hair on his body was standing on its ends. There was also smoke that appeared all over his body. Then, the skin around his body turned black. Following that, his entire body started burning like a piece of charcoal. Xiao Qingshan then finally let go. As for Zhao Xintong, his body fell onto the ground. His body was still burning like a fireball. Slowly, all his flesh disappeared and only his bones were left on the stage. All of the audience had their eyes opened wide. They were all shocked by what had happened. Zhao Xintong was a warrior god, but within such a short period of time, his entire body was burnt to ash by those terrifying lightning bolts. Peng Wei, who wanted to ambush Xiao Qingshan, quickly stopped as well when he saw what happened. Zhao Xintong is dead. He felt defeated as well. Xiao Qingshan, how could he be so powerful? That current of his, it's incredible. Lei Chong, who was in the audience seat, started muttering to himself. Bailey Haeling frowned instead. Her instincts tell her that this was a dangerous man. If Lin Xiu had to fight this man, it's getting interesting. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes as he witnessed the fight. There was no fear seen in his eyes, but instead, he looked excited. It would definitely be more interesting to fight powerful opponents. He would be able to gain more EXP if he fights powerful opponents. Just like Huang Fugu. Well, you're next. Xiao Qingshan then had his eyes fixed on Peng Wei. Peng Wei couldn't help but tremble when he heard this. Chapter 1321 See you at the finals. 1321 See you at the finals. What Xiao Qingshan had shown earlier was incredibly terrifying. He had a fearful look in his eyes as he stared at Xiao Qingshan. Sizzling, there were countless currents that gathered around Xiao Qingshan's machete. Before Peng Wei was able to do anything, Xiao Qingshan rushed forward with his machete that was completely enveloped by thick lightning bolts. Xiao Qingshan moved quickly, and within a split second, he appeared right in front of Peng Wei. The machete that was filled with the horrifying currents was headed toward him. Peng Wei had a change to expression. Then, his body turned into a black fog and disappeared into thin air once again. Xiao Qingshan completely missed his shot. Xiao Qingshan furrowed his brow when he noticed what had happened. Ziu ziu ziu. At the same time, there was a sharp ice pick that was aimed at him. Xiao Qingshan quickly moved his machete and blocked the attack from the ice pick without any delay. Damn it. Peng Wei quickly ran and headed onto the other side of the stage. He stood right in front of Zhao Xintong, who had been burnt to his core and was now left with a body of bones. Peng Wei instantly looked ghastly pale. Then, with the control of his mind, there was a bright purple glow that appeared on his forehead. An ice element source mark. The temperature of the air around them drastically dropped. Crack crack. The entire ground beneath them was slowly covered with ice. Plus, they stretched far and wide and even extended onto Zhao Qingshan's body. Soon, Zhao Qingshan's body was completely covered with ice. That wouldn't do much. Lin Xiu, who was watching the match, muttered to himself. The ice element skills that Peng Wei released with the help of his source mark wasn't powerful enough to defeat Zhao Qingshan. It wouldn't bring much effect. Who? Peng Wei quickly let out a breath of relief when he saw how he managed to trap Zhao Qingshan in a thick layer of ice. The look on his face turned hideous as he said, "That's it from you. I thought you were someone powerful." With that said, he turned into a black fog once again and went straight towards Zhao Qingshan. When he got close, he returned to his physical self, and this time, he had a spear in his hand. He aimed it at Zhao Qingshan's head and drove it straight through. "Go to hell." Peng Wei cursed loudly in his heart. Crack crack. However, the ice statue cracked open at the same time. Zhao Qingshan sneered as his machete flew out of his hand. He managed to block away the spear that was aimed at his head. The machete with the terrifying currents went straight into Peng Wei's body. Peng Wei's eyes were opened wide. At this moment, he wanted to scream, but he could no longer do so. These lightning bolts were horrible. Plus, Zhao Qingshan did not think of stopping. He held onto the machete with both hands and swung it at Peng Wei. Nuo! Peng Wei's eyes were opened wide as he roared in his heart. Boom! Before he knew it, his body had been chopped into two halves. Blood splattered everywhere. All of the audience were stunned at the scene before their eyes. Frightened, all of them were terrified of what they saw. This man had completely stomped on his opponent with his overpowering strength. Match over Zhao Qingshan. Victory. Then, the announcer quickly reported on the results of the match. Zhao Qingshan is the best. The rest of the audience finally came back to their senses, and once again, the entire place was filled with cheers. He does have the abilities to be the champion. Rian Godking thought to himself. Zhao Qingshan was indeed powerful. He initially had his eyes on Lin Xiu, but with what Zhao Qingshan has shown earlier, there was a high chance that he might win this time. Zhao Qingshan is indeed a strong warrior. Wang Gan nodded his head as well. I think Yuan Zhen is just as good. Zhang Qinghua suddenly thought of one of the participants from earlier. Most men then started discussing. Compared to the other warriors, Lin Xiu was not the brightest star. No one sided with Lin Xiu. Zhao Qingshan, who was on stage, wiped off the blood that was all over his face and jumped off the stage. As he returned to the seat that was allocated for the participants, he stopped when he walked past Lin Xiu. Then, he turned and looked at Lin Xiu. I have a feeling that you're strong and your abilities are not only what you showed us. His eyes were fixed on Lin Xiu when he said this. Lin Xiu was a little shocked when he suddenly heard such words from Zhao Qingshan. I will see you at the finals. Before Lin Xiu could say anything, Zhao Qingshan smiled and left. He believed in his own instincts. They were telling him that Lin Xiu was not as simple as how he looked. Interesting. Lin Xiu stared at Zhao Qingshan, who left. What? I'm afraid that you won't make it to the finals. One of the warriors next to Lin Xiu stared at the screen above them and commented in a cold tone. Lin Xiu ignored him and stayed on the screen as well. Only 2 will enter into the finals from the remaining 6 participants. There will be another 3-man battle. The last one standing will then enter the final. For those who are still alive after these matches, they will be allowed to continue fighting to get their placings. Only the champion will be rewarded with the Medal of Thousands Years Old. It is said that this piece of metal was formed thousands of years ago. It definitely is something incredible. Lin Xiu specifically came for this material. Only the champion would be able to get it. Initially, Lin Xiu thought that those who were in the top 3 would be able to get them. However, from the looks of it now, only the champion would be rewarded with it. Suddenly, Lin Xiu felt a little pressured. It's another 3-man battle. Bailey Haoling saw how the contest would continue and she couldn't help but frowned. In a 3-man battle, if 2 parties decided to become allies, the remaining one would be in big trouble, unless they were like Zhao Qingshan with absolute strength and power, or else it would be quite difficult for one to win against the other 2. I'm sure City Lord will win the battle. Lei Chong spoke in a serious tone. He had confidence in Lin Xiu. It looked like he would have to stop here. The middle-aged man that sat next to Bailey Haoling spoke again. Uncle, what do you mean by that? Lei Chong was unhappy with what the man said. You look the same age as me. The middle-aged man peered at Lei Chong before commenting about his looks. You. Lei Chong's eyes were wide open. He had just turned 30, but this man looked like he's in his 40s. Well, you do look old. Chapter 1322 322 The start of the mixed battle. 1322 The start of the mixed battle. Bailey Haoling looked at Lei Chong before speaking in a solemn tone. Now that Lei Chong has his beard growing, he does look much older than his age. With how Bailey Haoling commented about it, Lei Chong felt stabbed. He had just entered his 30s and he was being told that he's old. There will be another 3-man match after this. Although the city lord of Lingxian City was lucky enough not to be matched with Xiao Qingshan, Yuan Zheng is also someone who's as powerful as Xiao Qingshan. The middle-aged man stared at the screen as he commented about it. The battle had been split into two Group A and B. Lin Zi would be in Group A with Yuan Zheng and Yang Tantong. As for Group B, it would be Xiao Qingshan, Niu Jing and Sun Tao. As strong as Xiao Qingshan, Lei Chong couldn't help but frown after hearing so. Xiao Qingshan had proved to them earlier that he was indeed a powerful warrior. Although Lei Chong had confidence in his city lord, he still felt that a difficult battle would happen soon. Yes, Xiao Qingshan from the north and Yuan Zheng from the south. Both of them are the most powerful warrior gods in recent years. They have been champions in most of the contests held. The middle-aged man gently stroked his beard as he continued explaining it to the both of them. Well, see then. Bailey Haoling did not say much. No matter how powerful they may be, all Lin Xiu had to do was chop them up. The match would be happening in the afternoon. There was at least 2 hours left before the next match. There was a special training room found backstage prepared for the participants. There was a rich amount of energy in the air and Lin Xiu was pleasantly surprised when he first noticed it. These are the energy produced from the energy stones. Do you even know that? Country bumpkin. Seeing how Lin Xiu looked surprised when he walked into the room, the man sneered and mocked Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu took a look at his badge and noticed that he was one of the 3 men in the next battle. Yang Tiantong. Lin Xiu ignored him and found a comfortable place to cultivate. With the cultivation technique activated, Lin Xiu could clearly feel the rich amount of energy in the air that was entering into his body through the pores on his skin. It felt incredibly comfortable. HMPH, just a man from a small city, how dare you be so arrogant. Yang Tantong has never been discriminated against before and he looked incredibly pissed. Yuan Zheng was a man with a buzzer cut and he was looking energetic. As soon as he walked into the room, Yang Tantong greeted him with a warm welcome. Yuan Zheng, I have heard of you since a long time ago. I am hoping to be able to learn from you in the match after this. Yang Tantong spoke to Yuan Zheng respectfully. Is that so? Yuan Zheng looked at him and did not say much. He found a spot in the room and sat cross-legged on the ground. This was one of the facilities provided to the participants. This was to allow those who have fought earlier to replenish their energy in order to fight in the next round. I think that we don't need rubbish in our match later. Yang Tantong spoke to Yuan Zheng, who was already seated on the ground. What do you mean? Yuan Zheng raised his brows as he asked. You should know. Yang Tantong peered at Lin Xiu and hinted it at Yuan Zheng. Seeing what Yang Tantong was trying to signal at him, Yuan Zheng had an odd expression on his face. I do now. Yuan Zheng nodded his head. It's nice working with you. Yang Tantong lowered his voice. Then, a vicious smile appeared on his face. He had watched the videos of Lin Xiu's previous matches. Most warrior gods who were able to still be alive at this stage were mostly powerful ones. He might have mocked Lin Xiu, but he didn't dare to be careless and looked down on Lin Xiu. Seeing how Yuan Zheng had agreed to his proposal, he was delighted. They would first kill Lin Xiu and then fight each other. Yuan Zheng may be powerful, but there may still be a chance that he could win. Time passed by quickly. Lin Xiu finally opened his eyes after 2 hours. The match will be starting soon. There were bustling noises that came from outside the room. Compared to the matches before, the arena was now filled with people. It was already the semi-finals and it would be a rare three-man match. The match is about to start. Lei Chong, who took the opportunity to rest earlier, suddenly looked pumped with energy. Would I be able to place my bet on this match? Bailey Hayeling suddenly thought of something and instantly asked the man sitting next to her. Of course. You can do it on the official app of this contest. The middle-aged man nodded his head. Bailey Hayeling turned to her watch and started looking for it on the projection. Lindsay's rate is 16. Lei Chong commented as he looked at the betting ratios. Yuan Zhang had the lowest, as if everyone was sure that Yuan Zhang would win the match. As for Yang Tantong, he had a normal ratio. Most people looked down on Lin Ziyu. Lei Chong, do you have any money? Bailey Hayeling turned towards Lei Chong. I don't. Lei Chong answered awkwardly. The currency used here was energy stones. He has not achieved anything yet, which was why his account was still at 0. Forget it. Bailey Hayeling felt helpless. She only had 30 million in his account. Even if she bet everything on Lin Ziyu, she would only get 180 million only in the end. That wasn't enough. Forget it. Even if it's little, it was still more than what she had now. The match was about to start. If she doesn't bet on it now, she would have no other choice. Bailey Hayeling quickly placed her bet. You're betting 30 million on your city lord. The middle-aged man chuckled when he saw this. It was obvious that this woman would be losing all of her money. He chuckled as he bet on Yuan Zhang. Although the ratios were low, he would at least be making a profit instead of a loss. Please welcome our participants Lin Ziyu, Yuan Zhang and Yang Tantong. The announcer had a loud, penetrative voice that rang through the arena and all three of them jumped onto the stage. Lin Ziyu had a long spear while Yang Tantong had a sword. As for Yuan Zhang, he had a pair of warhammers. These hammers did not look special and it merely looked like a pair of normal metal hammers. Yang Tantong peered at Yuan Zhang, hoping that he would remember what they said in the training room. Everyone ready, the match will begin in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Match starts. With the countdown, all three of them moved instantly. Chapter 1323, 1323. Are you qualified to command me? 1323. Are you qualified to command me? While Lin Ziyu rushed over, the white moon spear in his hand danced in the air. A large number of flaming birds burst out directly from the spears. Yang Tantong looked at the flaming birds charging towards him. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He used his movement skills, quickly dodged and stabbed toward Lin Ziyu with the long sword in his hand. Whoosh! As his long sword stabbed over, there seemed to be a whooshing sound piercing in the air. Dang! At this moment, Lin Ziyu stopped waving the spear, holding the end of the spear with both hands, then blocked his attack with the barrel of the spear. His sword seems to have a very strong sword energy. Although Lin Ziyu resisted, he clearly felt a tingling sensation from his arm. Humph! Lin Ziyu snorted coldly and the strength of his body burst out. Yang Tantong's body was instantly sent flying. Damn it! Yang Tantong, who was thrown out by the impact, cursed angrily and quickly stabilized himself. He didn't suffer any harm. At this time, his eyes turned to the other side and he saw Yuan Zhang attacking Lin Ziyu with a pair of hammer. Very good. Looking at this scene, the corners of Yang Tantong's mouth curled up. As long as the two of them work together, Lin Ziyu will definitely be the first to be killed. At this time, Lin Ziyu couldn't help frowning when he saw Yuan Zhang attacking him with a pair of hammer. The spear collided with his double hammer and he really felt a powerful force. But Lin Ziyu always felt that Yuan Zhang didn't seem to be fighting seriously. Strange. Very good. You hold him back. Here I come. Yang Tantong looked at Yuan Zhang who was fighting and laughed loudly at this moment. His body skills continued to be displayed, like phantoms, appearing in front of Lin Ziyu in an instant. Looking at this scene, Lin Ziyu snorted coldly. While blocking Yuan Zhang's attack, his body retreated directly to the back. Whoosh! Yang Tantong, who rushed to Lin Ziyu again, waved the long sword in the air and a powerful sword energy burst out. With the appearance of this sword energy, even the surrounding space seemed to be pierced. Lin Ziyu didn't dodge. The source strength of his body was concentrated on the white moon spear in his hand, and he stabbed directly at the sword energy that was coming over. Boom! With a loud sound, Lin Zia's body retreated directly to the back, and a mouthful of blood suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Die! Watching this scene, young Tanton was overjoyed and continued to stab with the long sword in his hand. Originally, he was a little jealous of Lin Ziu, but now the strength Lin Ziu has shown is really mediocre. He is confident that this sword can kill Lin Ziu. Yuan Zhen, come on. The moment the long sword in his hand stabbed out, because of the powerful source strength gathering on the sword, it immediately turned blood red. Even if he resisted this sword, he would not be able to move within a second. Yuan Zhen can kill Lin Ziu if he directly attacks Lin Ziu in this second. These guys are too shameless. Lei Tong clenched his hands as he watched the battle on the battle platform. It was obviously a 3-person melee, but now it has almost become 2 against 1. HMPH. You won't win even if you play small tricks. Bailey Haling also said in a cold voice at this time. I told you. The chances of winning are not great. The middle-aged man looked at this scene, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said aloud as if he was talking to himself while stroking his beard. At this moment, Lin Ziu looked at Yang Tanton's stabbing sword, and the pupils in his eyes shrank involuntarily. This guy, so rampant. He dared to directly use this powerful skill that consumes a lot of energy to attack him. Lin Zia's face became gloomy. Die! And at the next moment, the long sword in Yuan Zhen's hand directly penetrated Lin Zia's body. Looking at this scene, Yang Tanton just showed joy on his face. But at the next moment, his smile froze. Because the penetrated Lin Ziu did not shed any blood at all. Poof! And this Lin Ziu exploded directly as if it wasn't Lin Ziu who was hit, but an inflatable person. Damn it. Young Tanton's face became extremely ugly. After looking around, he found 5 identical Lin Zias appearing in all directions. And these Lin Zias auras are all exactly the same. Because Lin Ziu used the disguise skill, it always made people feel that his strength was very low. At this moment, although the avatar has less than half of the strength of the main body, he still has no way of feeling which one is Lin Zia's real avatar. Boom! The next moment, the white moon spears in the hands of the 5 Lin Ziu all burst into dark blue flames, directly attacked Yang Tiantong. Looking at this scene, Yang Tiantong couldn't help but have a change of expression. Yuan Zhen, what are you doing? Out of the corner of Yang Tiantong's eye, seeing Yuan Zhen on the other side, he roared angrily. At this moment, Yuan Zhen was standing there, seemingly not making any movements. It's like watching a good show. Are you qualified to command me? At this moment, the corners of Yuan Zhen's mouth curled up and he said lightly, You. Yang Tiantong's expression changed. This Yuan Zhen is not the same as before. At this moment, he looks full of arrogance. Damn, this guy tricked me. Sphere. At this moment, seeing Lin Ziu attacking with a spear from all directions, he had no way to dodge. With no other choice at this time, he directly unfolded his sphere. As the sphere unfolded, the white moon spears held by these Lin Ziu directly pierced his sphere. Loud noises erupted, because white moon spear was full of hellfire. As the tip of the spear pierced his sphere, Yang Tantong's sphere seemed to start to melt. Yang Tantong's face inside the sphere became extremely ugly, because not only did he feel the powerful impact, but also because of the extremely high temperature of the flame. He felt as if he was going to be burned. What? At this moment, Yang Tantong roared crazily. The veins on his whole body seemed to be bulging. Taking a closer look at this moment, there is a blood-red source mark on his forehead. Blooming. What kind of source mark power is this? It was the first time Lin Ziu to see the power of this blood-red source mark, and the pupils in his eyes couldn't help shrinking. I see you. Yang Tantong noticed that the expression in the eyes of one of the Lin Ziu had changed obviously. At this moment, he roared angrily and waved the blood-red long sword in his hand. A powerful force rushed out of the sphere directly. Chapter 1324 These two people have enmity. 1324 These two people have enmity. Lin Ziu. who was attacking outside the sphere he unfolded, was slashed horizontally by the sword at this time, and those clones of Lin Ziyu were cut in half by the terrifying sword energy in an instant. And the real Lin Ziyu, at this time, quickly unfolded the sphere to block his blow. However, the powerful impact still caused Lin Ziyu's body to retreat directly to the back. Sure enough, you are the real one. Looking at Lin Ziyu, who retreated to the back, Yang Tianton, who had a gloomy face, gritted his teeth and said. At this time, Lin Ziyu held the white moon spear in both hands and he clenched it a little bit harder. This guy's sword energy is indeed a bit strong, so it should not be underestimated. Yuan Zhen, never mind that you're not helping deal with this guy first. However, now I want to kill this guy first. Why don't you participate in our battle? Yang Tianton looked towards Yuan Zhen and said. At the beginning of the feeling, he thought Yuan Zhen was a blur young man and wanted to fool him into getting rid of Lin Ziyu first. But the facts have proved that powerful fighters were not fools. Sure, there was a faint smile on the corner of Yuan Zhen's mouth. No one would refuse this. After all, it was a 3-person melee and both of these two people suffered losses. No matter who was left in the end, it was extremely beneficial to him. You think you can defeat me? Lin Ziyu laughed when he heard Yang Tianton's words. This Yang Tianton simply took it for granted, thinking that he would definitely win. A warrior at your level. You are still not my match. When Yang Tianton heard Lin Ziyu's words, his face became even nastier. As soon as he finished speaking, in the next moment, all the strength in his body burst out without reservation. Boom! 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 As his power erupted, the entire battle platform seemed to start to shake. It's not just that the entire arena was affected. Even the surrounding auditorium seemed to be able to feel a slight shaking. How does this kid want to fight your city lord first and let Yuan Zhen reap the benefits? The middle-aged man looked at the scene on the battlefield and said in surprise. No matter what, Lin Ziyu will be the only one left on the battlefield. Bailey Haling said confidently. The middle-aged man shook his head helplessly. This girl will know the cruelty of the matter later. Lin Ziyu will definitely lose when he fights against Yuan Zhen, who is in perfect condition. At this time, the bludgeoned source mark power on Yang Tianton's forehead was even more dazzling. His body seemed to be covered with a faint bludgeoned power at this moment. With the emergence of this bludgeoned power, the muscles of his body seemed to become more swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye. The strength of the whole person is growing at an extremely fast rate. Source mark that enhances physical strength. Lin Ziyu looked at this kind of source mark power and his eyes showed surprise. Because this kind of source mark power is very rare. From before to now, Lin Ziyu has almost never seen him. Moreover, Yang Tianton's increased strength is also very large. It's almost like using Fury. However, it is still less powerful than Fury. Die. At this time, it seemed that the strength had grown to the extreme. Yang Tianton let out a roar and disappeared in place with a swoosh and appeared in front of Lin Ziyu in an instant. So fast. This speed is much faster than when they fought just now. The long sword in his hand also pierced at this moment. Dang dang dang. Lin Ziyu's reaction speed is still very fast. At this time, he held the white moon spear in his hand to resist. But Yang Tianton's offensive did not stop at all and the long sword in his hand attacked more violently. At this time, Lin Ziyu had no way to fight back. He could only use his long spear to resist his attack. Click. Taking a closer look, Lin Ziyu's white moon spear. Because of the previous series of battles, now there are slight cracks appearing on the body of the spear. But Lin Ziyu obviously didn't realize this. Damn it. Lin Ziyu cursed secretly in his heart. This Yang Tianton seemed to have a grudge against him. At this moment, all the strength in his body was unleashed unreservedly, wanting to kill him. In this case, if Yuan Zhen makes a move next, both of them will be in danger. However, Yuan Yuo seemed to abide by what he said to Yang Tianton just now. Sitting on the ground at this moment, resting on his chin to watch the battle between the two. These two have enmity. Looking at this scene, Wang Gan couldn't help being taken aback. Not sure. Zhang Qinghu couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was originally a 3-person melee, But now it has become a two-person battle. Seems like Yuan Zhen is about to win. Wang Gen continued to speak. Both of them fought with their strength, while Yuan Zhen didn't consume any strength at all. Next, Yuan Zhen should be able to win easily. It seems that Yuan Zhen and Zhou Qingshan will be in the finals. It's similar to what I guessed before. I want to see what will happen in the battle between the youngest and most powerful warriors from the north and the south. These fighters on the rostrum already felt that Yuan Zhen would undoubtedly win. After all, no matter which side wins, Lin Ziyu and Yang Tantong will no longer be Yuan Zhen's opponents. See where you can retreat to. Watching Lin Ziyu resisting his attacks, Yang Tantong became angrier and angrier. Dan dan dan. The sound of weapons colliding kept ringing out, and Lin Ziyu's footsteps were about to retreat to the edge of the battle platform. Feeling all this, Lin Ziyu's pupils shrank slightly. With a thought, a white light was released from Lin Ziyu's body. Purification Domain and Heavenly Array were released at the same time. Get lost. Just as Yang Tantong stabbed with his sword again, Lin Ziyu roared angrily. Because of the power of the Heavenly Array, Lin Ziyu's power has obviously increased a lot. Boom! His source strength erupted, and the powerful impact caused Yang Tantong's body, who wanted to continue attacking, to retreat to the back. Domain force. Looking at the white light on the ground, Yang Tantong's face was ferocious. My domain force is stronger than yours. He roared angrily and wanted to release his domain force. The blood-red light bloomed on his body. These blood-red rays of light quickly surged toward the ground, but when these rays of light first touched the white light on the ground, they disappeared immediately. How is this possible? Seeing the scene, Yang Tiantong's expression changed drastically. His domain force actually disappeared. Do you think that you are the only one who can use the source mark power? And at this moment, Lin Ziyu's voice came over. Taking a closer look, Lin Ziyu's forehead also had source marks blooming. Not one source mark, but 3. Chapter 1325 1325 How strong are you? 1325 How strong are you? How is this possible? He was actually able to use the 3 source marks directly. Seeing the black, purple and orange source marks combined into a triangular-shaped large source mark appearing on Lin Ziyu's forehead, Yang Tantong's eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Most people can only use one source mark power, but they never expected that Lin Ziyu could release 3 at the same time. And as the 3 source marks lit up, Yang Tantong immediately felt that the temperature of the surrounding air drop. At this moment, a big shadow suddenly appeared in his position. Not good. As if he sensed something, the look in his eyes suddenly changed. Boom! At this moment, there was a huge rock above his head, which fell directly from above. At this moment, the entire battlefield shook. Hoo! At this moment, Yang Tiantong, who dodged to the other side, exhaled suddenly, looking at the huge rock pressing down on where he was just now. He still had lingering fears. Is this the power of the source mark of the earth attribute? But before he had time to catch his breath, he felt an incomparably terrifying chill coming from his whole body, and his expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to lift his feet to leave, he found that his feet seemed to be frozen. There was no way to move away. Kala kala. And in the next moment, those ice cubes spread to his entire body. Soon, his body was frozen into an ice sculpture. But it was not over yet. Whoosh! At the next moment, a translucent energy matrix directly wrapped Yang Tantong, who had turned into an ice sculpture. Cracks soon appeared on the ice sculpture. It was obvious that Yang Tantong was about to break through the ice and get out. He can use 3 kinds of source mark power at the same time. The middle-aged man sitting on Bailey Hailing's left was surprised. Ordinary warriors can use various source mark powers, but they didn't expect that Lin Ziyu could use 3 kinds at the same time. Not only was the man surprised, even the powerful warriors on the rostrum were also surprised. This triple source mark technique was given to him by Jai Mei before he came to the God Warrior realm. Unexpectedly, no one in the God Warrior realm could do it. This was beyond Lin Ziyu's expectation, but Lin Ziyu ignored these surprised people. Seeing that Yang Tantan also broke through the frozen ice sculpture, Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. Break! As Lin Xiu spat out a word lightly. At the next moment, the matrix suddenly seemed to swell. In the next moment, it exploded directly. Boom! With a loud sound, the entire battle platform vibrated crazily. This shock was transmitted to the entire auditorium. The warriors around them subconsciously covered their ears. Because the explosion was so loud, it seemed as if it was going to blow their ears off. When the surrounding audience came back to their senses and looked again, they found that Yang Tantan's figure had disappeared. Instead, around where he was just now, there were some stumps and broken arms. It looked extremely bloody. Yang Tantan is dead. The surrounding audience was in an uproar. Yang Tantan, who was pressing down on Lin Xiu before, actually died under Lin Xiu's counterattack without any energy to resist. His strength is good. Yuan Zhen also stood up slowly at this time. At this moment, he looked at Lin Xiu and finally showed seriousness. Because in his opinion, Yang Tantan's strength just now was really too weak. He didn't think of making a move at all. Next, it's your turn. Lin Xiu looked at Yuan Zhen and said calmly. At this time, the cultivation technique was rapidly and automatically operating. The source strength that was consumed just now was quickly replenished at this time. The triple source mark technique consumes a lot of source strength. After killing Yang Tantan, Lin Xiu didn't continue to use it. At this time, he looked at the system's experience progress bar and the experience has only increased by 0.2. It's really too little. This Yuan Zhen's strength is very strong. If he killed him, he should be able to gain more experience. Yuan Zhen looked at Lin Xiu's expression at this time and couldn't help frowning. Lin Xiu and Yang Tantan fought for so long just now, and they must have consumed a lot of energy. But looking at Lin Xiu's current appearance, he didn't show any nervousness at all. Does he feel that he is not a threat? Thinking of this, Yuan Zhen's face also turned cold. I'd like to see how strong you are. At the same time Yuan Zhen said in a cold voice. His figure moved and he directly attacked Lin Xiu with a pair of hammers. Hee. Lin Xiu also sneered and stabbed directly with the white moon spear in his hand. Dang dan dan. When the weapons of the two collided, a loud sound suddenly erupted. As soon as the battle started, Lin Xiu frowned slightly. The weight of the double hammers used by Yuan Zhen is a bit scary. The weight of a single hammer should have reached at least 10,000 jin. At this time, Lin Xiu's dancing white moon spear collided with his war hammer, and sparks burst out continuously. Both hands holding white moon spear felt pain. That's all you've got, huh? Yuan Zhen clearly felt that the strength of the long spear used by Lin Xiu was beginning to be insufficient. At this moment, he sneered and the double hammers danced even faster. Accidentally, Lin Xiu was directly hit on the right shoulder by the hammer he swung with his left hand. Boom! With a dull sound, Lin Xiu flew out directly. It was only after flying to the edge of the battle platform that he stabilized his figure. Damn! Although he had a battle uniform to withstand a certain impact, Lin Xiu still clearly felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder. However, Lin Xiu's bones have already been tempered countless times. It's impossible to smash his bones with this hammer. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Xiu quickly stood up. He's fine. Seeing this scene, Yuan Zhen's expression couldn't help changing slightly. The power of his hammer just now is very strong. If an ordinary warrior is hit by the hammer, his bones will definitely be shattered. He knows that Lin Xiu's strength is relatively strong, but at least his bones will be broken. But Lin Xiu's movement seemed to only feel the pain and he didn't seem to be injured at all. This guy's physical strength is so powerful. Before Yuan Zhen had time to think about it, Lin Xiu continued to rush over. The spear in his hand stabbed out the moment he rushed over. The source strength that had already been transmitted to the spear and transformed into a large amount of black energy matter at this time. These black energy substances directly gathered to form a huge black dragon in the next moment. Following Lin Xiu's attack, he rushed towards Yuan Zhen. Chapter 326 Black Level. Black Panther. 1326 Black Level. Black Panther. Small tricks. Seeing Lin Zia's attack, Yuanzhen also became angry. With a roar, the incomparably large amount of soar strength in his body burst out directly. Then it was passed to the double hammers. Boom! At this moment, the war hammers made a violent sound. The entire war hammers actually emitted a purple light. Flurry hammer technique. At this moment, Yuanzhen let out a roar in his heart, and holding the war hammers that were bursting with purple light in both hands, he rushed over directly. He didn't dodge Lin Zia's blow at all. Die! Lin Ziu looked at the scene and roared angrily. The dark attribute energy ball on the neck also burst out with power, coupled with the dark energy that Lin Ziu had absorbed before. The black dragon became even bigger. With all its teeth and claws, it attacked Yuanzhen, who was rushing over. But Yuanzhen didn't have any fear at all. He directly held the war hammers in his hands and crazily attacked the black dragon that charged over first. The war hammers hit the black dragon's body, and instantly the black energy was dissipated by them. But the dark matter scattered by the hammers quickly gathered together again. When Yuanzhen noticed this scene, the pupils in his eyes shrank involuntarily. He obviously underestimated the power of these dark energies. Soon, those dark energies won't dissipate because of his attack. And at this time, the black dragon had already opened its mouth and bit his body. Biting his body directly, he crashed to the ground. Boom! With a loud sound, his body hit the battle platform so hard that it was dented. Poof! Blood spit out directly from his mouth. What a powerful force! The middle-aged man also opened his eyes wide at this time. The black dragon bit Yuanzhen and slammed into the ground. Even the ground was sunken by the impact. This power and healing are really terrifying. And what's even more frightening is that Yuanzhen's body was not directly smashed into pieces. Damn it. Yuanzhen, who was hit to the ground and only bitten by the black dragon, let out a roar. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free at this moment. And at this time, Lin Ziu had already stabbed over with the White Moon Spear in his hand. The tip of White Moon's spear burst out with purple light. This shot will directly hit his forehead. Seeing the scene, Yuanzhen's pupils shrank slightly, and he clearly felt that under the shackles of the black dragon, his body couldn't mobilize the soar strength to unfold the sphere. At this moment, his face became extremely cold. Roar! Just as Lin Zia's spear was about to stab him, a loud roar came out immediately. Lin Ziu could clearly see the black shadow of a huge creature appearing in his eyes. Boom! Lin Ziu, who stabbed over with a long spear, clearly felt an extremely powerful force attacking him. At this moment, the whole person was directly thrown out by the collision. He fell heavily on the ground not far away. Huhu! The black dragon that restrained Yuanzhen was also shaken away at this moment. Yuanzhen got up and was out of breath for a while. Taking a closer look at this moment, you can clearly see a huge black creature on Yuanzhen's body. It looks like a black cheetah. This is Yuanzhen's divine soul. Wang Gan on the other side of the rostrum opened his eyes wide. And this soul seems to be of the black level. The soul of the black level is interesting. Noble God Rian saw the scene and immediately became interested. This black level soul was a very rare existence. And Yuanzhen's black level soul was like a panther. It seemed quite strong. At this moment, he looks toward Lin Ziu. Will he show even more surprising strength? HMPH. You actually forced me to use the power of the Black Panther Divine Soul. Not bad. Yuanzhen looked at Lin Ziu, who was directly sent flying out because of the appearance of the Black Panther spirit, and said coldly. At this time, with the appearance of his Black Panther Divine Soul, the muscles of his body swelled up. Not just his muscles, but his height has increased too. The whole body is full of strength. It's interesting. Black level soul. Lin Ziu also slowly got up at this time. There was no trace of fear in his eyes. At this time, following Lin Zia's thoughts, some black matter slowly surged out of Lin Zia's body. Looking at this scene, Yuanzhen obviously felt that something was wrong and his brows frowned slightly, because he could clearly feel that the black matter gushing out of Lin Zia's body does not seem like dark energy. On the contrary, It looks like the divine soul power. No, it's impossible. How could this guy also have a black level soul? You must know that it is very difficult for ordinary warriors to comprehend the power of the divine soul. Stronger warriors, although possessing divine souls, are all of ordinary quality. It's rare to see red level ones, let alone black level ones. But at this moment, the dark matter emerging from Lin Zia's body directly gathered into a little black dragon. Yuan Zhen's eyes widened instantly. Black level divine soul. The middle-aged man on the seat to the left of Bailey Howling also stood up directly at this time. His body trembled slightly. Is the black level soul so worthless now? In this battle, there were actually 2 people with black level divine soul. Hee, you're really inexperienced. Bailey Howling looked at this scene and said proudly. This old guy always thought that Lin Ziyu would lose just now, and it made her very upset. It seems that I underestimated the strength of your city lord. Seems like the chances of your city lord winning are not small. At this moment, after the middle-aged man came back to his senses, he smiled wryly. He already regretted that he bet on Yuan Zhen to win. If had bet on Lin Ziyu, maybe, you actually have a black-level divine soul. Yuan Zhen looked at Lin Ziyu on the opposite side, and the little black dragon hovering beside Lin Ziyu, and said in a deep voice, with this, he can't guarantee that he will win. You're not worse off yourself. Lin Ziyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Now he can clearly feel that Yuan Zhen's soul has brought him a strong sense of oppression. This Yuan Zhen soul power is no weaker than that of the little black dragon. The little black dragon is like a growable soul. Although it is stronger than before, it is still not enough. Who? Lin Ziyu took a deep breath. And without the slightest hesitation at this time, he directly activated Fury. As soon as the skill Fury was used, Lin Ziya's entire body exploded with a powerful aura. Chapter 1327 1327 Light Energy 1327 Light Energy. The look in Yuan Zheng's eyes changed when he saw everything that was going on. He could clearly feel that the energy inside Lin Ziya's body was getting stronger in a short period of time. This young man has been keeping his abilities a secret too. Huwu. Lin Ziyu finally let out a breath of relief. With how he was using rage, his strength had tremendously improved. He could also feel that the arm that held onto his spear was now stronger than before. This is great. It's finally getting interesting. Seeing the changes on Lin Ziyu, Yuan Zheng was not afraid but instead, he laughed out loud in excitement. All of the energy inside his body was ready to be released as well. Both of these men were filled with terrifying amounts of energy. As both their energies collided with each other, there was a huge storm that swirled up from inside the arena. Both of them have been hiding their true abilities. The man sitting next to Bailey Howling had his eyes open wide. This was because he could feel an overpowering amount of energy being released from both the men on stage and his body started trembling. Lei Chong had his eyes fixed on the stage, not wanting to leave out any details. A fight between 2 powerful warriors was definitely something beneficial to him. Kill him. At the same time, Lin Ziyu dashed forward with the Hallyu spear in his hands. His entire body was covered with an overpowering Sura. You're dead. Yuan Zheng roared as he stared at Lin Ziyu, and he was also prepared to attack Lin Ziyu with both his war hammers. Both of their figures moved like shadows and instantly collided with each other. Clang clang clang. The audience around them felt as if their visions had turned blurry and they could only hear the loud collisions between both their weapons. No one could see clearly how these people were moving. The Black Panther divine spirit that belongs to Yuan Zheng attacked Lin Ziyu as well. Lin Ziyu held onto his Hallyu spear and as he tried to fight the war hammers, he could feel an intense amount of energy coming from his opponent. The little black dragon was also fighting the Black Panther. However, the Black Panther was cautious and it avoided the little black dragon. Just as the panther dodged the attack, it would stretch out his paw and hit the little black dragon. Lin Ziyu couldn't help but furrow his brows. Initially, he thought that the little black dragon would be able to tear apart the other party's divine spirit, but from what was happening up till now, this wasn't the case. The black-gray divine spirit belonging to the other party had great reflex and it was impossible for the little black dragon to tear it apart. The little black dragon was hit by the panther, but it stood up immediately and retaliated toward the panther. Yuan Jing frowned as he could clearly feel the threat and danger coming from Lin Ziyu. Most divine spirits that could attack would only aim for the warriors. But this little black dragon was different. It seems like it was interested in the Black Panther. It was attacking the Black Panther continuously. Damn it. Yuan Jing secretly cursed underneath his breath. As he had to be cautious of the little black dragon, he also had to focus on the fight with Lin Ziyu. His warhammers worked like wonders. The attacks were mighty and it was moving quickly. The energy that came from it felt as if they could destroy the entire space. Profound intent torrential storm of rose flower. Lin Ziyu blocked one of the attacks with his spear and took 2 steps back. Seeing how Yuan Jing was still coming at him, he quickly activated one of his skills. Ziu Ziu Ziu. Instantly, there were thousands of spears that appeared in the air. Yuan Jing's pupil shrank uncontrollably and used both his war hammers as his shield. He held both hands before his chest and blocked the attacks coming his way. Even when Lin Ziyu had come up with such quick attacks, Yuan Jing was able to dodge them all. Lin Ziyu frowned. Then, there was a large amount of dark energy that was released from Lin Ziyu's body. All of them went straight towards Yuan Jing. Yuan Jing thought of attacking Lin Ziyu again after defending against Lin Ziyu, but seeing what was happening, he had to abandon his plan. He quickly took a few steps backwards. However, the dark energy released by Lin Ziyu was like the tidal waves. Dark energy. Rian Noble God was shocked to see this. Wang Gan and Zhang Qinghua were both shocked as well. The dark energy that has been released by Lin Ziyu was too powerful and it looked like something that belonged to the other planet. Go and find out where he came from. Rian Noble God peered at one of the warrior gods next to him. Yes, sir. The warrior god quickly stood up and answered the noble god respectfully. Then, he quickly left the room. He immediately went to investigate who Lin Ziyu was. Let's continue watching the match. Rian Noble God saw how these men tried to stop themselves from speaking and gave his commands. Wang Gan and the rest of them looked at each other before nodding their heads. As for Yuan Jing who was on stage, he stared at the dark energy that was heading at him, but he no longer moved. The corner of his lips slightly deviated upwards. Dark energy, he muttered to himself. Then, there was an eye-piercing bright light that came from his forehead. What was that? Lin Ziyu looked at the energy that had been released, and he was stunned. This was because as the bright white glow was released, Lin Ziyu suddenly felt uncomfortable. The rest of the dark energy around him that was like tidal waves suddenly slowed down. Get lost. As Yuan Jing released his source mark energy, he roared from the bottom of his heart. All of the dark energy around them was disappearing. This was because the bright light released by Yuan Jing's forehead has now covered the energy arena. Light. Energy. There was an uproar that came from the audience. Although most of them had elemental source marks, light elements were still something incredibly rare. Lin Ziyu was starting to turn pale. The light energy source mark might not have directly caused injuries to Lin Ziyu, but it completely got rid of the dark energy released by Lin Ziyu. This was why Lin Ziyu would still be suffering from the backlash of it. He was feeling incredibly uncomfortable. You wouldn't have been able to guess that I have a light elemental source mark. Yuan Jing couldn't help but laugh as he spoke to Lin Ziyu. Chapter 1328 1328 Noble God was shocked. 1328 Noble God was shocked. Seeing how the entire stage was now filled with a pale white glow, Yuan Jing finally explained himself. Usually, this light energy wouldn't cause much effect on the other warriors, but since you were using dark energy, it would be different for you. By now, you would have felt the backlash from it, right? Yuan Jing smiled. The light energy was the nemesis of the dark energy. At the same time, he could also clearly feel that Lin Ziyu was getting weaker. The little black dragon, that was Lin Ziyu's divine spirit, seemed to come from the dark energy as well, and it was getting affected by the light energy released by Yuan Jing. Well, goodbye. Seeing how Lin Ziyu was looking weak and pale, Yuan Jing transferred all of his energy onto his warhammers. Both warhammers started trembling vigorously due to the large amount of energy. There was a vast amount of energy that came along with his Black Panther. Then, He aimed them at Lin Xiu. Xiu. It was in a blink of an eye that Yu and Zheng stood right in front of Lin Xiu. They already have a winner. Both the hammers were inches away from Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, who has been badly affected by the backlash of the light energy, would never be able to block such a powerful attack. Are you sure about that? Lin Xiu sneered and immediately activated source strength control. Xiu Xiu Xiu. Then, all the rich energy in the air headed towards Lin Xiu's body. At the same time, all of the source energy from the warriors around seemed to have been released, and they were all getting absorbed into Lin Xiu's body as well. Rian Noble God, who was at his seat, felt something was wrong as well. This was because he clearly felt that a part of his energy had been taken away from him. What was happening? He looked around before letting out a breath of relief. It doesn't feel like there were other warrior gods that suddenly appeared in the arena. However, he wasn't the only one. The rest of the audience as well as those who sat next to him were looking stunned as well. All of their source energy was being absorbed. Plus, compared to the noble god, they seemed to have lost even more. The noble god quickly thought about it and soon noticed the direction as to where the energies were headed to. It was on the stage. All of it happened so quickly and it was all within a split second. Yuan Zheng, who had released all of the energy in his body and was ready to beat Lin Xiu, suddenly felt that something was wrong. With his arms in the air, he could feel that there was a sudden surge of energy. What was this? Yuan Zheng's pupils shrink uncontrollably. This surge of energy was overpowering and it was much more powerful than what he had felt earlier. Was it from Lin Xiu? How would that be possible? However, he had no other choice but to stop his attack and start defending against Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's Haoyu spear was already attacking him with no hesitation. The spear instantly collided with the warhammers. Boom! With a loud explosion that followed, Yuan Zheng's body was then thrown far into the distance. Boom! His warhammer fell onto the ground and Yuan Zheng's body landed on the energy barrier outside of the stage. Then, a hole appeared on the energy barrier. Yuan Zheng's body was then thrown out of the energy barrier. That's impossible. Wang Gang was in disbelief as he stood up with his eyes open wide. The energy barrier was built around the stage in order to prevent the audience from being injured by the intense energy released by the warriors during the fight. But he would have never thought that the energy barrier would break after being hit by Yuan Zheng. How powerful would that kid have to be in order to do so? That young man. He's interesting. Rian Noble God was getting interested in Lin Xiu. At the same time, he was shocked as well. The energy that Lin Xiu had released earlier was almost the same as him. As they turned their attention back to Yuan Zheng, his body was found on the ground. The medics quickly rushed over, trying to get to his body. He's still alive. Seeing how there were no notifications that came from his system, Lin Xiu was a little disappointed. Yuan Zheng was indeed a powerful man. If he could kill him, Lin Xiu would definitely gain a huge amount of AXP. Plus, his little black dragon didn't even gain an upper hand while fighting against the Black Panther who was a black-grade divine spirit. Forget it. Lin Xiu controlled it with his mind and the little black dragon disappeared. Match and the winner is Lin Xiu from Linxian City. The announcer, who was levitating in the air, finally revealed the result. The rest of the audience were still in shock, but when they heard the announcement, all of them started cheering. As for those who had bet on Yuan Zheng being the winner, all of them looked dull. They never would have thought that Lin Xiu could be so terrifyingly powerful. I've said it, our city lord will definitely win the match. Lei Chong was shouting happily as well as he peered at the middle-aged man who sat next to Bailey Haoling. Who would have thought? The middle-aged man let out a bitter laugh and shook his head helplessly. He never would have thought that Lin Xiu had such hidden strength. That was incredibly frightening. Only the noble god would be able to compete against such skills. As he thought about it, his body trembled vigorously. There is a chance that he might win the final as well. The middle-aged man looked at Bailey Haoling and Lei Chong before voicing his opinion. He will definitely be champion. Lei Chong was unhappy with what the man said and quickly corrected him. Ha ha ha. Bailey Haoling started laughing as well. This was because she had bet on Lin Xiu being the winner. With the betting ratio, she was incredibly surprised to see the amount of money in her bank account. Lei Chong then looked at the projection that came from Bailey Hailing's watch and his eyes were filled with envy. If he had the money, he would have bet everything on Lin Xiu. The middle-aged man felt jealous as well. He patted his forehead in remorse. If only he knew. Huwu. After hearing the announcement about his victory, Lin Xiu jumped off the stage. Due to the rules, Lin Xiu could not continue attacking Yuan Zheng and he felt that it was a waste. He took a deep breath, and just as the aftermath of the rage was about to hit him, Lin Xiu got back into his seat. Chapter 1329 The God King has arrived. 1329 The God King has arrived. He was feeling exhausted. Lin Xiu rested on his chair and was panting. The match that happened earlier has been exhausting. Plus, the aftermath of rage was about to hit him. It would have been nice if Roly was with him. This way, the aftermath of it would disappear quickly. I am surprised. I thought that I would be fighting Yuan Zheng this time. I didn't think that it would be you. Then, a man appeared next to Lin Xiu. Zhao Qingshan. Well, you would have to win them before getting the chance to fight me. Lin Xiu looked at Zhao Qingshan who appeared next to him before speaking gently. Due to the aftermath from the rage, Lin Xiu was now looking incredibly pale. Both of them are weak. Zhao Qingshan stared at Niu Jing and Sun Tao, who was already on stage, before giving off a cold comment. Hearing how confident he was, Lin Xiu frowned. Niu Jing and Sun Tao had pretty good stats when he analyzed them using the analytic eye. They were definitely much stronger than the warriors that he had met before. Well, of course, none of them were comparable to Yuan Zheng. What? Zhao Qingshan could confidently say that they are too weak. Was he being overconfident or was it because he really did have the ability? Please be prepared to start. One of the staff shouted out loud for the warriors to be prepared. We shall be fighting each other very soon. Zhao Qingshan smirked as he walked away. Then, he leaped and directly landed at the center of the stage. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes as he watched the match. He would like to see how Zhao Qingshan would be able to easily defeat both of them. Zhao Qingshan, you have become quite arrogant. Niu Jing stared at Zhao Qingshan who just got on stage, looking ignorant, and he was feeling quite unhappy about it. What's wrong? I remember that you lost to me a few years ago. Zhao Qingshan shrugged his shoulders. That was years ago. Niu Jing's expression turned dull after hearing what Zhao Qingshan was saying. Forget it. Niu Jing. He will definitely taste failure this time. Sun Tao spoke in a cold tone. HMPH. Niu Jing sneered as he kept his eyes fixed on Zhao Qingshan. There was a murderous intention in them. Both of them already knew who they had to fight in this match, and had agreed to defeat Zhao Qingshan first. It was already clear how powerful this man was. If they didn't work together, both of them would be eliminated. Come then. Both of you together. Zhao Qingshan chuckled in response. As the match started, both Niu Jing and Sun Tao rushed towards Zhao Qingshan. The fight finally started. Lin Xiu, who was seated in the audience seat, kept his eyes on the fight that was happening on stage. Similar to the match from before, Zhao Qingshan only uses one element, electricity. He seems to have used these lightning bolts to its peak. In the end, Zhao Qingshan won the match. As for the other two warriors, they were both killed by the horrifying lightning bolts. At the same time, Zhao Qingshan seemed to have been injured. The finals will be happening in 2 hours. The loud voice from the announcer rang through the room. In 2 hours' time, that would be the finals already. Bailey Hailing mumbled to herself after hearing the announcement. Roly and Little Bai, who were sound asleep on her shoulder, finally opened their eyes. Your pets looked unique. The middle-aged man seated next to Bailey Hailing noticed Roly and Little Bai who had just woken up, and he was pleasantly surprised. He thought that they were both toys and he never expected for them to be two evolved beasts that were asleep. Plus, he could also feel that these two evolved beasts were not common, lowly ones. Old man, who do you think would win the contest? Bailey Hailing peered at him before asking. I am not an old man. When the middle-aged man heard what Bailey Hailing said, he glared at her with his big eyes. He was only a middle-aged man. Why was she calling him an old man? However, he quickly calmed himself and said, from the match earlier, Zhao Qingshan's abilities would probably be the same as your city lord. With both of them uninjured, your city lord may not have a chance of winning Zhao Qingshan. From the match earlier, Zhao Qingshan only got minor injuries, but when Lin Ziyu fought with Yuan Zheng, it was tough and he must have exhausted most of his energy. HMPH old man Yao know later that your judgment is incorrect. Lei Chong replied in a cold tone after hearing what he said. Don't call me an old man. The middle-aged man glared at Lei Chong as if he was ready to fight him if they ever called him old man again. Zhao Qingshan, who had just won the match, jumped off the stage. As he returned to his seat, he noticed that Lin Ziyu was missing and nowhere to be found. Looks like you went to get ready. But it wouldn't matter. I will be winning the match no matter what. Zhao Qingshan sneered as he muttered to himself. At the same time, Lin Ziyu was in the training room backstage. Although the aftermath of rage has disappeared, he has still used up most of his source energy in the fight earlier. He had to quickly activate his cultivation technique in order to absorb the thick energy in the air. He still had 2 hours left. With 2 hours, it would be more than enough for Lin Ziyu to replenish all of his energy. Time passed quickly, and for Lin Ziyu, who was buried in his cultivation, 2 hours were like a blink of an eye. Hugu. As Lin Ziyu let out a huge breath, he finally opened his eyes. Both of them were now filled with energy. The finals would be starting soon. The audience started going wild as they heard the announcement. The God King is here. Plus, a group of them noticed something and started screaming at the top of their lungs. There was a bright glow of light that appeared on top of the arena, and it was coming down slowly from the sky. Bailey Howling narrowed her eyes when she saw this. She could feel a strong pressuring sense that came from this man. It was incredibly strong. Chapter 1330 True God's Blood. 1330 True God's Blood. Lei Chong's eyes were opened wide, but due to the bright, eye-blinding light, he was forced to block them with his hands. He could only see what was happening with the gaps between his fingers. The huge glow then slowly descended onto the center of the committee seat. God King. It was a middle-aged man with long, white hair. His face seemed to have been shaved by blades as they were sharp and edgy. He didn't have handsome features, but he was indeed charismatic. Is the match about to start? He was the God King that dominated this place. No one knew his name, but all of them addressed him as the God King. His voice sounded different from the rest, and even Rian Noble God quickly answered him. It's about to start. Tanling God King looked at the announcer who was floating in the air before nodding his head. The announcer nodded his head in return and looked at the stage beneath him. Lin Ziyu and Zhao Qingshan were already both on stage. Match start. The rest of the crowd cheered even louder, especially with how the God King was present. All of them were feeling even more excited. So, he's the God King. Bailey Howling stared at where the God King was seated at, but she couldn't feel any energy coming from him. It was a strange feeling. As though with him just sitting there, he was already undefeatable. Lin Ziyu was already on stage. Lin Ziyu had witnessed the God King's arrival. He had already activated his analytic eye. However, as he had assumed, the analytic eye would not be able to detect his stats. Tisk. It's finally our turn to fight. Zhao Qingshan looked at Lin Ziyu, who was on stage, and he had a vicious smile on his face. He held onto his machete, and Lin Ziyu could clearly see the lightning bolts that appeared from time to time. It was obvious that Zhao Qingshan was getting excited. Would you be able to do this? Before Lin Ziyu could say anything, Zhao Qingshan continued mocking him. This was because he noticed that in the match between Lin Ziyu and Yuan Zheng, both of them were head-to-head. In the end, Lin Ziyu only managed to beat Yuan Zheng after exhausting most of his energy. It was different from his, where he didn't use much energy to defeat his opponent. Well, you shall find out soon. Lin Ziyu narrowed his eyes. With 2 hours inside the training room, he has already quickly activated his cultivation technique and replenished his energy. Lin Ziyu has recovered to his best state. This match. Suddenly, there was a voice that rang through the arena. However, everyone present knew where the voice came from. The God King. The God King remained seated on the center as if he was a king on his throne. His eyes were fixed on both Lin Ziyu and Zhao Qingshan, who were on the stage. Lin Ziyu and Xiao Qingshan quickly looked at the God King. Huwu. The God King has brought an intense pressure onto Lin Ziyu, causing him to quickly take a deep breath in order to calm himself down. The winner will be rewarded with the true God's blood. With that said, the entire arena turned chaotic. It's the true God's blood. Bailey Hayeling turned towards the man who was seated next to her and his body was trembling. He seemed to be looking excited. What's true God's blood? Bailey Hayeling was getting curious. The middle-aged man was also surprised to hear Bailey Hayeling's question. This was because from the look of the audience around as well as the committee, all of them looked excited to hear about the true God's blood. Only warrior gods that are god kings or beast gods can be considered as true gods. Their blood contains a large amount of energy and would greatly benefit those who take it. This is something that could only be acquired if a god king or beast god is killed. As he spoke about this, both his hands were clenched together. Looks like Lin Ziyu got lucky. Bailey Hayeling quickly commented on it. Well, he may not necessarily win. With such treasure on the line, Xiao Qingshan would definitely give his best. The middle-aged man couldn't help but speak up when he heard how Bailey Hayeling was sure that Lin Ziyu would win. This was the true God's blood, something that everyone would die to have. In winning this for sure, Xiao Qingshan released all of the energy in his body after hearing the reward from the God King. Sizzling, his entire body was covered with a white glow. The true God's blood. Was that something so attractive? Lin Ziyu looked at how Xiao Qingshan got excited when he heard that the winner would be able to get the true God's blood, and he couldn't help but feel curious. Let's start. The God King returned to his seat. Both warriors, please be prepared. The announcer, who was still in the air, made a loud announcement to both the participants. Match start. The rest of the audience started cheering and chanting like mad. With the announcement made, Xiao Qingshan quickly shifted his body and appeared right in front of Lin Ziyu. Such speed. Lin Ziyu's pupil shrunk. However, Lin Ziyu's reflexes were just as fast as his. He quickly picked up his Huang spear and blocked his attack. Boom boom. At that instant, there was a horrifying amount of lightning that appeared from his machete. Then, through the Huang spear, all of the lightning bolts traveled onto Lin Ziyu. Be careful, Lei Chong shouted subconsciously. From the competition earlier, he clearly saw how horrible these lightning bolts were and how bad the damages were for the warriors. HMPH. However, Lin Ziyu sneered and resisted the attacks with his own body. He was someone who was an expert in using lightning bolts. However, due to how he would usually play with the fire element, his lightning bolts were not as powerful. The ones that Xiao Qingshan used may be powerful, but there was nothing it could do to Lin Ziyu. That's interesting. Xiao Qingshan looked around and laughed coldly as he started moving the machete more vigorously. Lin Ziyu continued blocking his attack. When he saw how Xiao Qingshan was still moving his machete, Lin Ziyu sneered. The Huang spear in his hands was instantly covered with hellfire. Clang clang clang. Both weapons continued colliding with each other. There were no fancy moves used. All of them were hard, life-threatening moves. Due to the hellfire that was released, Xiao Qingshan was already covered with sweat. Crushing thunderbolts. Chapter 1331 1331 Summon. 1331 Summon. Xiao Qingshan roared, and there were unlimited lightning bolts that appeared all over his body. The entire stage was shining brightly because of the lightning bolts as well. The audience, who were present, noticed that there was a burning smell in the air as well. His lightning skills were indeed terrifying. At that moment, Lin Ziyu's entire body was surrounded by such horrifying lightning bolts. Sizzling. With each crackling sound, Lin Ziyu's skin felt like they were about to break. It hurts. There was a sharp pain that came from all over his body. Lin Ziyu felt as if there was an intense pain coming from his skin. You can still stand this. Xiao Qingshan stared at Lin Ziyu and he looked surprised. He has already given his best in the attack, but it seemed to have done no major damage to Lin Ziyu. The only effect seen was Lin Ziyu's skin breaking apart. HMPH. Lin Ziyu sneered as he moved his spear in the air. Boom! Numerous flaming birds were released within a blink of an eye and all of them were headed towards Lin Ziyu. Xiao Qingshan, who was thinking of continuing his attack, was forced to take a few steps backwards because of the flaming birds. The flaming birds forced Xiao Qingshan to the edge of the stage, and there were still other flaming birds being released from the spear. They were continuously attacking Xiao Qingshan. Then, the flaming birds that rushed forward had gathered together and formed a huge flame that started spinning on the spot. Boom boom! The entire stage started shaking vigorously because of the tornado. These dark blue flames are quite scary. When the middle-aged man saw what happened, he was equally shocked. Of course, Bailey Hailing sneered. Xiao Qingshan is about to lose. Lei Chan spoke confidently. With such frightening flames, if he was the one who fought Lin Xiu, he would have been burnt into coals. He probably won't lose yet. The middle-aged man commented on it. The tornado may seem scary, but Xiao Qingshan wasn't someone useless, and it would not be that easy to defeat him. Well, see. Lei Chong instantly turned unhappy after hearing what the man said. At this point, Lin Xiu has been regarded as a god in Lei Chong's mind. After all, Lin Xiu has shown the ability to turn back time. Lin Xiu, who was still on stage, stared at Xiao Qingshan, who was completely enveloped by his flame tornado. There were no notifications that came from his system, which meant that Xiao Qingshan is still alive. But he had no idea if Xiao Qingshan was severely injured. At the same time, Lin Xiu had several bleeding wounds on his body because of the lightning bolts. If it wasn't because Lin Xiu's body had a strong resistance against currents, Lin Xiu wouldn't be able to remain standing until now. Along with the quick healing ability, all of the wounds were recovering quickly. Move! Suddenly, there was a loud roar that came from within the tornado. The tornado was then split apart by a bright light. A man's figure that came rushing out of the tornado. He wasn't dead. He wasn't injured as well. Lin Xiu's pupil couldn't help but shrink when he saw what was happening. At the same time, Xiao Qingshan aimed his attack at Lin Xiu. He held onto his machete and was about to chop Lin Xiu's body into two halves. The entire machete seemed to be filled with horrifying energy. Just as the machete was about to hit Lin Xiu, there was a loud collision that could be heard. It held as if the air around them had been split apart. Clang! Lin Xiu subconsciously blocked his attack with the Haodu spear. Xiao Qingshan's machete landed on Lin Xiu's spear, which caused the loud collision. Lin Xiu held onto his spear with both hands, and they instantly felt numb from the impact. However, Xiao Qingshan did not stop. As he continued attacking with the machete, he seems to be getting stronger. Damn. The look on Lin Xiu's face turned solemn. This was because Xiao Qingshan was not injured from the flames that he had released earlier. Lin Xiu had thought that even if it wasn't enough to kill Xiao Qingshan, it would have severely injured him. However, it turned out that Xiao Qingshan was not injured at all, and his attacks have turned even stronger. Lin Xiu clenched onto his teeth as he continued fighting Xiao Qingshan. Exotic summon. Lin Xiu screamed internally as he blocked another attack from Xiao Qingshan. As the warrior skill was activated, there was a huge spatial movement that appeared in the air. What is that? The referee, who was floating in the air, felt something happening, and the look in his eyes changed. There was a crack that instantly appeared in the air. What is that one? Rian Godlord asked subconsciously. It looked like there was something trying to break into their space. Boom! Then, there was an explosion that occurred, and there was a long crack that appeared in the air. The space above them seemed to have been cut open by some monster. Spatial energy. Someone has summoned help. Wang Gan seemed to have seen such skills, and he commented on it. Summoning, that's interesting. When Zhang Qinghua heard what Wang Gan said, he started getting curious. What was it that could appear in the space above them so suddenly? Soon, there was a huge head that appeared above them. Roar! A loud roar followed, and everyone present in the arena turned to where it was coming from. When they took a good look at it, it was an ice lizard that appeared from the crack. The ice lizard roared and instantly jumped onto the ground, headed straight for Xiao Qingshan. Its mouth was wide open, and there was a large amount of ice element energy that gathered inside his mouth. Soon, a powerful ice element laser beam came from inside the lizard's mouth. Xiao Qingshan wanted to continue attacking Lin Xiu, but he seemed to have felt something odd about, and the look in his eyes changed. He turned around and that's when the laser beams were about to hit his body. Move! Zhao Qingshan roared when he noticed what was happening. There was a golden glow that appeared around his body. Then, the entire arena started getting warmer. The scorching heat caused the rest of them to feel as if they were about to melt. This was fire elemental energy. Lin Xiu felt what was happening as well, and the expression on his face changed drastically. Chapter 332 Fire Divine Spirit 332 Fire Divine Spirit. As Xiao Kuing-chen continued releasing the golden glow from his body, a huge flaming giant appeared. The flaming giant stared at the laser beam that was coming at him and blocked it with his hands. The ice elemental laser beam instantly got destroyed. Roar! The ice lizard roared in rage when it saw what happened. Its entire body started releasing its ice elemental energy, and the temperature around them, that was scorching hot from earlier, slowly returned to normal. Dirty tricks. Seeing the ice lizard that was looking fierce and was ready to release the horrifying ice element at Zhao Qingshan, the flaming giant was also headed straight for the lizard. Both Zhao Qingshan and the flaming giant attacked the ice lizard. Boom! Zhao Qingshan attacked with his machete and the flaming giant attacked it with its fists. The ice lizard that was surrounded by an overpowering ice elemental energy did not dodge the attack coming from Zhao Qingshan. In fact, Zhao Qingshan had chopped off one of its claws. The flaming giant also landed a powerful fist on the lizard's head, and the lizard was thrown into the air. That flaming giant is a divine spirit. Wang Gan and the rest of the warrior gods, who were seated at the committee's seat, were all dumbfounded when they saw the flaming giant. A divine spirit that is a fire element is indeed something rare. But, is that a gold-grade divine spirit? That's not right. It's a black-grade one. Rian God Lord shook his head as he stared at the fire elemental divine spirit. There was an envious look that flashed in his eyes. He was known as the Rian God King, and he loved using flames and loved using skills that revolved around the fire element. If he had that divine spirit, it would perfectly match with the element that he specialized in. By then, he would have been able to release even more powerful attacks. But, black grade isn't it golden? Some of the warrior gods were still confused after hearing what Rian God Lord had said. In their perspectives, the grades of the divine spirits were determined by the colors seen on them. Idiots! Wang Gan sneered coldly. You don't only look at the color to differentiate the levels of the divine spirit. You also have to see the mark that comes with it. The more complicated it is, the higher the ranking. Take a good look. That divine spirit has 3 spirit marks. As Wang Gan pointed it out to them, the rest of the warrior gods took a close look at the flaming giant. There were 3 faint marks that appeared on the flaming giants. The marks were only slightly darker than the rest of the giant. If it wasn't because it was pointed out to them, none of them would have realized it. The spirit marks were the reason why these divine spirits had such strength. At the same time, the ice lizard that just got punched has suffered major injuries. Half of its head seemed to have melted and there was purple blood oozing out of its wound. The creature now looked horrible. The ice lizard roared in the air, as if it was in pain. However, there was still a ball of energy gathered in its mouth and it was aimed at Zhao Qingshan. HMPH. Zhao Kuing-shen scoffed when he saw what happened. The huge flaming giant that stood right in front of him. No matter how horrifying the attacks were, none of them have caused any fatal injuries to Zhao Qingshan. All of them were blocked by the flaming giant. Although I have no idea how you summoned this beast god, it is completely useless against me. Zhao Qingshan turned around and stared at Lin Xiu, who was still in shock. Lin Xiu was definitely in shock. This divine spirit, although it looked like a golden color flaming giant, Lin Xiu could feel that this was not a gold-grade divine spirit. This was because he could clearly feel that this divine spirit was much stronger than the ones he had met, and a gold-grade divine spirit wouldn't give out such intense pressure. Lin Xiu took a deep breath and immediately activated Reset. Without much hesitation, he continued using Rage. As Rage got activated, Lin Xiu's body instantly released a large amount of energy. The stage started shaking as well due to the energy that came from Lin Xiu. There he goes again. That kid is about to blast his hidden energy again. The middle-aged man muttered to himself when he saw what was about to happen. He hid such powerful energy. Why didn't he use it before? Could it be a hidden skill that has a time limit? Rian God Lord also noticed this as well, as he muttered to himself. In fact, his guess was the only one that was correct. Once rage gets activated, there will be a drastic increase in speed and strength for the next 10 minutes. Plus, the increase in strength and speed is relative to the ability of the warrior. As Lin Xiu gets more powerful, the increase in his speed and strength would be incredibly high as well. However, Lin Xiu would have to defeat Xian Qingshan in 10 minutes or else, without the reset abilities, it would be over for him. You're finally getting serious. Xiao Qingshan looked at the man ahead and he started looking serious as well. This was because he could clearly feel that Lin Xiu was a totally different person now. His strength had increased tremendously and it was starting to make Xiao Qingshan feel uneasy. Lin Xiu's eyes were fixed on Xiao Qingshan, and unlimited energy were blasting from his body. Lin Xiu continued using profound intent. He held onto the spear with his right hand and the horrifying energy was transferred onto the Haoyu spear. The entire spear started shaking vigorously. It's time to kill. With the profound intent activated, all of the skills that Lin Xiu used were upgraded, and he was now using profound intent flashing souls. Under such circumstances, Lin Xiu was able to use all of his skills at its best. Xiu! Lin Xiu disappeared instantly from his spot. He held on to the Haoyu spear and once again appeared right in front of Xiao Qingshan. Before Xiao Qingshan could react, the tip of the spear had already pierced his chest. Xiao Qingshan narrowed his eyes. He didn't think that Lin Xiu could be so quick. This was teleportation. Just when Lin Xiu pierced the tip of the Haoyu spear into Xiao Qingshan's chest, Lin Xiu felt as if he had pierced into a metallic surface. It was impossible to drive it through Xiao Qingshan's body. At the same time, Xiao Qingshan gathered his source energy and focused them on the point where he was being stabbed. He had perfectly defended this attack. Boom! However, the strong impact of it still caused Xiao Qingshan's body to be thrown far into the air. Chapter 1333 1333 The Spear That Broke. 1333 The Spear That Broke. Xiao Qingshan did a twist in the air and then steadily landed on the ground. HMPH. He sneered coldly, and it didn't look like he had been severely injured by Lin Xiu's attacks. Xiao Qingshan's flaming giant was still burning brightly. The entire arena started getting warmer once again. Lin Xiu, who was close by, also had a serious look on his face. The temperature of the flaming giant that belongs to Xiao Qingshan was incredibly high. This caused the temperature inside the arena to turn extremely hot as well. It was even stronger than the hellfire that Lin Xiu had. Initially, Lin Xiu thought that other than the overpowering lightning bolt, he must have other elemental energy that Xiao Qingshan was good at. Lin Xiu made the right assumptions, but he didn't think that the other element would be fire. It turned out to be the same as what Lin Xiu specializes in. Most importantly, this man has a divine spirit that was of the fire element. With the help of the flaming giant, his strength had increased tremendously. These golden flames caused Lin Xiu to feel that his hellfire wouldn't be able to defeat Xiao Qingshan. However, Lin Xiu had no other choice now. He quickly gathered the energy in his body and within a split second, he flashed and appeared right before Xiao Qingshan. With the Haoyu spear in his arm, he thrusted it toward Xiao Qingshan's chest. Profound intent torrential storm of rose flower. The body of the spear was covered with a ice elemental energy. With the help of the warrior skills, there were thousands of spears that appeared in the air. Xiao Qingshan quickly noticed that something wasn't right and released his sphere instantly. He managed to quickly block the attacks from the thousands of spears. There was also a golden flame all over his sphere. No matter what Lin Xiu tried, it was impossible for him to break the sphere. Instead, the golden flame around his sphere caused the ice gold spear to slowly turn warm. Damn it. Lin Xiu had a horrible expression written all over his face. He had already activated rage, but even so, he still couldn't defeat Xiao Qingshan. Plus, he only had 10 minutes with rage and 2 minutes have passed. He only had 8 minutes left, and if he still couldn't defeat Xiao Qingshan by then, he would be in danger. Well, it seems like you're in a rush to defeat me. Just when Lin Ziyu was using all sorts of warrior skills to fight his opponent, Zhou Qingshan spoke up. His sphere was incredibly tough and like a tortoise who had retreated into its shell. It was impossible for Lin Ziyu to cause any direct damage to Zhou Qingshan, unless Lin Ziyu could break his sphere. But this was impossible as well. This was because Zhou Qingshan's sphere was incredibly thick and strong. With such strong energy forming the sphere, it would not be something that would be fragile. Your abilities seem to have increased dramatically in a short period of time. It should be because you have activated a certain skill that is limited. I would only have to drag it out and then I would naturally win the match. Zhou Qingshan seemed to have noticed something and asked Lin Ziyu as he blocked the attacks. This man is so observant. Lin Ziyu was surprised as he thought to himself, but he did not show his thoughts on his face. Lin Ziyu tightened his grip around the spear and continued attacking Zhou Qingshan. It's useless no matter how strong you get. It's impossible for you to break my sphere. Seeing how Lin Ziyu was still relentlessly attacking him, Zhou Qingshan warned Lin Ziyu about it. Lin Ziyu's attacks now were incredibly strong, but Zhou Qingshan has already figured out what Lin Ziyu was up to. He didn't want to fight Lin Ziyu any longer. He only wanted to drag out the fight and soon Lin Ziyu's powers would definitely diminish or even disappear. Break it. Lin Ziyu was still trying his best to break Zhou Qingshan's sphere and was using all of the strength in him. Profound intent heaven-breaking strike. There was a bright glow that appeared all around the Hayayu spear and Lin Ziyu swung it against the sphere. A huge amount of energy landed across Zhou Qingshan's sphere. Seeing what was happening, Zhou Qingshan looked serious as well. He could feel that this strike was much stronger than the ones before. This brat was getting serious. However, it would not be that easy to break his sphere. Zhou Qingshan roared. The flaming giant turned into a golden flame and wrapped itself around Zhou Qingshan's sphere. Boom! There was a deafening strike that followed when another strike from Lin Ziyu's sphere landed on Zhou Qingshan's strike. Zhou Qingshan's sphere did not break, but his body was thrown into the distance because of the impact. Damn, that brat has such a powerful sphere. Along with that, he could have his divine spirit wrap around his sphere, which made it even tougher. The skills that Lin Ziyu had used earlier did not have any effect on Zhou Qingshan. Crack. Suddenly, Lin Ziyu heard a soft crack. What was that? Lin Ziyu had a bad feeling about it when he heard the sound. Then, as he looked down, Lin Ziyu noticed that there was a crack that appeared on his Hayayu spear. The crack got longer and soon, the entire spear was covered in tiny cracks. Huh! Lin Ziyu's pupil shrank uncontrollably. The Hayayu spear was about to break. Boom! Then, another crack followed that came from the body of the spear itself. The entire spear broke into a million tiny pieces. All of it fell all over the ground. His weapon broke. The rest of the audience were shocked as well. A warrior's weapon is the only thing that could help them fight without it. It would be similar to a warrior who had lost his arm. The warrior's abilities would greatly diminish once he lost his weapon. He lost. The middle-aged man sitting next to Bailey Hayaling shook his head when he saw the scene happening before his eyes. Lin Ziyu's weapon broke. Was there still anything left to watch? Lin Ziyu has already lost the match. Bailey Hayaling also had a solemn look on her face. Why would the weapon break at such a crucial moment? Ha ha, you have no weapon now. How are you going to fight me? Zhou Qingshan, who had been thrown into the distance because of the impact, started laughing when he saw the debris on the ground. Lin Ziyu sighed as well. As expected, other than the dark edge, there were no other spears that would be able to withstand his strength. Chapter 1-334 1-334 The Final Battle 1-334 The Final Battle. The quality of the weapon is so bad. Leicheng couldn't help but clenched his fist when he saw what had happened. It must be noted that the weapon wasn't a cheap one, but it broke unexpectedly. Perhaps the energy that your city lord has exceeded the capacity of the spear. The middle-aged man spoke to Leicheng after hearing what he said. Without the weapon, the battle should come to an end very soon. Goodbye. Zhou Qingshan tightly gripped onto his machete. The flaming giant then combined with his machete, and it looked like there was a golden flame that completely enveloped the whole machete. Go! With a loud roar, the golden flame then rushed towards Lin Ziyu. Seeing what was about to happen, Lin Zhu threw the rest of the Haiyu spear onto the ground. He quickly activated his skills, hoping to dodge the attack. However, when Lin Zhu moved to the opposite side, he noticed that the golden flame was still headed toward him. There was no way he could hide. The flame hasn't even come into contact with Lin Zhu, but he could already feel the terrifying energy that came from it. It felt as if his body was about to melt. This flame was incredibly powerful, even more so compared to his hellfire. Lin Zhu had a feeling that if he got attacked by such flames, his entire body would start melting. "You're dead," Zhao Qingshan screamed on top of his lungs. Boom! Then, the golden flame collided with Lin Zhu's body, and Lin Zhu was immediately covered by the golden flames. These flames were terrifying. The stage, which has been specially built using a type of unique material, started melting as well. It has to be noted that these metals used had durability and special resistance against high temperature. The rest of the audience also started sweating like cats and dogs due to the scorching heat. It was way too hot. These flames started to affect the audience in the arena, as they stared at the golden flames on stage. No living warriors would be able to withstand such heat. Lin Zhu was bound to die. The golden flame then soon disappeared. These were flames that Zhao Qingshan had created using his divine spirit. It wasn't one that came from his source energy. It was still exhausting for him to release such skills. "He's dead," Zhao Qingshan muttered to himself as the flame slowly disappeared. However, the scene that he had imagined of Lin Zhu being killed did not appear before his eyes. Instead, Lin Zhu was still alive. You're not dead." Zhao Qingshan's pupils shrink uncontrollably. The skills that he had used earlier were incredibly powerful, but Lin Zhu is still alive. The only thing that happened to him was how pathetic Lin Zhu looked right now. "Who?" Lin Zhu let out a long breath. He was now completely covered with a toasted smell. As they took a good look, it was obvious that Lin Zhu's combat suit had been burnt badly, and even his skin looked burnt. There was also fresh blood seeping through the cracks on his skin. At that moment, if Lin Zhu had not activated the immortal body, Lin Zhu would have died with no doubt once his body got attacked by those horrifying golden flames. However, even with that skill activated, Lin Zhu still felt a sharp pain all over his body. Lin Zhu had been training with fire, but he was still badly injured. This was more than enough to show how scary those flames were. Fortunately, these were energy that came from his divine spirit, and Zhao Qingshan wouldn't be able to use these terrifying energies forever. A little bit more. Lin Zhu smiled as he looked at Zhao Qingshan. Zhao Qingshan couldn't help but put on a solemn look on his face. He would no longer be able to continue using the divine spirit energy. Otherwise, his body would not be able to stand it any longer. He grabbed onto his machete tightly. Sizzling. At that moment, there were thick thunderbolts that appeared all around the machete. Seeing how Lin Zhu was already badly injured, he raised the machete above his head. Then, the huge lightning bolts above his head were all released at once. There was a huge dragon that rushed towards Lin Zhu. Lin Zhu smeared when he saw what happened. Instead of dodging it, he went straight toward the lightning bolts. The electrical element energy stone around his neck started shining brightly. There were also large amounts of lightning bolts that surrounded Lin Zhu's body. Due to how he was already prepared earlier, Lin Zhu already had his boxing gloves on. The dragon was about to hit Lin Zhu. Instead of dodging the dragon, he was about to go head-to-head with the dragon. Sizzling. There were horrifying lightning bolts all around the dragon, and it was going straight for Lin Zhu's body. Lin Zhu could immediately feel the pain that traveled all over his body. The lightning bolts around his body have instantly merged with the ones from the dragon. They were about to penetrate through Lin Zhu's skin, causing damage. Lin Zhu clenched his jaw and ignored the lightning bolts. This was because he had high resistance towards these lightning bolts. Source strength control. Lin Zhu instantly activated another skill as he rushed forward. The energy in the air as well as the warriors sitting at the audience seat had their source energy absorbed by Lin Zhu. It's here again. Wang Gan could clearly feel everything, and he frowned. He could feel that his source energy was getting sucked out of his body. There was a vast amount of energy that rushed into Lin Zhu. He was then able to replenish all of the energy that he had lost earlier. All of the energy that rushed into him caused his body to expand. There was too much energy, and Lin Xiu felt as if his body was about to explode. Lin Xiu clenched his jaws and tried his best to withstand the pain coming from his body. All of the energy that he received has been diverted onto his left hand. This guy. Xiao Qingshan's pupil shrank subconsciously when he saw what was happening. Not only did Lin Xiu withstand the lightning bolts that he had released, there was only a vast amount of energy getting absorbed into his body. Even Xiao Qingshan could feel that there were energy sucked out of his body that entered into Lin Xiu's body. Chapter 1Y335 1Y335 The Forbidden Land of the God King. 1Y335 The Forbidden Land of the God King. Go to hell. Seeing how Lin Xiu was still coming at him, Xiao Qingshan roared in rage as he tightly gripped onto his machete. He swung the machete from the top of his head. The energy coming from this machete was incredibly strong. Boom! Lin Xiu looked at the machete that Xiao Qingshan had as well, and he roared. Then, the fist that was covered with the intense energy was thrown forward. All of the air around twisted due to the heat when Lin Xiu released the attack. Profound intent destroy the sky. This was a god-level warrior skill, and along with the large amount of energy instilled into it, Lin Xiu's punch was now at its peak. There were loud explosions in the air that came one after another. These loud noises were enough to break through the eardrums of those who were present. All of them had to cover their ears. Ah! Xiao Qingshan could clearly feel the strength of the punch coming at him, and he screamed. Then, he immediately released all of the energy inside his body to form his sphere. If he was still in his best form, he would have had the chance to stop it. However, by now, he had already exhausted himself. The chances of him being able to stop it forcefully was minimal. Boom! Then, he swung his machete, hoping to be able to stop the punch coming from Lin Xiu. There was a loud sound that was followed by an explosion. The energy barriers around the stage were badly shaken, and there were a large number of cracks that appeared on it. The intense energy from both the warriors were about to blast through the energy barrier. If the energy from the battle actually seeped out of the energy barrier, some of them who were weak would be instantly killed from it. Rian God Lord was about to secure it when he noticed the God King moving his left arm. Suddenly, there was a new and special energy barrier that enveloped around the stage. At that instant, the original energy barrier that was placed around the stage instantly exploded. Rian God Lord couldn't help but let out a breath of relief. The energy that was created by the collision of two god warriors was intense. The energy barrier was about to break. If it wasn't because of the God King, most of the audience here would have been affected by it. Rian God Lord then turned his attention onto this stage. Lin Xiu and Xiao Qingshan were both fixed at the same spot. Xiao Qingshan had both hands on the machete, and it had collided with Lin Xiu's fist. However, there were already large cracks that appeared all over the machete. It was obvious that the machete was destroyed. I still didn't get to kill you. Lin Xiu looked at Xiao Qingshan, who was standing right in front of him as he panted. When Xiao Qingshan took a closer look, he noticed that Lin Xiu's fist was already in contact with his machete, but it did not throw him away. However, the intense energy that came from the attack caused Xiao Qingshan's body to be covered in blood. Xiao Qingshan was like a walking blood bag. Even the skin on his face started breaking apart. It looked incredibly scary. I lost. Xiao Qingshan smiled before he fell onto the ground. Match over. Victory for Lin Xiu from Lingxian City. The referee, who was floating in the air, gave the final announcement. The rest of the audience have gone wild as well. Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu. At that moment, everyone was cheering for Lin Xiu. However, he could no longer hear them clearly. He felt that he had no energy left in his body. He looked drowsy, and soon, he fell straight onto the ground. He might have heard Lei Chong and Bailey Hailing's voice next to him. Time passed, but Lin Xiu felt as if he went back in time. From the moment before his rebirth to when he came to this world, and even the moment where he first met Liu Yu, every scene flashed across his eyes. Then, Lin Xiu opened his eyes. Lin Xiu. Bailey Hailing jumped in surprise when she saw Lin Xiu, who finally woke up. Where am I? Lin Xiu gave his eyes some time to adjust to the light before asking them. Bailey Hailing and Lei Chong were both here. Rolly and Xiao Bai were sitting next to his body as well. There was also a dim glow that came from Rolly's body. This allowed Lin Xiu to feel a sense of warmth inside his body. City Lord, you're finally awake. I kept hearing you calling for Luo Yu. Is she your wife? Lei Chong was also delighted to see that Lin Xiu had woken up, and he quickly asked. Lin Xiu ignored Lei Chong's question and kept quiet. It has been some time since he came to the God Warrior realm, but he still had no news of Luo Yu. But, where are we? Lin Xiu decided to look around when no one was answering him. He then realized that this was not the hotel. The furniture in the room was different. The walls seemed to have been made of a special type of rock, and they were glowing with a dim light. He was now lying on top of a bed that was made of jade. Lin Xiu then carefully felt the air around him, and there was a vast amount of energy in the air. Lin Xiu's body was already naturally absorbing the energy in the air around him. How long have I been asleep? Lin Xiu asked both of them. He then only thought of how in the previous battle, he almost killed Xiao Qingshan. However, this man's body was much tougher than he thought. If he managed to kill Xiao Qingshan, he should be able to gain a ton of EXP. Right. Just one day. Bailey Hyaling quickly answered. This is the Forbidden Land of the God King. Lei Chong answered his other question. Forbidden Land of the God King. Lin Xiu was stunned at first, but soon realized where he was. The forbidden place stated was the palace where the God King stayed. There were no internet or phone lines available in this place, which was why it was considered a forbidden place. The energy in here is quite strong. Lin Xiu instantly felt that all the energy that he had exhausted from earlier had now been replenished. I know. I have a feeling that I would be able to become a god warrior soon. Lei Chong couldn't help but feel surprised. Right, that man known as Rian God Lord said that we should bring you over to the central pavilion once you woke up. Bailey Hyaling suddenly got reminded about something. He'll take a look. Lin Xiu jumped up from the jade bed. Once he moved his body, there were countless bone-cracking sounds that came from it. It felt comforting. Chapter 1336 1336 The Central Pavilion 1336 The Central Pavilion. The Central Pavilion. Lin Xiu raised his brows. Lin Xiu didn't even get to check out the Forbidden Land of the Go King. And, when you're here, without the permission from the God King, no one would be allowed to move around as they pleased. Bailey Hyaling nodded her head. For a woman who wasn't afraid of anything, she seemed much more obedient. Lin Xiu. Rolly hopped onto Lin Xiu's shoulder as well and started speaking in a soft, mushy tone. This is the first time I heard an evolved beast speaking. Lei Chong stared at Rolly with his eyes wide open. Xiao Bai wanted to speak as well, but it seemed like it couldn't and could only continue making chirping noises. Let's go. Let's head over and take a look there. Lin Xiu's eyes were fixed at the door as he spoke. Once he walked out of the room, Lin Xiu finally got to see the whole image of the palace that he was at. It was exactly like one of those from ancient times. A large surface of the building was glowing with a warm, white light due to how they were made of jade. There were also complicated markings seen all over the jades. Such powerful energy. Not only was the air rich with energy, even the building itself was giving out vast amounts of energy. If they were able to cultivate here, it would definitely help them indefinitely. Mr. Lin, are you awake? Then, there was a guard dressed in a white uniform that greeted Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu nodded his head. He activated his analytic eye and noticed that this man was much stronger than him. This was indeed something that shocked him. This way, please. The man spoke respectfully toward Lin Xiu. The man then guided Lin Xiu and the rest to the central pavilion. Lin Xiu also managed to take another good look at the palace. This was a floating palace. When Lin Xiu looked down from the edge of it, everything was white. He had no idea what altitude they were at now. Please stay here. Only Mr. Lin is allowed to enter. Soon, they stood right in front of the central pavilion. The central pavilion was a huge building and they were now standing at the bottom of the pavilion. One would have to climb up a long stair before arriving at the pavilion. My pets can't come along as well. Lin Xiu looked at Rolly and Little Bai. Mr. Lin, please go alone. The man nodded his head again before smiling at Lin Xiu. Alright. Lin Xiu passed over Rolly and little by to Bailey howling before walking up the stairs. The moment he laid his foot on the steps, Lin Xiu felt that something was wrong. There was a huge pressure that hit him. Lin Xiu's pupils narrowed subconsciously. If it wasn't because he was prepared, he would have been thrown into the distance by now. What's wrong? Bailey howling noticed something odd about Lin Xiu and quickly asked. Nothing. Lin Xiu smiled as he answered Bailey howling. He controlled his breathing and continued walking up the stairs. However, with each step he took, the strength of the energy would be stronger, which continued pushing him backwards. Lin Xiu was now prepared for it and was no longer afraid. He kept himself calm and slowly went up the stair one step at a time. The guard who was watching Lin Xiu looked surprised as well. This was no ordinary stairs. They called this the stairs of trials. Only those with strong energy would be able to walk up the stairs, and only those who can make it to the top will be allowed to enter the pavilion. For guards like them, they have been trained. However, to be able to move up so easily like Lin Xiu, it would be impossible even for them. Lin Xiu managed to move swiftly, and in a short period of time, he was already at the last 3 steps. He was about to reach the top, but Lin Xiu now had a horrible look on his face. This was because the energy on the last 3 steps were incredibly powerful. It caused Lin Xiu to feel as if his body could mess up anything. Hugu. Lin Xiu took a deep breath and released all of the energy in his body. Then, he took another step. Boom! As soon as his foot landed on the step, there was another wave of energy that rushed toward Lin Xiu, causing him to almost get thrown away from the stairs. HMPH. Lin Xiu sneered. He has once experienced climbing such stairs in the past. Although this one was much more difficult, Lin Xiu wasn't afraid of it. As long as he was determined enough, he would be able to get to the top. Lin Xiu roared and the veins all over his body were popping. He continuously finished the last 3 steps. You're good. The guard couldn't help but mutter to himself when he saw this. Lin Xiu had only used 1 minute to complete walking up the stairs. It was extremely fast. Is this the central pavilion? Lin Xiu finally saw 2 huge doors standing before him once he got to the top. There were also 2 stone statues on both sides of the door. Both look incredibly real. There were also 2 more guards that stood by the doors. They were motionless and even looked like statues. But Lin Xiu could clearly feel the overpowering aura that came from both of them. Without any hesitation, Lin Xiu walked into the central pavilion. You're here. Lin Xiu then saw Rian Godlord as soon as he entered. The man was standing in the middle, and when he saw Lin Xiu, he chuckled as he gently stroked his beard. Lin Xiu nodded his head. This man with a head full of white hair and long beard was naturally Rian Godlord from before. Lin Xiu still remembered who he was. He knew that this man was powerful. The top 3 for this year's competition would be Yu, Zhou Qingshan and Yuanzhang, but both of them would not be here so soon. Rian Godking chuckled. Both of them were allowed to come here as well. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes. It was incredibly difficult for him to be able to defeat them during the fight. He almost killed both of them and could have achieved a large amount of EXP. As he thought about this, Lin Xiu still felt that he wasted his chance. I will be giving you your reward for getting first place. Rian Godlord spoke as he waved his left arm. Then, there were 2 wooden boxes on the table that flew towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's eyes lit up with excitement when he saw the wooden boxes. He quickly caught them with both hands. Both boxes were about the size of his palm, and Lin Xiu could feel that one of it was incredibly heavy. Chapter 1337 1337 Taking the God's Blood. 1337 Taking the God's Blood. What was that? Lin Xiu held onto the wooden box with his left hand, and it felt as if the box continued sinking to the ground. Metal of 1,000 years old along with God's blood. As for the other reward where you get to pick 3 cards, we will have to wait for Yuanzhang and Zhou Qingshan. I will then bring all 3 of you together. Rian Godlord showed a gentle smile. Lin Xiu nodded his head in return. Can I open it now to take a look at it? Lin Xiu hesitated for a moment before asking. Sure. Rian Godlord still had the same smile on his face. There was an admiring look in his eyes as he looked at Lin Xiu. The time that Lin Xiu had taken to climb up the stairs was much shorter than he anticipated, and he was surprised by that. After all, the stairs of trial was one that would put a lot of pressure on the warriors. Other than having a strong body, the warriors would also need a firm mind to be able to complete the stairs of trials. One slight hesitation would send the warrior flying. This was enough to prove that not only was Lin Xiu a powerful man, he also had a determined mind. Lin Xiu was now focused on the wooden box that was incredibly heavy. As he opened it, there was a bright silver light that shone into his eyes. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes. As he took a good look at it, there was a square piece of metal inside the box. The piece of metal wasn't large, but it definitely weighed close to a few million kilos. This was definitely something extraordinary. Lin Xiu looked at the metal and he was delighted. He already got his hands on one of the ingredients needed for Dark Edge. Only Spirit Fire Energy Stone and the Root of Frost were left, and he would be able to find more about it later on. As for the odd crystal of 1,000-year-old beast god, it was something fairly easy to get. It was at least something that he could buy with money. As he controlled it with his mind, Lin Xiu then placed it inside his expansion space. Rian Godlord, who witnessed the whole scene, was shocked as well. Perhaps this kid has something like an inventory. It has to be noted that such things were extremely rare in the warrior god realm. Even he didn't have one. This is the god's blood. Rian Godlord reminded Lin Xiu of it when he saw him opening the other wooden box. As Lin Xiu opened it, there was a small bottle that was filled with golden fluid. Although the fluid was inside the bottle, Lin Xiu could still clearly feel the horrifying movements of the energy coming from it. Such powerful energy. This is the blood taken from a beast god. After taking it, your strength would definitely increase tremendously. Rian Godlord explained it to Lin Xiu. Can I use it now? Lin Xiu didn't hesitate and asked for permission instead. This was because according to what Rian Godlord had said, they still had to wait for Zhou Qingshan and Yuan Zheng. They would only be able to pick out the warrior's skills cards when they got here. Then, for the time being, he would be able to consume God's blood first. Sure. Rian Godlord thought about it before nodding his head. Then, I shall cultivate here as well. Lin Xiu did not put in much thought. He sat cross-legged on the ground and opened the bottle. As soon as the bottle was twisted open, Lin Xiu could feel the energy coming from the fluid inside. The strength of God's blood was incredibly powerful. The difference between a warrior god and god king was indeed tremendous. Lin Xiu did not hesitate and finished the golden fluid that was inside the bottle. As the golden fluid entered his body, Lin Xiu could feel the bitterness that came from it, and the weird, sweet aftertaste that it had. The fluid traveled through his throat and into his stomach. That's when he could feel a warm feeling coming from it. Start cultivating. Rian Godlord quickly reminded Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu didn't dare to hesitate and instantly activated the cultivation technique. As the cultivation technique was activated, every inch of his body started absorbing the energy that came from the fluid. His stomach was burning. It felt as if there was a huge flame that started inside his stomach. At the same time, the feeling of getting burnt slowly spread from his stomach and to the rest of his body. Lin Xiu felt as if his entire body was now on fire. He clenched his jaw and continued using the cultivation technique to absorb all of the energy from it. The energy was indeed overpowering, and Lin Xiu's body started trembling as well. Most of the muscles and blood were getting slowly destroyed by the energy that entered his body. As it was getting destroyed, they were healed instantly as well. It was a process that repeated continuously. All of his meridian, flesh and bloods that have been destroyed and healed were now much tougher than before. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see that Lin Xiu's body seemed to have turned golden. Hugu. At the same time, Zhou Qingshan arrived to the top and he was trying to catch his breath. The stairs of trials was hell. He has never experienced such things, and when he took the first time, he had been thrown far into the distance. 2 minutes. That's good. Rian Godlord commented on it when he saw that it was Zhou Qingshan. Greetings, Rian Godlord. Zhou Qingshan noticed that it was Rian Godlord and quickly greeted him. Rian Godlord was someone famous and no one knew how powerful he actually was. This was why he has been known to be the only person beneath the God King. Even when Zhou Qingshan was an arrogant man, He was still respectful toward the Rian God Lord. Xiao Qingshan then saw that Lin Xiu was sitting on the ground and he was glowing brightly in a golden light. He was shocked to see Lin Xiu here. This kid got up here so quickly. At the same time, Xiao Qingshan could also feel that there was an intense energy coming from Lin Xiu's body. This kid seemed to have taken something and he was busy cultivating. He just took the god's blood and he is cultivating now. Rian God Lord answered his question. Then, he waved his left hand and gave a black wooden box to Xiao Qingshan. This is your reward. As for the 2 God-level warrior skills cards, you will be able to get them once Yuan Zhang gets here. Xiao Qingshan nodded his head. However, his attention was on Lin Xiu. Even when he had a reward in his hands, he wasn't in a rush to open it. There is only 1 bottle of God's blood. Rian God King stared at Xiao Qingshan and smiled as he gently stroked his beard. Xiao Qingshan blushed. He thought about it for some time before asking, do I still have another chance in the future? The god blood was a priceless treasure. It even helps to strengthen a warrior's flesh and bone. There would definitely be lots of chances. Rian God Lord spoke calmly. Chapter 1338 1338 Wall covered by warrior skills cards. 1338 Wall covered by warrior skills cards. When Xiao Qingshan heard what Rian God Lord was saying, he was stunned. He didn't understand what those words meant. The god's blood. Is it still possible for him to get it? Damn it. Lin Xiu gritted these 2 words as he sat cross-legged on the ground. The god's blood was aggressive. It was rushing into every inch of his body as if it wanted to destroy his body. However, Lin Xiu had a quick and powerful healing system in his body. With the destruction and healing happening side to side, his body has been built to be much stronger than before. Time passed, and just when Lin Xiu opened his eyes again, the golden glow around his body disappeared. It felt like he had been reborn and it felt comforting. Well, it does look like a huge enhancement. Rian God Lord looked at Lin Xiu who stood up and he smiled. The god's blood is incredible. Lin Xiu smirked as well. It may be horrifying, but there has been a huge improvement in his strength along with his body build. When he looked at his stats, it had increased over 100 points. It was considered a huge leap. Lin Xiu could also clearly feel the growth in his strength. I didn't think that I would actually lose to you. Xiao Qingshan stared at Lin Xiu and there was a smile on his face. He wasn't a sore loser and he didn't look unwilling that he lost to Lin Xiu. He had already accepted the truth. Let me introduce myself again. Xiao Qingshan. Xiao Qingshan smiled at Lin Xiu before stretching out his right hand. Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was a little caught off guard, but still shook hands with him. They were only fighting to gain victory when they were on stage. There was no hatred or grudges between both parties. Since the fight was already over, there was no bad blood between them. Hoo! Suddenly, they heard someone panting behind them. When they turned around, Yuan Zhang was standing on top of the stairs. Well, Yuan Zhang was in a bad state. It was obvious that he had suffered quite a bit while trying to get up the stairs. 3 minutes. That's not bad. Rian God Lord stared at him before commenting about it. Greeting. God Lord. When Yuan Zhang saw how Lin Xiu and Xiao Qingshan were already there, he was shocked. However, he soon came back to his senses and greeted Rian God Lord respectfully. Rian God Lord gently stroked his beard before waving his right arm. There was 1 wooden box left on the table and it was given to Yuan Zhang. This is your reward. The reward for being second runner-up. Yuan Zhang was stunned at first, but he quickly reacted and caught the wooden box. Although he was third in place, it was still an incredible gift. This time, only the top 3 of the multi-city contest will be allowed here. Do you know why? Rian God Lord looked at all 3 of them as he spoke. Lin Xiu, Xiao Qingshan and Yuan Zhang shook their heads. Come over here first. The God King has been waiting for you on the other side. Rian God Lord decided to remain mysterious about it and did not give them a clear answer. Then, he walked to the back of the room. Lin Xiu did not hesitate and followed Rian God Lord to the back of the pavilion. This was because there were still 3 God-level warrior skill cards. Xiao Qingshan and Yuan Zhang hesitated for a moment, but they soon followed as well. It would be great to cultivate here. Bailey Haling, who was waiting at the bottom of the stairs, sat cross-legged on the ground. Then, she started cultivating. The energy in the air around them was incredibly rich. Being able to cultivate here will be great. Me too. Since they had no idea how long Lin Xiu would be at the central pavilion, Lei Chong did not want to waste this chance as well. He sat cross-legged on the ground as well. He quickly started his cultivation and started absorbing the energy around him into his body. It felt as if his body was about to blast. As for Rolly and Little Bai, they were jumping around happily. It seems like the rich energy in the air around them caused them to be more excited than before. On the other side, Lindsay walked to the back of the pavilion under the guidance of Rian Godlord. After some time, they finally reached an exit and there was an eye-piercing light that came from it. Such powerful energy. Plus, Lindsay could clearly feel that the energy beyond the exit was much more powerful than the ones they had here. Rian Godlord fastened his footsteps and Lin Xiu did the same. As soon as they walked inside it, Lin Xiu was forced to narrow his eyes. The entire place was shining brightly. When they took a closer look after going through the exit, there was a huge wall in front of them. The wall was made of a special type of jade. There were a large number of warrior skills cards and all of them were placed inside a glass case. The entire wall was covered with these warrior skills cards. As he looked at the scene before his eyes, Lin Xiu was incredibly shocked. Godlevel warrior skills card. Plastered on the entire wall. There would be at least thousands of them. The ones here were so much better than what they had at the store. The largest store in God City only had about 100 of them. All of these are Godlevel warrior skills cards. Xiao Qingshan and Yuanjing were both shocked as well when they saw the wall and their eyes were open wide. There were so many Godlevel warrior skills cards here that it felt like a dream. The bright glow that came from it almost blinded them. These are the collections of the God King. There's a total of 3,081 pieces. Rian Godlord saw how surprised they were and explained to them about the cars. That's a lot. Yuanjing gulped. His eyes were fixed on the cards and they were filled with excitement. He has never seen so many Godlevel warrior skills cards. Lin Xiu even had an impulsive thought of taking the entire wall with him. It's amazing that there are so many warrior skill cards here. According to the rule, Lin Xiu came first and you can pick 3. Xiao Qingshan who came in second will get 2. As for Yuanjing, I'll get 1. Now, you can start choosing the cards that you want. Rian Godlord gave the instructions. Can we take any one of them from here? As soon as the Rian Godlord was done, Xiao Qingshan quickly asked. As he looked at the cards on the wall, he already had one that he liked. That's right. You can take any of it from here. Chapter 1339 1339 Soul Eater 1339 Soul Eater. Right now, you can go ahead and choose. The God King will be waiting for you at the back. Rian Godlord stroked his beard as he informed all 3 of them. Well, I shall thank you in advance first. Yuanjing took a look at the cards that were framed on the wall. As he could only pick one, he had to make sure he picked the right one. He had to pick one that would benefit him the most. Well, this one seems good. Lin Xiu started looking for his as well. Soon, his eyes lit up with excitement and he seemed to have found one that suits him. Myriad Dragon Prison Break. Although the card was shining brightly, it was one that was black in color. This meant that the warrior using it had to be familiar with the dark element. A Spear Warrior Skills card. It suits you. Rian Godlord looked at the card that caught Lin Xiu's attention. However, it requires the warrior to have strong dark elemental energy to support it. The effect of it is intense and you may even hurt yourself. After hearing what the God King said, Lin Xiu nodded his head and pointed at the card. I want this one. Sure. Rian Godlord raised his right hand. Then, the warrior skills card that was hanging on the wall in a glass card levitated into the air. Then, it slowly went toward Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu held onto the glass frame and the more he looked at it, the happier he got with the card that he picked. He could feel that this warrior skills card was incredibly powerful. There weren't many warrior skills cards for those who use spears, but it was still enough for Lin Xiu. However, other than this one card, the rest of them seemed boring. None of them were incredibly powerful. This was why Lin Xiu was not interested in any of them. If he had to pick one, he would one with great destructive powers. True Fire Fist. Then, Lin Xiu picked another card. This was one that could be used with his punch techniques. This would not use up much of his energy. Unlike Destroy the Sky. However, he could throw continuous attacks. As for the last one, Lin Xiu picked Soul Eater. Are you sure you want this? After looking at the last one that Lin Xiu picked, Rian Godlord was surprised. This was because this is no ordinary warrior skills card. It could not be used with any weapons and was mainly one controlled mentally. Those who get to master this skill would be able to engulf the divine spirit's energy of other warriors. This is one of the most mysterious warrior skill cards here. The God King also found this on a very special planet. But, you can't cultivate it. Rian Godlord started looking serious as he said so. Unable to cultivate it. Lin Xiu was stunned. That's true. This is because we don't have the energy that allows us to communicate with the information on the card. The God King assumed that only those who have the same energy as those on the planet where this card was found would be able to activate it. However, every single person on that planet has been killed. Therefore, this is actually a useless card. After hearing the whole story, Zhao Qingshan and the rest let out a breath of relief. They thought that Lin Xiu might have achieved an incredibly awesome warrior skills card. However, this turned out to be a useless one. No matter how powerful it was, it would be useless if no one was able to activate it. A card that cannot be activated. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes. He remembered that not long ago, he had also used one that was known as a useless piece of card. But, Lin Xiu succeeded in the end. This was because he had both Analytic Eye and Engulf. Well, I want this. Lin Xiu did not hesitate and pointed at the same card. Alright then. Rian Godlord nodded his head and did not say another word. He only assumed that Lin Xiu was confident enough to think that he could read this card. However, what Lin Xiu did not know was that even the God King couldn't encrypt the card. Rian Godlord moved his right arm, and the last card flew into Lin Xiu's hands. Soon, both Zhao Qingshan and Yuan Jing also picked their cards. Let's go. Rian Godlord then led them to another place. As they walked past the wall covered with Godlevel warrior skills cards, there was a dark tunnel. It was a long one and it looked endless. Plus, it was terrifyingly quiet as there wasn't a single sound heard. They suddenly felt as if they had been cut off from the rest of the world. Lin Xiu furrowed his brows as he could feel that something wasn't right. Rian Godlord, who was leading the way, did not say a single word and continued swiftly moving forward. Yuan Jing also felt that something was off. As he looked around, he couldn't help but try to call out Lin Xiu and Zhao Qingshan. But, when he tried to speak, there was no voice coming out of his mouth. What on earth was happening? Yuan Jing's eyes were opened wide. Even when he tried to speak again, there was no voice. This space was completely cut off from the rest of the world. They would not be able to hear anything and they couldn't even make any noise. In such a situation, everything felt strange. Yuan Jing clenched his jaw and forced himself to stop thinking too much and continued walking. Zhao Qingshan obviously knew what happened as well. He kept quiet and continued walking. Under such circumstances, if he wasn't careful enough, it may have a bad effect on him. Lin Xiu seemed to have entered such a space before in the past, and this was nothing to him. He only had to closely follow the Rian Godlord. They continued walking for some time and finally, there was a dim light that appeared before their eyes. We're here, Yuan Jing spoke in surprise. Then, he noticed that he could finally hear his voice. Back when they were in the tunnel, it was incredibly scary. He couldn't hear anything, but he had to keep walking. It was as if he was merely a zombie with no senses. Yes, we're here, Rian Godlord answered him calmly. To him, this was a norm. Then, Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes. This was because Lin Xiu could feel a horrifying energy coming from in front of him. Tianling God King. If he was right, Tianling God King should be right outside the tunnel. Chapter 340 Blood Essence Pool. 1340 Blood Essence Pool. Soon, with Rian Godlord guiding the way, all three of them walked past the tunnel very quickly. The eye-blinding light caused all of them to narrow their eyes. After getting used to the light, Lin Ziyu looked around and noticed that they were floating in the air. The ground beneath their feet felt weird. You're here. There was a voice that rang in his head that caused Lin Ziyu to turn in that direction. There was a huge figure that appeared before them. Tianling God King. He was wearing a combat suit that was pure white and he looked like a warrior. Such overpowering pressure. Lin Ziyu couldn't help but think to himself, I thought that with the help of the system, I would be invincible once I became a warrior god. Lin Ziyu didn't think that it was possible for someone to have such powerful energy like the God King. Even if he activated sacrifice and used up all of the energy in his body to increase his body strength, he still wouldn't be able to defeat the God King. Lin Ziyu was still too weak. Greetings, God King. Xiao Qingshan and Yuan Jing quickly greeted the God King. Lin Ziyu followed along as well. Please, get up. Tianling God King smiled as he looked at all three of them. As for Rian Godlord, he moved to the side. I've watched the match this time. It was incredible. Tianling God King continued smiling. Well, I shall not waste any more time. Now, I got you here because there is a mission for you. Tianling God King has his eyes fixed on all three of them as he speaks. A mission. When they heard what was said, Lin Ziyu looked confused. Not only for him, even Xiao Qingshan and Yuan Zhang were both shocked. They had no idea what he was referring to. Tianmen City. Have you heard of it? Tianling God King showed a mysterious smile. Tianmen City. It has only been a short time since Lin Ziyu arrived at Warrior God Realm, which is why he has never heard of it. But Yuan Zhang and Xiao Qingshan seemed excited. Is that the city that only opens once every 21 years? Xiao Qingshan was trying his best to suppress the excitement inside him. That's right. Tianmen City only opens once every 21 years. All of the young, talented warriors from here will be allowed entry. Since all of you are below 50, there shouldn't be a problem. Tianling God King explained it to them carefully. So, all those before 50 were considered young. Lin Ziyu caught onto something interesting and he thought that it was funny. Does this mean that there will be no old folks going with us this time? Lin Ziyu asked subconsciously. After hearing what Lin Ziyu said, Xiao Qingshan and Yuan Zhang had their lips twitch subconsciously. What did he mean by old folks? And all of them would be the warrior gods of the new generation. Tianling God King nodded his head. The corner of Lin Ziyu's mouth then curved upwards. After meeting Rian Godlord and Tianling God King, Lin Ziyu knew that there were still so many warrior gods that were more powerful than him. God knows how long they have trained, and with his current abilities, it would be impossible for him to defeat them. However, if it was those below 51 years old, Lin Ziyu could swear that no one would be better than him. Well, I want you to get first in. Tianling God King continued looking at them. First, Xiao Qingshan and Yuan Zhang showed a bitter smile. Although both of them were already considered the best, there were still other warrior gods from all around the realm that would head to Tianmen City. There were already a few mysterious, but powerful new warrior gods that did not participate in the multi-city contest. But they would definitely head to Tianmen City. Don't worry. There's still 31 days left. You can continue training here for the time being. Tianling City seemed to have read what they had in mind and continued talking to them. Come here. With that said, Tianling God King started walking in the other direction. Lin Ziyu did not hesitate and followed behind him. As they continued walking, Lin Ziyu felt a surge of warmth around him. There was also a huge haze before them. What is this? It was as if they were standing on clouds. As they looked forward, it seemed like there was a hot spring. That's right, there was a hot spring that was located on top of a huge piece of cloud. But the fluid inside did not look like water. It looked more like blood. Is this God's blood? Xiao Qingshan was already envious of Lin Ziyu for getting God's blood, and when he saw the pool before him, he got excited. This isn't it. Rian Godlord noticed how excited Xiao Qingshan was and he couldn't help but speak up to correct him. It isn't. Xiao Qingshan, who got anxious earlier, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. This is the energy essence. Tianling God King finally told them what it was. The energy essence. When these words came out of his mouth, Yuan Zhang was the one who looked surprised. He wanted to say something, but nothing was coming out of his mouth. These are pure energy essence. After soaking in this, all of your energy would greatly improve. Lin Xiu could already feel how much energy this hot spring contained. If he was able to absorb them all, his abilities will definitely have a major breakthrough. Jump inside then until your body can no longer stand it. Just remember, the longer you can stay inside, the more breakthrough you will achieve. Tianling God King reminded them. Xiao Qingshan and Yuan Zhang were dying to jump inside. Both quickly tore off their clothes and jumped into the pool. Lin Xiu hesitated for a moment before removing his clothes and joining them in the hot spring. As soon as he jumped into it, Lin Xiu could feel his body sinking. He closed his eyes and quickly activated the cultivation technique. With the skills activated, it felt as if all the pores in his body had been stretched open. Continuous amount of energy rushed into Lin Xiu's body. The energy that this essence contained was incredibly scary. Lin Xiu's body had just been rebuilt by the god's blood, and now, it was undergoing another quenching process. Ding! Energy found. Would you like to activate engulf? The system's notification popped inside Lin Xiu's mind. He was a little shocked at first when he heard the notification. That's right, this energy essence was a form of unique energy. With engulf, he would have no problem absorbing them. Lin Xiu merely hesitated for a moment and clicked on the agree button. Tianling God King was the one who said that it would be better for them to stay here for a longer time. If it was possible, Lin Xiu would like to absorb all of the energy that was contained here. With his skills activated, all of the energy started rushing into Lin Xiu's body. He could now feel a sharp pain all over his body. Part 17 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.